in a while, guys. Trying to find that prompt. Maybe that one. Trying to find which prompt should I use. It's been a while since I've gone live too. Not sure if anybody can hear me. Probably a different one. I don't know what prompt to use. I haven't been live in like weeks. I've only gone live every now and then. Um, too. Since like December, I think. I don't even remember. Oh, thank you for the roses, De Niro. Oh, you shouldn't have. I can give them to my wife later. I'm trying to find something else. Hope everybody's doing great this Saturday. Sammy Cupcake is a long time watcher. Oh, hello. I don't know why I haven't been going live as much as I should, but decline. No, I don't want to share a live with anybody. No. A different one. Yeah, yeah, that's why I'm staying muted most of the time, because, yeah, there is yelling in the background, so, yeah, I'm going to stay muted for most of the time. Sorry, I'm trying to find a specific prompt. Since only Catholic women should vote. I don't have that prompt, CC. I don't have that. Does this claim also mean you're saying Catholic men shouldn't vote either? No. No, Reina. Oh, here are your mod powers again. Represent me well. I'm trying to pick a different one. Yeah. Okay, maybe you can add some Orthodox Christians as well, and maybe some Protestant women, but mostly in general, no. Yeah, there's a lot of background voice noise. I'm gonna be muted most of the time. Voice your opinion. By all means, come up. You want to voice your opinion? My prompt maker is making me a prompt, so it's gonna change. Oh, De Niro. Hi, Mr. De Niro.
Hey, Mr. Protect.
How you doing?
Doing good, man. How about yourself?
I'm chilling, I guess, literally and figuratively.
Are you cold?
Yeah, it's actually surprisingly cold today. Um, where I'm at, but yeah, I've been chilling and everything.
That's good, I think. All right. What's the argument that rights exist?
I don't think I even I'm complete. What the heck just happened? I think I'm
See, even your
completely.
prompt is running from me.
I think I'm completely agnostic. I don't know if they actually do. Actually,
So, what would it look like for rights not to exist?
it would basically look like the place that we're living right now.
Oh, this is pragmatically true, currently taking place. All right, Joshua, what's up?
Like, yeah, can I get
I'm a
your?
little confused by the question. Like,
Wait, first, can I get your
what
age?
exactly are you trying to ask?
How old are you, Josh?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm 19. My bad.
I'm asking, are rights real, or are they just made up into the law? Like, can you like would rights exist? Would rights exist if there were no laws? Basically,
I mean, would any human society exist if there were no laws? No,
Well,
Yeah.
hold on. Seemingly,
that's
I want
kind
to
of a
say that rights exist indexed to an enforcement arm. For example, this will just clear the air here. It's be a very quick debate. If you were on an island, right, and it was just you, and you were doing a bunch of things that would be against the laws pragmatically, currently in the U.S., and you were on this island, and there was no one to enforce these laws. Seemingly, rights don't. You don't want to say that rights exist on that certain island.
right.
Okay, rights do not exist. Next.
Well, that's the thing. So they do exist currently, but only in like they're like a social construct. So obviously, your example is provides where you're on an island and there is no structure, no social structure, no society. It's just you, and therefore there is no enforcement. So like it's kind of a silly question. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, rights don't exist absent an enforcement arm. You need an enforcer. Even if the
No.
enforcer was, even if you had all these rights that you value or you find morally considerable or something like that, whoever's enforcing these rights is going to be the ones who, obviously are going to be responsible for making the rights and vice versa. So, okay. Is that what you're trying to say? Like, protect? Or...
What I'm saying is, I would say outside the law, it's really hard to, unless you're like religious.
Mhm.
It's really hard to come up with the idea of that us have rights. I would say the reason why we think we have rights is because we live in a society that just made these up, like the Constitution and stuff like that, and all these other things, like the right to free speech. I don't think that concept really exists. Like if you live in a tribal society, you think you have the right to free speech? Okay, I don't care. I think it's just made up. Like a lot of these things are just things that we made up. And I really think they're more like privileges than entitlement.
So we're saying the same sort of thing. Okay, what's up? Okay.
So I think the world,
conclusions?
to answer your question, the world would basically be kind of the same way it kind of already is.
Yeah.
Because I think in a way a lot of rights are illusions. I would say.
Okay. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. No, I used to think they were real, but I really had to really challenge me, really tested me. So yeah.
What prompt are you working on?
So I asked my prompt maker. It's another pragmatic prompt to see if abolitionism is stopping or pro-life is stopping abortion pragmatically.
Oh, that's easy. Pro-life. I mean, wait. So, what do you mean by that? So, I guess if you want to say that, pragmatically, abolitionism has the chance to sign a law. Pragmatically, they would probably want to say that they wouldn't sign the law even if it was some very in some T1 law saying that in T1 abortions are morally impermissible. That's something that seems pragmatically the case, but an abolitionist might want to say that they wouldn't sign that, so that seems pragmatically disingenuous to the conclusion that they're trying to make any headway.
I would say in form of I don't. I'm really in between incrementalism and immediatism. I think there is a time and place. I think, but I don't really have. I don't know which one would be effective. I think there's in probably pro life majority states, you could get it banned. The abolitionist bills could work, but
What's up,
then
David?
Yeah, how are you?
yeah. But so I'm really stuck in the middle.
Yeah, I get it. What do you think about the prompts?
Do rights exist? Yeah. So we were given rights. People
What is a right?
Probably don't know what they are.
What is a
And
right?
so, for instance, like when people say like you have the right to freedom of speech, freedom of expression, it doesn't really apply to you going out there and saying "f you" or whatever. There's restrictions to it. It's not carte blanche. I think that's what you're trying to get at, right?
It's not what?
Well,
It's not carte blanche. Like you can't. It's not like it doesn't give you the right to do whatever you want. Like when you have freedoms
Oh.
no,
through
what
these rights.
I'm saying, like the rights of like free speech, for example. What I'm saying is like, I think the only reason why people like believe that we have this is because we live in a specific society that grants these. Like, if you were to live in any other country, this concept of free speech basically doesn't really exist, or some countries, and that's why I don't really think that rights outside of the law would really exist. I'll just say if you have enough people to get into power, you could pretty much put a law, any right you want, into the legal system.
Right. You're right. But like, have you ever tested it? Because I went to court over this, and I'm going to tell you what the outcome was. Because it was real easy, and they got you as soon as they put this on a piece of paper. Causing alarm in public. That's all they have to say you're doing. You could say the F word in public. You're causing alarm in public. You can have a megaphone. You're causing alarm in public. You got a shirt on that says something a little offensive, causing alarm in public. It's kind of weird.
I agree. I would just say, I would just say in just general, I don't think free speech is even really a right at all. I think a lot of these rights that we claim are just like privileges.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's what I was trying to get at. And like, I think people think they have carte blanche to basically just run around saying whatever they want. There was a comic book artist in Florida that got 20 years probation for drawing a comic book that was a little bit too risque. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like it was art. Like you go to jail for that.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I hope that everyone that's watching this, they take this seriously, and I think what you're doing is like pretty cool. So that's why I came on. I think you're right.
I use this prompt every now and then, but it's very interesting because I see a lot of prompts to say, should women vote, and I kind of wanted to do a play on that. So I just wanted this prompt is like, do rights even exist? Because I used to believe they do. Now I'm like, I'm leaning towards probably they don't. At least moral rights, legal rights, yeah, but moral rights, no.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, most of us don't even know the law. I mean, if you think you do, go test it and see what happens. Like, it's so dumb, man. And the judge, a lot of your rights when you go to court, a judge will trample them. Then you got to go back into court to take the judge to court, and then another judge sees it, and he might have a different opinion. It's like all freaking opinion based. It's so weird, man. It's so bizarre. So
yeah, I'm
sad. That's the same thing with the Second Amendment. People, that's up in the air. People don't agree with it, depending on what judge you talk to or what state you live in, and it's everything's a social construct. Everything. Rights are a social construct. So.
We have our favorite guest, Genesis. What do you think about the prompt?
What's up, Genesis, bro?
Well, I mean, it says do rights exist? You mean like, what do you mean by exist?
Are they a thing outside the legal system, or did just group of people come up together and make them up?
Do you mean like appearance or observable in reality?
No.
Well, I mean, if you just mean that they're going to be like some kind of concept of the mind, then sure.
Yeah, do they exist like outside of law? That's
Yeah, I would say so.
What makes you think that, sir?
Well, I mean, like, for instance, we have, like, negative rights. I'd say, like, if an entity has, like, the capacity for, or the faculty for rationale, then one has agency. Agency is just going to be entailment of a right, so therefore rights exist outside of law.
Uh,
What if they're not moral agents?
I don't know.
Any contentions?
Wait, I think he said they're. What if they're not moral agents?
What if
Wait,
they're
what is
non-moral agents? Moral agency?
If they're not moral agents, I would say they don't have rights.
Okay.
Wait, what is it? What did you say a moral agent was?
Or agents. I just said, like, if an entity has the faculty for rationale, then they have agency.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
okay, I get it now.
But I'm teleporting right now. It just came up to vibe out. I don't know if I can talk much.
Yeah, I hear you're teleporting, man. Where'd you buy it?
What?
It's a nice teleporter. I need one.
I don't.
Sorry, what was that?
Where'd you get your teleporter?
It's not my teleporter. It's my sister's teleporter.
Oh, okay. You're just borrowing it.
Yeah. My teleporter is just sitting back at the house.
Okay.
Well,
Thanks,
yeah.
man.
Well, my mutant ability is to
Yeah.
teleport, so I can just do it naturally. Yeah.
So if you don't believe in rights, do you believe in oppression? Do you believe that people can be oppressed? So if you don't believe in rights, do you believe in oppression?
Yeah.
Oppression by what sense?
Something's taken away from you.
Sure, I think things can be taken away from people. I don't think, like, oppression is going to be something which is inherently bad. I think there's good forms of oppression and bad forms of oppression.
Can you like name one though?
Yeah, so for instance, somebody being able to vote and not being able to vote, the person who cannot vote anymore is now oppressed.
You got like a felon?
Sure.
Yeah. Because I had this discussion with someone, and I said the only people I think have ever been oppressed in the United States were probably homosexuals and felons. I don't think black people were ever oppressed due to the fact that they didn't have the rights to begin with, and then they were given these rights. They were never taken away, but to felons and homosexuals, yeah. I don't know if that makes sense, but
You're breaking out real bad.
Yeah, you're breaking up underneath those
Income-based, like,
wages.
kind of oppression, where if you have somebody who's poor, they can be considered oppressed as well.
You're red barring, but I think we understood the premise of it, or the conclusion, rather.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Am I breaking up?
No. Genesis is.
Oh. Yeah, I don't think being poor is oppressed. I think you're living that life, like you can get out of it. But if you're part of a system and that system isn't working for you, I don't think you're oppressed because of it. But if you were, let's say, a felon, you were once a non-felon, something can be taken away from you. Prisoners are oppressed. People that had stuff taken away from them. But I don't see it really in society other than in like you said, felons or homosexuals.
Right. I think he's still having some technical issues until he fixes that. We have the intellectual titan himself, Mr. Devin. Hello, long time no see.
Voiceless, it's been a while.
Dude, Dev, what's up, man?
Dinero, good to see you, as always.
Nice. What's up, man?
Figured I'd
So
join
what do you
chit
think about the
chat for a
prompt,
little bit.
Mr. Deb?
Uh,
Yeah.
depends on what you mean by exist.
They're a part of reality instead of people just making them up. I guess. I guess, yeah.
Well, I don't
Meaning
think
they
rights
exist
are like
outside a legal
something that we
system.
can. Yeah, we can't see, touch, taste, feel them. We can't do anything like that. As far as existing within the mind, sure, but outside of that, no, I don't think so.
Well, what I mean is, by existing, I mean there are things, there are these principles. I guess like for example, I guess like math exists, right? The concept of math is a thing, or like a
hmm
triangle exists, right? But like triangles weren't made up by humans, right? Or shapes, right? Um, I think. But the concept of rights, like for example, like free speech. Do we have free speech? Do we actually have a right to free speech, or do people think that because a group of people in this specific country just thought about that?
I think you have free speech up to the point to where you can defend it.
Ah, I
The
see.
moment you can't enforce your right to free speech, I feel like your right to free speech goes away at that point.
Hmm. That's an interesting take. I wouldn't disagree necessarily.
Well, if it is the case that rights are more just social construct, right? Then that means they would only be as applicable as they can be enforced. So it's like anything can be a right, right? You can turn anything into a right. My right to read a book, my right to do whatever. But if you take like a right to read a book, but then suddenly someone burns every single book in the world,
Yeah.
they applied their force to get rid of all books, suddenly you don't really have the right to read a book anymore because all the books are gone.
What if it's my right to burn all books? That's what I think, or
That
something
could
like
be
that.
right, and that would be
Yeah.
applicable so long as you can enforce it.
Yeah.
But if someone were to then, like, I don't know, somehow take away your ability to burn all books, well, then it's like suddenly you don't have the right to burn all books, you know?
Absolutely. The reason why I had this prompt specifically, I had this a long time ago. I haven't been using it as often. But it was kind of like the voting, like should women vote? I was in somebody's live with that prompt. I was like, maybe I should do this prompt again. Interesting.
I think the
Like,
rights one is a good one because people like libertarians, dude, libertarians base their whole ideology off of rights, you know?
yeah,
Like I think it's a
like
good one.
yeah, oh, that guy. I kind of don't want that guy to come up. But like property rights, for example. Like, okay, what if we lived in a society where everybody owns property and like everybody had equal ownership? I mean, I could just walk into your house at any time you want, and you can vice versa to my house. Like, I guess technically nobody owns it. Like, because we just I think private property is because we just live in a society.
Well, what makes it to where they own that
So yeah.
property outside of like force? I just don't see what makes it because if someone comes and takes it, then like yeah, you can have like a contract, I guess, but then it would also take like force to get it back, you know? So it's like I don't really even really know what really makes it yours
I don't know.
outside of like
I think it's I don't know. I think it's really hard to argue, right? It's not impossible. It's hard to argue without God. Like, well, maybe this being granted me this thing. Um, so I would say that. But outside of that, it's kind of really hard.
right to property.
Well, not right to property specifically, but just rights in general.
Oh, just rights in general.
Well, mind you, I only think rights exist through Christianity if obligations are fulfilled. The Ten Commandments, for example.
I can see that. I thought you were Catholic.
Well, inquiry more accurately.
Oh, okay.
In,
Fair
in, in
enough.
a in a eternal like state of inquiring, basically.
Yeah, I don't know. I would have to deep dive into that a little bit more if there's really a difference between like legal rights and what would that be? Religious rights?
Yeah,
What
I would
can you give
totally
an
agree.
example of a religious right?
I would say religious right. I guess specifically Christianity. I would say um religious right specifically. Um, I would say the right to live. Um, but that can only be fulfilled if the fifth commandment, we Catholics phrase it, don't go around killing people. Oh, hello, Allie. We never got the chance to
Doesn't
play
that
Fortnite
wouldn't that end up applicable
and
to
other
like
things like.
force
Wait.
too?
Oh, wait.
Because if you have the right
Oh.
to if you have the right to life, wouldn't and someone takes your life away, like doesn't that technically take away your right to life?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Wait, what was your question again? I can't even remember.
I don't know.
I
Did I have
honestly
oh
don't
my
know.
question like is there like really a difference between religious rights and like law rights, I guess is how you would put it.
I guess law rights could be immoral, but then religious rights wouldn't be because if they come from God, then they couldn't be immoral. Because I guess if
Based
you
on
put
the
it,
If
view.
you live,
Yeah.
fucking hell. If you lived in England, this prompt, what would it mean?
In England,
hello,
Yeah, if you lived in England, what would this prompt mean?
it would mean the
I
same
think it would
thing.
mean the same, yeah, as if US or England, I feel like it'd
Well,
be the same
no,
thing.
because we don't have a Fifth Amendment and all that shit. No, bollocks.
It would mean the same thing.
The rights would be different, sure, but the question is, do rights exist? That would account for any country. Would they be
Yeah.
Do
different
you
per
think,
country? Sure, but
do you think rights exist in England?
No,
well, it
not
depends on what you mean by exist. That would be my question,
Well, then you'd be questioning the prompt yet again. I'm
which I
asking
did
you a
when I
question.
joined.
Do you think rights exist in England?
Okay, what do you mean by exist?
Do you think rights exist in England? So you don't know what the word exist means. Is that the problem?
I don't know what you mean by exist. That's why I'm asking.
Do you know what the word exist means?
I know that the word exist has multiple different terms. Do you
Well,
mean like physically exist? Do you mean like just mentally
exist is
exist?
just
I don't know what you mean by exist. So explain what you mean by exist and I'll answer your question.
exist. The word exist is right now. Exist. Something exists is right now.
What? That wasn't even coherent. So exist just means right now. That's what you're saying?
Of course, exist.
Okay.
You
So does
exist. Right,
so
you
does
exist. Listen
so
to
does
me. All right,
UK.
listen, Dinlo. Listen,
Wow, someone's
Dinlo.
getting
Listen, you
upset.
can't understand it. Exist. You exist, right? Which means you are here right now, right?
Is that all you mean by exist? Is just right now?
Are you fucking retarded?
If that's the case, then yes, UK has rights right now. That would be the case.
I had to drop her for saying the R slur. Like, come on. I had to drop her for saying the R slur.
She was a very upset. She was very upset.
Mind you, in the UK, they're not any smarter. But I had to drop her for the R slur. I mean, it's pretty obvious what I mean by exist. Do they exist apart from the legal system? So when you mean laws, right? Like okay, she said like one of the amendments. Let's just say the Second Amendment. Do you actually have a right to a pew pew, or do you just live in a society that just told you that, or these and things like that?
Yeah,
Like
that's why I
where
think
does this right to the?
like rights for the most part are just like it's just a mental demonstration of something. Like you can say, "Oh, we have a right to a pew pew," but then that can be demonstrated
You're
materially,
cutting. You're
sure.
breaking up.
I'm breaking up? How's it sound now?
Dang, everybody's lagging. That's much better.
Are you sure it's not you? I mean, if
No,
everyone's
I have really good
lagging,
internet.
you'd be the common denominator. Just
Trust
saying.
me. Trust me, I have really good internet.
Fair enough. Anyway, I don't remember what I was saying. Oh, right to a pew pew. Like, I think rights can be demonstrated materially. Like, you can say you have a right to a pew pew, and then that would be demonstrated by everybody having a material pew pew. But like the right itself, I mean, I don't see how you really, as far as exist. If you mean physically exist, no, I don't think they physically exist. I think they
Well, I
just
don't. Well, I don't.
exist
Well,
within the mind.
I don't think anything needs to physically exist to be part of reality. I think it's kind of.
Well, concepts definitely don't really exist in reality.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
physically
that's the.
exist.
Well, that's the thing. It's if it's a concept, I guess it would be fantasy, which is literally the antithesis of reality.
Yeah. Because it's
But
one of
yeah.
those things like if the United States, we just completely rewrit all of our rights and just completely changed them, like where does your right to whatever go? You know, like what happens to it?
It's gone.
Expect-
It never
Yeah,
technically
exactly.
existed.
Yeah, it's exactly.
Whoever's in power, you know. You don't see my pic. Oh, okay, I have I keep getting that problem all the time. Look, my phone has like no gigabytes, so I can't update my phone. Yeah, there you go. Or my app. I can't update the app either.
Yeah, me and Heather look like the same person. What's going on here?
If you want to pass the dose, I can get a new phone. By all means.
What makes you think I got the dough?
All right. Anybody else want to give their opinion? I was gonna have a prompt. My prompt maker didn't make it yet, but the prompt was gonna be which is actually getting abortion banned, pro-life or abolitionism. So.
Yeah. That'd be a good one.
Yeah, Chicken is actually making it for me. So yeah.
Hey,
I feel like that would be abolitionism.
dude, use ChatGPT. Go to ChatGPT and put instructions right in the bar. Say, make me a background, be creative, with a title that reads just what you said, and then any other small details, you just type it in there and see what they do. You can say make
is the shit
background.
sometimes.
Yeah, and it might take a couple tries. But you know what's creepy is ChatGPT like tends to get to know you after a while and your style and the colors you like or whatever, and it gets really good at it. It's kind of creepy.
Well, I use Grok or Copilot.
I hear good things about
I've never
Grok.
tried Grok.
Yeah, I hear good things about Grok. Except for the whole. Did you hear about the whole Schmittler fiasco with Grok?
No.
I heard about something. What was it about?
Oh, it was fucking nuts. You're gonna have to go watch the video, but Grok basically has like a meltdown, and I watched the video, and it went into like a. Sorry, can you hear me?
Internet is messed up.
Yeah, I hear you, Devin. I hear you. I heard you when he didn't hear you.
Oh, okay. There's a video on YouTube. I'll have to see if I can find it, and I'll like post a link or something. But Grok goes nuts, starts like harassing certain politicians.
I use yes. I use Grok AI most of the time. It used to be free. You could make videos as well, but then they decided to charge people.
Grok should be good now, but like this was months ago when I saw
that's
the video.
That's the prompt I'm trying to get ready. I might get it now. But
yeah, do it.
It's more of a pragmatic issue. What's actually getting it banned? You know,
getting what banned?
Is anyone even here?
Yeah, we're here. We're hearing you.
Is anyone even here? Hello?
Yeah, can you hear us?
I can hear both of you.
I can hear you, Devin. I can hear him.
Oh,
I don't think he can hear us. Are you hearing us now?
I hear you now. It's like, was anybody talking this entire? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, dude. It sounds like you. Did you get reported?
No, I think
it
like
might skip out when they get reported. Oh, okay.
It might be the gigabytes on my phone. I might only have like one left.
Well, charge your phone and make that background and try. Do you have ChatGPT? Just try it.
Yeah.
Check it out, and then tell me the title again.
What's actually getting abortion banned? Pro-life or abolitionism?
I would say
Okay.
abolitionism.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah. Because I think pro-life is really just going to be like the elective or non-elective.
Yep.
If you're pro-elective, then you're pro-life. If you're anti-elective, then you're pro-choice.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pro-life
So banning
is just
it all.
reducing and regulating and managing. It's not
Yeah,
abolishing
okay.
nothing.
So me and Heather would agree.
Yeah.
Abolitionism would be wanting to
I'm really
ban it
stuck
all.
between immediatism and abolitionism. I mean, and incrementalism. I'm really stuck.
Yeah.
Like
Well, a
on
lot of
one
it's gonna
hand, you
be-
want to ban all of them, which I do agree. But the other
Mhm.
hand, it feels like if you don't do anything, it feels like wouldn't it be a sin of omission to do nothing when you can do something?
No, because you're not doing nothing.
What do you think about that?
You're not getting behind an unjust bill. That's not nothing.
Yep.
It's not nothing at all. And what you're doing in the meantime, and it's the same excuse that pro-life use, which is in the pursuit of justice. We are still pursuing justice, and it may incrementally fall into place that way, which is fine, as long as we don't directly break God's commands. Period. We do not commit good that evil may come. We do not get behind iniquitous laws, and that's our duty. So, have you meditate on Exodus 23, Isaiah 10, the first half of both those chapters, and then read Deuteronomy 16 through the end of that chapter. And there's more, but there's just at least a few chapters for you to go to, because it really breaks it down good. Yeah.
I think it's more than reasonable for like Christians or Catholics to sit there and be like, you know what? If we illegalize elective, but we give this one exception for now, and then obviously inevitably they would push to ban that as well. Like, I think that's more than reasonable. You know, it's just like taking a milestone, basically.
Well, that's my contention. The reason why pragmatically I wouldn't sign the grape exception into law is because pragmatically I don't think it's going to work. And this is a very common question that is asked. How is that even signed into the legal system? Are you
I have a
gonna?
great argument for the grape exception. Wonderful argument for it.
Is it like you just believe the woman, or does it have to go to a trial? Does it have to go to a conviction? I don't know.
Now, my argument for the grape exception would be if it is the case that you're banning elective for the sole purpose of minimizing abortions, then you would necessarily have to illegalize the grape exception as well, because we don't have a sure way to really indefinitely prove grape. So if it was the case that you granted that as the exception within the law, I think women would end up lying, and you don't really have a method to sit there and say that they're lying. So if the goal is to minimize abortions, then I think you would have to tack on the grape exception with it. If anyone's talking, I can't hear them.
No one's talking.
Oh, okay.
Is Bob your friend? Protect?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Hi, Mr. Bob.
That's my case for the grape
But yeah,
exception
but the thing with
aspect.
the thing with the grape exception is because by the time the woman finds out she's pregnant, by the time the woman finds out she's pregnant, submit to hearing, get seen by a judge, does all the things that she needs to do to prove that she was raped. By the time that's all done, she's either just about to give birth or she already has.
Yeah, so there's not really a sure way to prove grape, right?
I mean, to get a conviction in 9
because
months.
either women lie about it and they'll just take their word, or if they prove it, the baby's already going to be born, or it's like 3 days from being born type shit.
That's
why the grape exception doesn't work.
The argument is that they could lie about it, and we don't really have a way to demonstrate that they're lying about it. So if you're banning abortion for the sole purpose of minimizing abortions, you would necessarily have to ban the grape exception as well.
Yeah. So is this just like a whole do rights existing, or is this like just tackling abortion?
Oh, we got a little carried away.
Oh, well, that was the prompt I was asking AI to make because my prompt maker was. I told my prompt maker there's no deadline. But that's like I might be asking AI to make it. But that's like a common contention I hear all the time. It's like to get a conviction in 9 months is like almost impossible.
Yeah. And usually the court systems takes about 10 months to a year.
Abortion is no justification for any rape exception.
The abortion is not justified, full stop.
Right.
Yeah, it just doesn't work. That's why I wouldn't sign that type of bill. Just pragmatically, it wouldn't really work.
No.
Yeah.
Of course not. For the already existing laws, it's hard enough to convict those. But
yeah, because
they
even then,
do.
what's stopping a woman going to the cops lying about it? And then, because when they do the grape test or kit, whatever you want to call it, they see the man's DNA, they go, "Oh yeah, we're going to take her word for it because his DNA is there, and we're going to arrest him."
Yep.
Right.
That's the main contention I hear is like, oh, there's a grape kit, and it's like, well, that doesn't prove unconsensual. That doesn't prove they didn't consent.
Yeah, that doesn't prove unconsensual. They could have done it consensual and then and then broke up, and then she cries rape.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's why I think if the purpose of banning the rest is to minimize abortions, then yeah, you would necessarily have to ban the grape exception too.
Yes.
But like even then, you get the women that are on here like, oh, that's just banning abortion is going to stop the safe abortions because women are just going to take coat hangers to them.
There is the one country, I think it's Liechtenstein, that does have that exception. I haven't looked into the law itself. I don't know how they're doing it. But like I think Liechtenstein is a very religious country anyway, so it's not like common.
Well, there's only one country that has fully banned abortion. It's Poland. And their maternal mortality rates haven't gone up anything. In fact, it's gone down since they banned it.
I guess you can count Vatican City too, but I mean that doesn't really count. It's the home of the Pope, so definitely Vatican City gets special points.
Well, so yeah, Vatican City. Yeah, if you get an abortion in Vatican City, you're like not Christian at all whatsoever.
Well, here's the thing. It doesn't really matter because Vatican City is literally within Rome, and Italy is a very, very liberal country. So like, it's very easy to just get around that in Vatican City because it's literally inside of Rome. So yeah.
Let's change the subject a little bit. How does everyone feel about like types of birth control?
From a Catholic, they all bad.
Yep. Don't do it.
I like it.
From a non-Catholic perspective, I don't recommend them.
You're such a dork. I love the concession. You're not a Catholic.
I said
He's
from
like-
a non-Catholic perspective, but from a
He's
Catholic
like, from a
perspective.
Catholic, don't do it. And then he's like, from a non-Catholic, also don't do it. I was just curious.
See, I feel like you should only be like my religion says we shouldn't do birth control, but I feel like if you do want to do it, it should only be up to like a certain age you can do it.
Look, I don't agree with it because of Rome, Rome is of course true, but I think the greater look, I don't want to use the greater evils arguments, lesser greater evils, but like I don't know, maybe people should get snipped. I don't know, like
No.
I don't know.
No.
Wait,
Because
what's
then
the
what age
argument?
would that happen?
Well,
What's
I don't
the
know.
argument?
Look, from my Catholic perspective, obviously not. I think, in my opinion, I think it's bodily mutilation. In my opinion, from my
Are you
Catholic.
trying to
Yes.
argue from like an accelerationist view,
From who?
like an accelerationist aspect?
Who?
What does a
Like-
pedal in my car have to do with anything?
Who?
Like they're going to destroy themselves, so you might as well speed up the time frame.
I wouldn't say
Ah.
that. No, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, okay.
I would say-
I thought that's what you were doing for a second.
I would say it's
I was like,
better. I
wow.
would say it's better to just. No, I'm not gonna go into that territory. That's some waters I don't want to go in. And also I just can't swim in general. But yeah.
Of course you can't.
What? Are you? What are you
I said, of
insinuating?
course you can't.
Yeah. I hope you're not insinuating what I think it is. But anywho,
I am.
Yeah.
I am.
Anywho, but yeah. Anywho, but yeah. I would say bad, really bad, but could be not the worst thing ever. I think the Roman Church allows it for medical reasons, though.
I
Like
think
Life of the
the
Mother.
Roman Empire was a good thing.
I think not even that. Like, no, that's the Roman Empire before the Catholic Church. But
Yeah.
I meant like if there's like I don't know like if there's like you can have like a surgery that like indirectly which has like a 99% chance of causing you to be like infertile or whatever. I think you can do that. But like medical.
What the
Yeah.
IUD put in?
Yeah. Well, to answer Finch's question, I haven't seen them around a long time. But to answer moral rights, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think moral rights exist, almost like trivially so.
What makes you say that? What?
Yeah, I think that whenever we're using the term right, we're just referring to like some sort of entitlement, right? And I think that it's pretty obvious that we give entitlements to certain morally relevant beings. For example, you would say that it would be wrong for me to kill you, right? Therefore, you're entitled to your life.
Well, when you say you mean like you give them, is that do they so you say you give them to us, right? So are you saying that like we recognize them and that we put them into to the legal system, or do you think like because I think
Yeah, so I think that there's a distinct separation between like moral and legal rights, right? I think legal rights are just entitlements granted through some authoritative structure that, provides the law for society. I think moral rights are simply just entitlements that we give to morally relevant beings, right? And like I said, the best example I can give is it seems to be the case at the very least, right? That you're entitled to your life. And so far the fact that I would be in the wrong to kill you.
yeah. I mean, couldn't you also say there's like an obligation not to kill people instead? What do you think about that?
How are we generating this obligation? Why is this obligatory if they are not entitled to the life in the first place? Like, what
Well-
compels an obligation without a right being present?
Well, I mean, there could be like some I don't know some different frameworks maybe.
Like what?
Well, I don't subscribe to this, but like some people could say maybe from a utilitarianist perspective, the reason why there's like an obligation to not kill people or unalive people is because if you live in this society, they'll cause like severe, I guess, like chaos if you just went around just stabbing people in the head.
Sure. Just to be clear, there could be other reasons why it would be unpreferable for me to like end your life, right? It may, maximize your suffering, right? And that would generate some sort of like negative utility, right? And that might be a wrong maker in of itself, right? But the issue that we're having, right, is if we do believe that there is an obligation to anything, if I am obligated to not take your life, that means you're entitled to that thing. I think
Well,
that
that would-
the only way we can generate obligations is from entitlements. And that's all I
Well,
mean
that-
by a right.
Well, the example, mind you, I don't hold to that, but the example I gave, that would be the obligation. If you did live in a society that did value utilitarian perspectives, that would be the obligation to not do that. That's what some people would say.
That wouldn't be an obligation. It would be the wrong thing to do. But you wouldn't be obligated to not, right? Like moral frameworks seek to offer like prescriptions on ethical dilemmas, right? Utilitarianism, or at least negative utilitarianism, right, seeks to say that actions are wrong insofar of the fact, right, that actions are right and wrong insofar of the fact that they minimize or generate suffering, right? They don't prescribe obligations. That's not what
Wait,
moral
wait.
frameworks set
I have a
out to do.
question. This might be a dumb question.
Nothing's
you-
a dumb question unless it's from some people. What's up?
So you said that rights stem from obligations?
No,
Or the other way around?
Obligations stem from rights. The reason
Wouldn't-
that I have an
Go
the
ahead.
reason that I have an obligation to not kill you is because you have a right to life.
Oh, okay,
Well-
okay. That makes sense.
The obligation. Well, some people. Do you think people should do bad actions? So if this framework was true,
Oh no.
should people do?
Just to be clear, I don't think people should do bad actions, right? Whenever we separate should, right, or I guess the best way for obligation, right, is should and can't, right? If something is obligatory, you cannot do it. If something is wrong or morally or like unvirtuous, right, then you shouldn't do it.
Oh,
So what is
okay.
your grounding? Do you have like a grounding?
What do you mean by grounding there? I'm
So
confused on the question.
because you say that like your obligations would come from the rights, right? Or did I miss?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obligations are generative from rights, correct?
So where would you get like your rights from?
For sure, I think
if
rights.
not legally.
Yeah. I think rights are simply entitlements we give to morally relevant beings, right? We can generate these from like a multitude of different factors. For example, I understand that I'm sentient. I understand that Voiceless is sentient, right? I understand that it hurts for me to get stabbed in the gut with a knife, right? So we might prescribe that he has the right to not be stabbed in the gut with a knife, right? And this would generate an obligation to not stab him.
So would you prescribe to libertarianism?
The political philosophy?
Well, I think they have like a ideological philosophy too.
I mean, I can't say I'm the most well read on libertarian. Bleh, I can't even say the word.
Libertarianism.
Yeah, you get me. I can't say that I'm the most well read, so I particularly wouldn't subscribe to it necessarily.
Okay.
But that's not like a direct condemnation of the view. I just don't know enough.
Okay.
Well,
I was just curious.
Well, my question was, since you said we give them, do you think we could come to like wrong conclusions? Like, I guess in Muslim countries, do you think like they're
for
wrong?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, we can generate incorrect conclusions. Like, that's obviously. I think that the way that we attempt to prevent these, right, is through debate, dialogue, and argumentation, right? Through providing, through providing logical and sound and valid arguments, for the propositions that we believe. For example, right, you might have the interest, right, to give someone the right to have schmecks with minors. I would not share that interest, right? And we could, lay out a sort of argument, right, for each side, and the one that, more closely aligns with our intuitions or, leads to the less absurdities, et cetera, would be the one that we would deem preferable, and we could stem a right from there.
Well, I guess my other question was that you said, because I'm really curious, like from the utilitarian framework, how would there not be like an obligation from this? Like let's say if a person, we should really only do options that maximize these things. Like, so under
You
that,
just made a prescription there, right? So whenever we're making, or at least as I understand it, this could be flawed. At least how I understand it, right? Whenever we're going through ethical deliberations, right, we want to make some sort of prescription statement, right? But whenever we're looking at them in retrospect, we're doing some descriptive statement. So, for example, if I say that you shouldn't do something, right, I'm making a perspective. Blah blah blah. I'm like projecting, right, that you should or should not do something. But if I say that you did something wrong, right, that's viewing it in retrospect. I think that utilitarian ethics would, they can go to try to make prescriptions, right? But seemingly, the way we use a lot of these ethical frameworks, right, is less so prescriptive and more so descriptive of actions, even if actions haven't occurred yet. Right. So it would be saying that, the action of grape is wrong. That would be a prescription. Right. Now, if I say that Genesis graping that woman was wrong, that would be descriptive of the case. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
No, that would
absolutely.
still be
Yeah.
prescriptive, wouldn't it? That would still be like ought. The entailment of that is that like he ought not do that.
How would that
Because
be
you're
like?
saying the moment you introduce wrong,
Well,
you get into an ought standard.
this is assuming inside the framework.
Which
So
framework?
like, yeah. So
Utilitarianism?
he was saying like, let's say that, the entire universe subscribes to this like utilitarian ethic, right? Then the
Mhm.
utilitarian ethic can make like descriptive claims about these things.
Well, I think utilitarianism can really only make descriptive claims.
It can only make descriptive claims. That's
Yeah,
interesting.
I don't
How
think
do
they
you
really have
respond
the.
to people like Peter Singer, right? Who like, try to make the prescriptive claim that, eating animals is wrong.
I don't think he had any good justification for that.
You don't. Why's that?
Well, because what's he basing that off of?
For sure. Yeah. I mean, Peter Singer
He just feels
Peter
feels
Singer
like
was a
he shouldn't eat
utilitarian,
animals.
right?
Yeah.
He believed that, that the maximization of pleasure and the minimization of suffering is how we use the right and wrong language, right? So that whenever we say something is wrong, all we're saying is that it's simply generative of suffering, right? So like under his worldview, it's almost like trivially true to say that, eating animals is wrong because this is an act that generates suffering. It's
Yeah,
like
but that's
telling a
accepting the
virtue ethicist.
premise. Yeah, that's
It-
giving a premise I wouldn't necessarily agree to, that eating animals is wrong.
Okay, why would you disagree with the premise?
Eating animals is wrong?
Yeah. I mean, I'm a vegan, right? I'm a filthy vegan. Tell me why eating animals is morally permissible.
Oh crap, I'm gonna get wrecked on this one. I've never really thought about an argument against veganism.
For sure. I mean, I can give you like a simple idea, right? It seems to be the case that whenever we value things, right, or deem things valuable, right, insofar that we grant them some sort of obligatory status or rights-bearing status, there's certain, traits about them that we deem valuable, right? So what would be the thing that, or what is the trait that makes it wrong for me to, farm, slaughter, and then assumedly eat the carcass of somebody like Genesis or Voiceless, right? That is
Compared
not
to an animal.
present.
So it's a
Yeah.
name the trait argument.
Yeah, in TT.
Okay, so name the trait.
For sure.
I guess the question to ask is what constitutes as a trait, if you don't mind me asking.
Yeah, traits are just going to be any sort of like morally relevant characteristic, right? And then obviously morally relevant here is going to be like distinguishable through the dialogue. So you can present me a trait and I can attempt to say, well, that's not going to be very, morally relevant because of X, Y, and Z reason, yada, yada, yada. But generally speaking, whenever I'm saying trait here, what I'm referring is just some morally relevant characteristic, why someone ought care about something.
Singular, or like, can you have multiple?
Yeah, I mean, if it's a
Compound or whatever?
conjunction of traits, then yeah, hit me with a conjunction.
This is interesting. I haven't thought about it, so I don't really know. I'd have to think about it more.
Yeah, because I mean, generally, to me at least, right, I don't see this like morally relevant trait, right? Because it seems like whenever we're presented with the counter hypothesis, right, whenever we're presented with, a human that is lacking said morally relevant trait, we still find it wrong to consume, farm, or, do all the horrible things that we do to animals to it.
So what if I were to say like ability to reason? What would you say to
Ability
that?
to reason. Okay, great.
Yeah.
So, do you think that it's okay to, farm coma patients, right? Chop them up, put them in stews, and eat them up? Right? They're currently lacking their ability to
okay.
reason. Yeah, they're currently lacking this ability to reason. That's supposedly the thing that we care about. So if that's no longer in the human, right? If that's no longer present in the human, right? Is it going to be the case that we no longer morally value them?
And if I said something as trivially as one's human, one's not, what would you say to that?
I mean, that's begging the question. That's what's in conflict right now,
It's
right?
descriptively true that they're human.
Yeah. I mean, number one, I don't know if that's going to be morally relevant. I would need an argument that it is morally relevant. And secondly, even if I grant that it is, I mean, that's again kind of begging the question, right? We're actively in conflict about what is the morally relevant distinction between animals and humans.
Okay.
The irreducible to be eatenness. Banger.
Well, also, what is a human? Like, define human.
Are you asking in like the biological sense?
Yeah, like biologically, what is between human and animal? What are the main
Yeah, I
differences?
mean
I should say.
there are lots of biological differences between humans and animals, but there's also a lot of biological differences between me and you. I mean, you may have a shittier liver than mine, or I may have a shittier liver than you because of all the Tuesday day drinking, right?
So
But that doesn't
morally, what
mean.
if I say
But that doesn't
humans
mean
are
that it would be
moral
okay to
agents?
chop me up and put me in a stew, right? And not be okay
So
to chop
then,
you up.
why
and put
would
me
it be
in a stew.
okay to chop up and do that to animals because they can't give reasoning? And the
Yeah,
ability
no,
to
I
give
don't. I
reasoning.
don't think it is. I'm a vegan.
Oh,
I think,
well, that whole
Devin had
argument's
a
went out the
question.
window. Never mind.
Yeah, no. I'm
I
a
think
vegan.
I think
Oh
Devin
yeah,
had a
my bad.
question. His question was, what was it? Like, are humans are like moral agents? I think that's what you said.
Oh, me? Yeah. What if it comes down to like we consider humans moral agents, we don't consider animals moral agents?
For sure. So if I took away humans' moral agency, would you say it's okay? I don't know. Again, let's just say that they're in a coma, right? Therefore, they're not able to act independently of their own will. They have this. They lack this agency. Would it be okay for me to take the coma patient, chop them up, put them in a stew, and eat that yummy human
Well,
stew?
even if they're in a coma, like they still technically would be moral agents, right?
What the argument for that? What do you mean by agency here?
That's a good question.
Because
Someone Google
typically,
moral
whenever
agent.
we're talking about like moral agency, we're talking about some active capacity to deliberate between moral decisions. But if that's not the way you're using the term, I would love to hear it.
Are you talking about like the nature of it or something, or does it have to be an actualized property or something, Mr. Devin?
I don't know if active would be like a necessary requirement.
Okay, so
They
if
have to
at
be
any
active.
point, so wait, if at any point there is some level of moral reasoning, that being is going to be like, morally significant insofar the fact that we shouldn't, end their life, consume them, that sort of thing.
Sorry, wait, say that one more time.
For sure. If at any point in their life, right, they demonstrate this, this property, right, of moral agency where they're able to actively deliberate between, moral propositions, right, then it's going to be the case that it would be wrong to kill them and or consume them, correct?
No, because that would entail like currently, if they're currently able to. I don't know if I necessarily agree that if they're currently.
I said at any point in this being's existence.
Yeah, but if they could have the potential to discern.
So it's also the potentia.
I might count that too. Yeah. What would be the contention with that?
For sure. I mean, first off, right, modern animal science is showing that lots and lots of more animals exhibit altruism, right? That they're seemingly, engaging with moral disputes on a different level. But like, let's just, grant that animals aren't able to do this, right? So if I was, just giving you, I don't know, let's say a severely sociopathic person, right, who lacks the ability to understand moral claims or moral quandary, right, or even somebody who's like severely mentally handicapped, right, to the point that they lack this basic understanding or reason, right, and let's just say this was genetic condition that was pre-described to them from birth. From the moment. From the moment of conception.
Whoa.
Would you take it to be the case that like that baby, if brought to term?
Say the last part. Sorry, say the last part one more time.
For sure.
That
Or
Jerry
somebody
did
who
was-
has, some sort of like genetic condition, right, that is going to cause their brain to malform, right? Insofar of the fact that it won't ever form to, an adequate state to where it'd be able to, engage in moral deliberation or have this level of moral agency. if somebody carried that baby to term, would I be able to, take it out of the womb, cut its head off, throw it in a stew?
Well, it could still be a moral agent, though, right?
No, I mean,
what
number
would make
one,
that not a moral agent?
number one, I kind of, number one, I like baked that out in the hypothetical, right? Like, but secondly, I guess, what do you mean by moral agency here? Because
I
again,
don't know. That's kind of what I'm. Can
because
we?
again, anytime I hear the term moral agency, typically what people are referring to is the ability, right? And I'll say past or present, the past or present ability to deliberate between moral propositions.
Ability, past or present, to what?
Deliberate moral propositions.
Deliberate moral propositions.
Yeah, engage within the domain of right and wrong.
They have to be able to engage with it.
Yeah, by engaging, I mean this in the absolute most minimal sense, right? Like even I don't know, we'll say a 2-year-old here, right? Knowing that it's bad to steal the teddy bear, right? I don't know, something like that. Like even in the most limited sense.
So what about a fetus at like, I don't know, 8-9 months? They can't discern between moral propositions.
I mean, I'm also pro-choice, but I also don't think that the reason we care about, the 8 or 9 month old fetus is because of some level of moral agency. I just don't think moral agency is something we typically care about. In fact,
Well, I'm just saying that because I don't necessarily know if I would agree to the definition, because I would be pro-life and this would go in contrary
do you think
my
that
stance of
fetuses
abortion.
do you think that fetuses contain moral agency?
No, well, I wouldn't use moral agency as like the worth to why I'd be pro-life. I was using that as an example.
I'm not saying that that's what makes them valuable. I'm asking you, do you think that fetuses contain moral agency?
I think they would be moral agents.
What do you mean by moral agents, if not individuals with moral agency?
That's the question I was asking Devin. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, yeah. Is this moral agency? Is this like an inherent property that the being has, or is this something that's actualized? That was my question.
Moral agency?
Yeah.
Is it inherent or is it actualized? I think I would have to say inherent.
Uh-oh.
It doesn't sound like you're talking about moral agency, and more so just like moral worth simplicator.
Well, I think moral agency is going to be different than a moral agent. I think those are two different terms.
Okay,
Sorry to cut you guys off. I was summoned here. I just want to make sure that wasn't by accident. Protected. You invited me out of
No, it was not by
another
accident. No, it was not.
We wanted to hear your lovely voice.
Oh, well, thank you. I can
but-
sing you a lullaby if you want.
I might need
Wait,
that
why
when
was
I
I
work
summoned?
tomorrow. Yeah, no, I mean, typically, right, and maybe you're not using this term in that way, right? But if somebody told me they were, I don't know, for example, a Secret Service agent, right, I wouldn't assume that this is some like internal characteristic of them. I would assume that there's someone who works for the Secret Servant agency, right? Like that's kind of how we use the term agent there. So I don't really know how you're cashing that out. I might be confused.
Of moral agent wise?
Yeah, what does that mean in the way you're using it? Because it seems to be like idiosyncratic.
I'll be completely honest with you. I don't even really have a set definition for it.
Yeah, it seems like you almost want to change that term out for moral relevancy.
I'm kind of just poking your brain at the moment because I am just genuinely curious what you say
That's
to
fine.
these points. So
No,
I'll have to
that's
look
fine,
into it
that's fine,
though. I have something. Actually, hold on a second because I think I went down this route with somebody else a little bit back. I think I have a definition of moral agent somewhere. Give me a minute. I'll find this shit.
For sure.
Wait, do you make a distinction between moral agent or moral patient? Do you think those are the same?
No, different. We're talking about the difference between moral agent and moral agency. I think there's a difference.
I mean,
I agree that there's a difference between a moral agent and moral agency. The difference is that a moral agent is someone who can engage in moral agency, right? That they have the ability
Correct.
to deliberate between moral propositions.
yep.
Yeah, so
Are
when
you
it's
just
moral,
referring to a morally relevant agent?
well, what would make it morally relevant?
That's kind of the question I'm asking you. Like that's
Yep.
what I'm
Yeah, I
trying to
feel like
get
that'd
at.
be begging the question a little bit.
And that's kind of
No,
what
he's
it sounds
asking
like
you
you're
the
doing,
question.
Devin.
Yeah.
Like it seems like you're just substituting, right, this like immutable category, right, of moral agent, right, to mean the thing that I find valuable. And like I'm trying to
Yes, that
break
is what
down.
he's doing. Yeah, actually, yes.
I'm
Because I
trying
do the
to.
I do the same thing, but I say it's God given. But yeah, 100%. That is what he's doing. Yeah.
Can someone catch me up? Is Devin pro-choice or pro-life?
It's for life, but we're just talking about rights.
We're talking
existing.
about veganism and rights, baby. I
Oh,
fucking
Mm.
love
vegan.
veganism.
I'm with that.
You should be vegan.
Absolutely
No,
not.
but thank you.
I'll
You should
consider.
be.
Wait,
My
okay,
God
You
doesn't tell me
convinced
to be
me.
vegan.
actually,
Your God doesn't tell you to be vegan?
Mm-mm.
What God do you serve?
The Orthodox Christian triune God.
be the
The
Catholic God.
Orthodox Christian triune God.
Triune God.
Triune God. Okay.
He doesn't command me to be vegan, so I just wouldn't be.
Oh, okay. And do
I
you
like
think
it.
that just to like be clear on your position,
Mhm.
or do you believe in like DCT?
Yes.
You do. Okay.
Yes.
So, I mean, if I just gave you like the classic, God told you to do X, morally wrong thing, how would you respond?
I would
Or X
respond the
thing that
same
you'd
way I
find
would.
typically morally
Right.
wrong.
Right. I would respond in a similar way to like if you asked me, could God create a rock so heavy he can't lift it? I'd be like, well, God doesn't contradict his nature, and God doesn't do unjust schmurder, and he wouldn't command such a thing. So, God doesn't contradict his nature, so that wouldn't
Well, I mean,
happen. It's a
obviously,
logical
God
thing.
can't commit unjust murder, right? Because that's, that's contradictory in of itself.
Right.
All.
It's defined by his nature, right? And he can't
No.
contradict his nature.
What I was saying, right,
Sorry,
is
go
that, like, murder by definition is an unjust unaliving.
Yeah, I know
Okay,
what you mean there.
Right, but the standard
So
for what is
semantics
and
based on
the
the
standard
word
for what
would
is
be
and what isn't
killing.
unjust, quote unquote, is determined by God. So
Okay, so if
we could
God
beg
said,
on, yeah, go ahead.
if God told you to, go violently sexually assault a woman, right, that
Mhm.
would necessarily not be great
Mhm.
because it would be just sexual contact.
Well, no, because
No, if I
again,
could easily deny that and reject it because I could I could safely within my worldview assume that that could never come from God. So like that
You can
just I don't
assume
know
that
I
that
don't
could
even know
never
how that would
happen.
apply to me.
Wait, you can
Well,
assume that would never happen?
that would
Right,
just
because in my
that's just
worldview, it would be impossible, right? There's no way that God could command something that awful. That's part of the reason why we know, like, Muhammad's false, because God could never command the
Oh,
things in the
okay.
Quran.
Do you think that
So,
God could command the killing of a child?
of course.
Of course, he could.
Yeah, he could.
Oh, okay. Perfect. So, just to be clear, what is like the justification that'll be present in like the slaughter of a child, but not the rape of a woman?
Wartime.
Well, you could conceive of a situation where, for instance, a war occurs that God commands in which, children are unalived as civilians or something like this. And then
But
I think
just to
that
be clear,
also
it's
God
not
has, hold on, I know,
specifically. Wait,
I
wait.
understand, I understand.
The way that you're invoking the language is the thing that I have an issue with,
Hmm.
right? The way that you're invoking it, right, is implying that these would just be, casualties of war. That these wouldn't be the
I said
direct
it's
targets.
conceivable of that. I said that's conceivable.
Yeah, what I'm strictly referring to here is, do you believe that God could ever directly command for children themselves to be slaughtered?
Yeah, so you mean like the Amalekites or something like that specifically, right?
I'm not referring to a specific case. I'm asking
God would
in the
never
most general.
command.
I'm
Right, so what I'm
asking
saying
in the
is,
most general sense. Could God
mhm,
ever command you to kill a child?
yes, he could, yeah.
Okay, and that killing would automatically be just.
if it
I
was
mean,
truly from
right,
God, it
but
would be
we
just.
also know that he doesn't contradict his nature, and his nature
Yes,
is to
I
be good,
understand
right?
that. That
So
doesn't answer my
what I'm
question,
saying is,
unfortunately, though.
say it again.
Yeah. Again, right, that killing would automatically be just, correct?
Yes. Now,
Perfect. So the
that
same thing
that's
would
the
be present in the
case is
sexual
it's
assault
also,
case.
but hold on, because it's also the case though that he would never command something unjust, right? And we would have a surety of that in our view.
Yep.
So from your perspective, you're saying, well,
if I put my view upon that, and if I say, well,
No. I'm not.
everything
Just to
God
be
does
clear,
has
this
to be
is
just by, hold on.
wait.
If you
Just
say
this is an internal
everything, hold
critique.
on, hold on.
I'm
I
not
understand what you're
presupposing
doing.
our
I understand.
worldview.
I'm making the argument that you are, though, right?
I'm
Because
not
I
though.
understand you're trying to perform an internal critique, but it is very consistent in our view to say, well, God can't contradict his nature. So there's no situation where God will uh, command you to unalive a child unjustly. Like, if it
Obviously.
was by a casualty of war or something like that, that makes perfect sense. Or if he said something like the Amalekites, where you wipe out all of them because God has the foresight to know that the children will grow up to be like their fathers. Awful, awful people, right? So
Hmm.
God can know that because he's omniscient and we're not. Go ahead.
Perfect. So the same thing can apply in the sexual assault case for a woman.
No.
Tell me the
You're
scenario where graping a woman could be a benefit.
yeah.
Oh, God
Whoa.
doesn't wait. Just to be clear, God doesn't like activate in some like utilitarian sense, where it's strictly,
When did I claim that?
whenever you said what would be the betterment, what would be the gain.
Never said the word betterment, never said game. What do you mean?
Yes, you did just 30 seconds
He
ago.
said benefit.
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 Sorry, benefit.
Benefit. Yeah, sorry. What
Great.
would be the
Yeah.
benefit of graping a woman? How does that?
Does God activate in utilitarian ethics? Does he go for benefits and losses?
No. His very nature is good, and we
Perfect.
know that that's good for humanity. So what I'm asking is, what's the good for humans if you grape a woman? What's the benefit? How? Where?
What? So wait. Just to be incredibly
Make the
clear now.
argument for there's a
Yeah.
situation
I'm
where
just
grape is
seeking. Wait,
beneficial.
I'm seeking clarity on your position. If you'd allow me to do so.
I don't know. I don't even know what that means. I'll be honest. Go ahead.
Seeking clarity on your position. You don't know
Oh, I
what
thought you
that
said
means.
seeking 30. I was like, what? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. Seeking clarity on your position. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in your worldview, right?
Yeah.
God can only command things that would be beneficial to humanity.
Right.
Perfect. And there is no situation in which graping one woman could be beneficial to humanity.
You're saying if it was the last man on earth and the last woman on earth and she didn't want to do it or
I'm
something like
asking you a
that?
question. I'm asking you a general question. I haven't
Go
proposed a
ahead.
hypothetical.
Go ahead.
I asked it.
Repeat
Do
it
you
for
need me
me.
to repeat it? Perfect. Yeah. So again, under your worldview, right?
Mhm.
God can only command things that are, going to be beneficial for humanity, right?
Mhm.
And there is going to be no conceivable possibility of where graping one woman could be a benefit for humanity. That's
Yeah, I
your
mean, I
worldview,
don't think
correct?
you can give me one. I don't know of one. I can't conceive of
Oh,
one.
perfect. Is God's highest order good to bring more people to Christ?
I mean, he has fixed the number of people that will come to him. He knows that already. So I don't know what you mean by
Is
that.
that the highest order good?
Not necessarily. I don't know what
Not
highest order
necessarily.
good would mean.
There are higher ordered goods than coming to God.
I mean, the sustaining of the universe, whatever he
So the
deems fit.
universe
I
is
don't
more
know.
important than people coming to God.
I don't impose a hierarchy on what God deems fit, if that's what you're
But
asking.
wait. Some things can be more beneficial and some things less beneficial. That
Yeah, but I don't mean by
necessarily.
my understanding. I mean
Wait.
by he can conceive of things that are beneficial
For
for
sure.
society.
So there is. So first off, God is beyond your understanding, right? So
Sure,
let's
yeah.
just say, in God, in His perfect understanding, right, conceives of a situation, right, in which graping this woman brings about some higher order good,
Yeah.
right, under His understanding, then that
So
grape
let's
would
say
be
God was
justified.
evil, right?
That's not what I'm saying.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I don't know why you're like constantly
So I
putting
think
words
this
in my
is the
mouth.
hard part about this conversation, right? Is yes, anyone who truly follows God is going to die on the hill and say, if it is commanded by the true God, then it is just. What you are trying to do is plead to extreme emotion to get us to go back on the idea that God is not just. When
This
in
isn't a plea to
reality,
emotion,
it is
and I
a
It
can
plea
was a
to
demonstrate
little
it.
bit. It
emotion.
Wait, I
was.
can
Then use
demonstrate. I can
any other
demonstrate it if you'd allow me
situation.
to.
Yeah, use any other situation than grape. Go ahead.
Oh, sure. Children getting cancer.
Wait,
Yeah,
you mean like, are you saying God like commands people to give children cancer? Is that what your question?
Yeah.
Cause like
Yeah.
When
cancer.
does God give children cancer? When did that happen?
God created everything. God created these children. God knew exactly what these
Uh-huh.
children would, what would happen to these children, when they would
Yep.
develop cancer, how they would develop
Yep.
cancer. God has the
He knew all that.
ability.
Yes.
You're
God has the
assuming
ability.
Hold on 1 second. Hold
If
on.
you'd
Let me
allow me
finish.
to
Go ahead.
finish, I would appreciate
Yeah.
it. God has the ability to make it, or to make, the same possible universe in which these children did not have cancer,
Mhm.
right? Therefore, God
We
allowed for these
know.
children to have. You don't believe that God can make any logically possible universe?
Of course he can, but the problem
for
is
sure.
God doesn't cause bad things to happen to people in a direct sense, like you're saying. God doesn't
Thank
cause
you.
cancer because he created it, quote unquote, right? He created all things. Things can be perverted. Sin itself does not have ontology. So, like, if you're
I
saying
never
it's
claimed
something
that it
bad
did.
happening to a kid, like, God doesn't command that. So, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. God doesn't command children getting cancer, but he does command children getting slaughtered and raped. Or
Well,
I mean,
can command.
it depends on what you mean. Like, is there a situation where and a whole town gets a disease because they were unrighteous and it's a punishment? Sure.
Oh, okay, perfect. So, yeah,
Perfect.
I mean, necessarily under your worldview, right? All things can be justified, insofar the fact that they are direct orders from God.
no.
Yeah, that's assuming
No.
God will do all things good and all things bad, which is not the
Correct.
case. So, nice
That
try.
was the
But
part. Wait,
you
no,
said
that
in my
was the,
worldview, so you're performing an internal critique. But in my
correct. If you'd
worldview,
allow me
God
to
does not.
demonstrate,
Hold on, hold on, hold on.
the critique, I'd appreciate that.
No,
I don't
Is he
no,
understand
trying
no,
to
what
no,
you're
say
no,
talking
no.
like
about.
P not equal P with God? Is that what he's trying to say?
God, no. He's saying that God can do all things, therefore he can do all bad things
No,
also.
he can
And it's
only do
like
good things because that would
God
contradict his
doesn't
nature.
contradict his
Yes,
nature. And it says
obviously.
Right.
God
Wait,
can't. The Bible's hold on. The Bible
If you'd
says
allow
God
me to
can't
finish, I would
lie.
appreciate that.
The Bible says God can't lie. So he can't do things like that, like you're describing.
Okay. So to be clear, right?
Hold up, Prince.
Everything.
You made. Hold on. I just want to
If
make one
you'd
statement, and
allow
then you
me,
can
if you'd allow
continue.
me to finish, I would really appreciate it.
I feel like I know where you're going with this, but go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. God can command all things that are within his nature.
Yeah,
All
within
things.
his nature defines what is good, right? So he can't do evil.
Yes.
Perfect. Yes, God can
Yeah.
command all things that are within his nature.
Or all things good, right? Only.
Yes, perfect.
Okay, go ahead.
And all things that God command necessarily are going to be good.
Sure.
God can command, right? Due to his nature, any possible thing that generates good. Correct?
Sure, yeah.
Perfect. So there are scenarios in which
How do you know this? Already, how do you know there's scenarios? Are you omniscient?
there is no logical impossibility.
I'm asking you. Are you omniscient?
There's no logical impossibility. I'm
Don't
saying
tu
that these are
quoque me. Why
logically
are you asking
possible.
me a question? I asked you a question. How do you know that?
They're
How do you
logically
know?
possible.
Okay. Give me a situation where grape amounts to good. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's logically possible.
Yeah, it's logically possible. Well, just tell me. Describe it to me.
I
How?
don't need to know the case. What are you yapping about?
Let me be totally honest.
Okay, so I can just say things are logically
Wait, hold on. The
possible, right? So
grape
in
doesn't
your
even have
view,
to lead to good. The grape doesn't even have to lead to good, right? Because the initial act to create said good would be one against his nature, and it would
Is the
not be to
slaughter
the
of children against his
detriment.
nature?
It depends.
Oh,
What
so what
children
is
are you
going to be?
talking
see,
about?
Wait, what is
that
going to
right
be
there.
the?
That's an emotional appeal.
Wait,
Oh, it
wait, wait.
depends on if it. Yeah, the
No.
good,
The
the
reason I
standard for.
was so
Hold on.
The
The
reason I'm
standard. Hold
so
on, man.
wait.
The
The reason
standard for
I'm
good is
so
defined by his nature,
I
right?
understand that's your
So
worldview. If you'd allow me
you're
to finish
saying,
the critique, I'd
"Ooh,
appreciate
yeah, it's
it.
an emotional
The
appeal."
reason I said right is because it necessarily implies that there is some direct ontological status that is present in grape that is not present in the slaughter of children that
There
makes
is
it to
no
where
Which children
ontological
are you talking
status of
about?
sin. That doesn't exist. Sin does
whenever I
not
say
exist
whenever
necessarily.
I'm referring to the ontology of these whenever I'm referring to the ontology of these actions, right, I'm just referring to their inner workings that makes it to be the case that it is logically impossible, or it is impossible, right, for grape to ever be good, but it is logically possible, or can be within his nature, for the slaughter of children to be
Yeah,
good.
how does that not follow? How is that not consistent?
Yeah, I want to know what that necessary distinction is.
The
Well, it's
distinction is God.
impossible.
God. There's a situation I can conceive of where God can command
Oh, so God is
the
limited by your
unaliving of a
conceptions?
situation. What?
God's limited by your conception?
No, not at all. What does that
Oh,
have to do
that's
with anything?
perfect. So God can conceive of situations in which grape is going to provide this higher
How do
order
you
good.
know what God can
No.
conceive
No.
of? I don't understand.
You don't believe that that's the case.
Well,
How do you know what God can conceive of?
Yeah, God has the omni property, right? That being all
Yup.
powerful, right?
Yup.
All powerful means that he can do
Uh-huh.
all things that are logically possible because logically
Uh-huh.
impossible things are not things, right?
Uh-huh.
There is no logical impossibility, right, of grape occurring that results in some higher order good.
Perfect.
Unless you
Demonstrate
can
that.
unless you can demonstrate some sort of
No,
logical
no.
impossibility.
Demonstrate how that's logically possible before I demonstrate how it's not.
Demonstrate that that's logically possible?
Yep.
What do you mean demonstrate that that's logically possible?
Exactly. Won't bite the bullet, right?
All
Because
things are all things are logically possible unless they violate one of the three laws of logic.
yeah,
That is
exactly. Well, I
literally
think
the
that
accompaniment.
hold on.
That is literally the accompaniment of
I
all
understand that.
things.
I
That is the
believe
set
that
of all
logic,
things.
hold on. Logic also relies on morality as well because
Logic relies
in
on
order,
morality?
hold on.
How
Yep.
is the law of non-con bound by morality?
Why ought we believe in the first law of logic? Why ought we believe that?
Do you think all ought statements are moral statements?
I'm asking you. Ought is a moral claim. Why
I'm
ought I
asking.
believe the laws
Wait,
of
all
logic?
oughts are moral statements.
Of course.
You ought get grape ice cream.
Okay, well, when you're using it like that, it can
Did
be a
someone just
preference.
hate you?
Sure. That's a
Good for them.
category error, but I'm talking in the
That's a
context of
category error?
philosophy.
No, you're
Hold
the
on.
one making the
No,
category error.
hold on.
You said that all
In
oughts are moral statements.
philosophy,
Could you
ought
keep up,
is a moral
please?
claim. It's not a preference, right? I'm talking about moral claims. I think logic relies on morality because why ought I believe in the laws of logic?
Do you think that all oughts are moral claims? I was laughing at you.
Unless it's a preference, yes.
Unless it's oh, that's special pleading. Lovely.
You would have to justify. You would have to justify the ought though. If you say all people ought get grape ice
I
cream,
didn't
you
say
would have
that
to
all people
you would have
ought
to
get.
justify that.
I didn't
Yeah,
say
that's
that
a good
all
point.
people
I
ought
mean, I ought get something is subjective. That's my own preference. But if
Yeah.
I say if I say you ought get grape ice cream, well, substantiate that. I say you ought.
Oh, Gator, you have bad echo. But yeah, I mean, what do you mean substantiate that?
I'm saying ought claims in philosophy are moral. Why ought I believe in the laws of logic?
Why ought you believe in the laws of logic? Again, that brings me back to my question. Are all ought claims moral claims?
Not if they're a preference. Next
No.
question.
If all ought claims aren't moral claims, right, then the entire dialogue previous leading to that question is irrelevant.
No, it's not. Can you answer the question? Why ought I believe in the laws of logic? Do you have
Why ought
a
I
reason,
answer that
or
question?
I shouldn't? Should I not believe in them?
Huh? No, I think that the laws of logic are true.
Oh,
Hold on, I think
they're
we're getting.
true. Why
hold
ought
on,
I believe what's true?
Why ought you
What if I
believe
want
what's
to?
true?
What if I want to believe what's false?
You totally can.
Oh, perfect. So there's no ought claim, right? So there is no morality in your view.
Just to be clear, we're not even talking about my moral
Just
ethic.
preferences.
I'm saying logic relies on morality. You have no morality.
Logic
So, I mean,
relies
well,
on
that kind of makes
morality.
sense.
Wait, just to be clear, you're saying that logic relies on morality, which is
Yeah, I'm
already
saying they're
confusing.
interconnected.
If you would allow
Morality
me to
relies
finish,
on
if you would
logic as
allow
well.
me to finish, I would appreciate that. Right? You said that logic relies on morality. That's already confused, right? And we demonstrated that confusion, right? Through a very simple question: Are all ought claims moral claims? You said
Not
that
if they're
no.
subjective preferences.
If you would allow me to
Otherwise,
finish,
yes.
that's great. Great. So first off, that's a special plea. All except for this one special case. That's the definition of a special plea. That's confused. Secondly, even ignoring the special plea, right? That still leads us to the same conclusion that no, not all ought claims are moral claims. Therefore, we can generate oughts outside of the moral domain, right?
So I have a
Meaning that it could
question,
be
though.
trivial. Hold up, if I can
Yeah, go
finish.
ahead.
Meaning that it could be trivially true, right? That we ought follow the laws of logic without invoking some sort of moral sphere, which, by the way, is still confused
What do you mean
questioning.
trivially true? What does that even mean?
So wait, hold on. I got a question. If you're
For
not
sure.
grounding them in anything but yourself, that's a preference.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm not
Exactly.
even talking
So if
about
it's
my
I want
moral
ice
ethic.
cream, that's a preference.
What do you take a preference to be?
French. Let's say I
What do
you
you take a
ought.
preference to be?
A preference is somebody's just own will of what they want.
A
Oh, does God
subjective
have a
ought
will?
claim. A subjective ought claim is a preference.
Oh, a subjective ought claim. Great. Does God have
Okay,
a mind?
hold up, French. Hold up. Before you go there, I know you're
Wait,
gonna
wait,
go
wait,
there.
wait,
But
wait.
anyway,
I just want an
hold
answer
up,
to the
E.
question real quick. Does God have a mind?
Mind is
Does
an energy of God. Yeah.
Define
Mind is an
mind.
energy. Oh, perfect. So
so
all
you're
of
gonna say
God's
it's
ought claims are
subjective?
necessarily subjective because they're
No, because
yes,
here's the
they're
thing.
mind dependent. They're
Hold
dependent on
up.
God's
Reddit
mind.
atheist.
Blunder.
Blunder. That was Reddit atheism.
Yeah.
God is subjective because he can change his will. That's
I didn't
against
say that
the
God could
Christian
change his will.
worldview.
That's confused on my position. Try again.
So
Blunder
God
number
changes his
2.
mind. Wait, hold on. Does God change his mind?
Huh?
Can God
No,
change
God
his
never
mind
changes
in our
his
view?
Inside
mind.
the Christian thesis, no.
Perfect. Thank you.
So his
Point proven.
I
mind
didn't
is
say he
always
That was
could.
easy.
consistent.
Blunder number
Hold on,
3.
everybody's talking at the same time. Simmer down, please.
Okay. So
He
yeah,
said
just
you
to
ground
demonstrate,
morality in God's mind.
just to demonstrate the 3 blunders, right?
Yeah.
Number 1, subjectivity simply means mind dependent or stance dependent, right? The way that we were invoking the term currently was referring to a mind dependency. He agreed that God has a
Wow.
mind. That's blunder number
Wow.
1
God
because that
doesn't have a
necessarily.
human mind. Come on now.
What do you take a mind to be? Where is it stated that only humans have minds? What?
I didn't say.
Jesus
I
on
never even
this.
said that.
If
Then what the
you
fuck are you yapping
You
ground,
about?
agree.
God
Hold
is a
on.
human
Hold on.
mind.
Hold on.
Isn't
You
that just
agreed with me.
schizobabble?
Hold on. You agreed with me that God is beyond understanding. We do. It is revealed that God has a mind. His
Perfect.
mind is not going to be like our mind, right?
Didn't
That
say it
seems pretty
was.
obvious.
Didn't say it
You
was.
said mind dependent. I meant human mind, right? Obviously, God's mind is
Oh, that's
beyond.
another special plea. Only in the special category. Try again.
No,
So
that would be
if we go
false
through your
equivalent.
worldview and it has no special pleading, I will be miraculously impressed.
You'll be
It's false
miraculously
equivalency anyway, because God would be all knowing. Our minds can't be all knowing. So even granting
Literally.
that he is a mind, we're not all knowing. It's false equivalency.
That's
Literally.
not a
It's not
false
special
equivalency.
pleading.
That's
It
confused.
is.
I can
You're
demonstrate the
comparing
confusion if
our
you'd allow me to do
minds.
so.
Well, can
Oh
I
my
finish real
gosh.
fast? You're
For sure.
comparing our mind to God's mind, right?
Does God have a mind?
Yes.
Perfect. What does subjectivity mean?
Subjectivity would be independent.
No,
no,
not
it
independent.
would be dependent on a human mind.
Sorry,
God's
yeah,
mind is
Depending on
not
a
like
human
dependent.
mind? That's a very idiosyncratic definition.
No, okay, so let's demonstrate this really quickly.
What the
Is
social
God
utility of
hold
that
up, French,
definition?
French, according to our worldview, is God not of a higher authority than humans?
God is of a higher
Okay.
authority for sure.
Okay, so he's a higher authority. That's why I choose to ground my morals and values in a higher authority and not just in my own personal preferences.
Wait, I mean that begs the question. Yeah, I mean that just like again, if I'm attempting to do an internal critique, right? Simply by you exiting the internal, right, to re-justify the internal doesn't do anything.
Wait, so Finch,
Okay,
here's
fine.
the
So
thing though.
okay, fine then.
You're
Both of
arguing
our
that
go ahead.
you're arguing that because God has a mind, he can operate in subjectivity. Is that correct?
No, all subjectivity means, necessarily speaking, analytic truth is that something is mind dependent.
Right,
If it
that's
is
not
the
what I
case that
asked.
God, I'm trying to answer your question if you'd allow me to do so. Thank you. So again, all subjectivity means an analytic truth here, right? An analytic truth here, right, is mind dependent. If it's the case that God has a mind, right, then it's necessarily the case that these are subjective. Now you can say that God's subjective mind, right, is of a higher order than ours, and we ought
Yeah.
follow it. That could remain consistent, right?
No, it
The
wouldn't.
issue,
So
the
let me
issue,
just
the issue,
let
the
me just point
issue,
something out
the
really quickly,
issue,
okay, Finch?
if I can finish my
What
statement, you
well,
would be
hold on.
allowed
I don't
to.
need you to because this was a line of questioning that I was going down, okay? So
Okay, lovely.
that
You can
being
just cut me off.
said, what's your
Lovely.
highest level of education?
I have a collegiate degree.
Oh, nice.
Okay, great. So would
Can I
you say
understand the
that you
relevancy?
are, yeah, I'm getting there. So would you say that your mind is operating at a higher capacity than someone who graduated only the 5th grade?
Mind activating at a higher capacity? I don't know what you mean by that.
No, acting.
Acting at a higher I still don't know what you mean by that.
Okay, are you smarter than a 5th grader?
Sure, I would say that I'm smarter than a fifth grader.
Great. Okay. So, would you say that God's mind could act in a different capacity than ours?
That may be the case, sure.
Great. That is the argument.
No, just to be clear, right? I am completely willing to grant, right, that God's mind is above ours. In fact, I said that earlier, right? God's mind is above ours, supersedes ours, is way better than ours, insofar the fact that he actually has the truth on all propositions, right? That's what omniscient means. He knows all true propositions, right? I'm more than fine with saying that.
That sounds pretty
True.
objective.
The issue,
Yeah, I was going
the,
to say, so if it's true, then it must be objective.
it's not objective if it's
But
generative
hold
from
up,
a mind.
France. Let's say I just grant that it's subjective and it's just preferences, right? Let's just
Well,
say I
hold on,
grant.
hold on, Nick, hold on. What you just said, though, it's not his mind acting alone, it's his nature.
So it's not, just to be clear, God's will is not generative of his mind.
I don't know.
Wait,
I'll
hold
ask him
on.
when I get there.
Okay,
hold on.
perfect. Wait, if
But
you
I
don't,
would
wait,
have to
if you
go
don't
by.
know, wait, if you
I
don't know,
would
that's
have
a
to go by
perfectly,
his
wait,
nature.
if you do not know, that is a perfectly acceptable answer. The
Well, I don't think
issue,
anyone
wait,
knows.
the issue we were having, right, is that the other person, the one who I was actively having a dialogue with before he left, right, said that these are products of God's mind. If you want to invoke some sense outside of his mind, right,
Okay,
that is going to be objective, then fine. I have other
that's fair.
critiques for a
Okay,
position like that. The
that's
issue
fair.
I was having is the way he was cashing out the term was just wrong.
Well,
Okay, so you didn't like how he presented his case. I
The
get
way
it.
he was presenting his case was number one fallacious and number two false. For sure.
Okay.
Okay,
So,
fine, that's
okay, let's go
totally
here.
fair.
For
If
sure.
it's true that God, let's say just that it's all subjective preferences, right? Do
Okay.
you have okay? Let's just say it's all subjective preferences. Do you have an issue with Christians imposing their subjective preferences?
Do I have an issue with them imposing their subjective preferences?
Yeah.
What do you mean have an issue? I think I'm confused. Are you like trying to question my moral ethic?
Well, a little bit, yeah. Like, would you have an issue with, say, Christians imposing their worldview on the world, and say positions of power within the government?
I think that now if we're getting into political fell, I think that whenever you're in like some sort of position of power, you're like necessarily obligated to your constituents to operate the policies that seem most favorable to them.
I think Christian ethics would be most favorable for the populations.
No. What would be most favorable according to the population?
I think Christian ethics would.
I mean, unfortunately, that's just not true according to the most accurate U.S. Census data. It's just not what's most broadly favored.
Hold on.
Not favored doesn't mean it wouldn't benefit the
Oh, it
most
might.
Yeah, I was about to
Just
say
to
the
be
same
clear, it
thing.
might
Nick's
be
argument is that it
preferable,
would be the
right?
most beneficial,
Yeah, my
not
argument is that it would
necessarily
be the
as
most
preference.
beneficial. I think Christian ethics are
You think
superior to
Christian ethics?
secular ethics in every single way.
Oh, I would love to have a dialogue about that. Why do you believe that?
Like, I think Christian ethics provide an unchanging moral standing, and they ground ought claims in a being that's higher. So we actually have justification for why we should or should not do things. Versus from the materialist worldview, it just reduces to nonsense, and I can demonstrate this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so do you want to talk about rights really quickly? And I can demonstrate this with rights.
For sure, hit me.
Okay, so I'm going to make the claim that rights don't exist, only force.
Rights.
So-
Okay, what do you take a right to be? Are
A
we
right
talking
is
about
a-
legal or moral rights?
No, I think just rights in general.
Okay, what do you take a right to be?
A right is an entitlement absent a duty.
Absent to duty. Okay, perfect.
Yeah. So, from the materialist, or from your worldview, you're a secularist, right? Or atheist, I would assume.
I would say I'm agnostic.
Okay, that's fine. Rights are immaterial. You can't measure them. You can't
Correct.
empirically prove them. And
Correct.
so rights are immaterial. You can't prove them.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're really doing when you say people ought to have rights to do, say things, you're making broad appeals to just force.
How is that the case? I don't see how that necessarily follows.
Okay, so like if you have let's say you have a right to vote, right? But if you showed up to the voting
Well, a
ballot,
right
and
to
they
vote is a legal entitlement. I don't think that's a moral entitlement. I could
okay, so
grant
like,
you
do you
completely.
do you have the right to life?
Huh?
Is that an objective right?
What do you mean by objective there?
Like, ought all humans have the right to life?
Ought all humans have the right to life? Can you phrase that better? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Okay.
What do you take morality to be?
What do I take morality to be?
Yeah, what's your
Should humans-
definition of morality?
Sure. Yeah, just the system that establishes right and wrong.
Okay, here. Should all humans have certain moral and legal rights?
Should all humans have certain moral?
Yeah. Should they?
Probably.
Okay, why?
Yeah, I mean there are multiple justifications, right? Probably because it's what's going to be the most beneficial, right? In an evolutionary sense, right? It's going to be the most beneficial, right? In reducing the amount of suffering that occurs and all these other
that's fine.
things.
If you're not willing to use force to uphold these rights, do they really exist?
Yes, you can have a thing and it not. You can have a thing that exists and it not currently be an act.
What do you mean? All rights must be enforced constantly. Otherwise, what's the use of them?
So, just to be clear, we can have things that are totally non-useful that do exist. We can have things that exist and are
No,
not
hold on.
currently
What I'm saying
active.
here, if you have let's say you have a right, like, would you agree with me that you would have a right not to be assaulted by another individual, because that would bring like harm and suffering, right?
Sure.
Okay, but if someone's able to just harm you and you can't appeal to, say, the enforcement arm of the state, do you really have a right? Like, is that really a useful right?
Yeah. Useful,
No,
maybe.
it's not,
Wait,
because there's no
wait.
enforcement.
Just to be clear, wait. You changed the question halfway through. Halfway through my answer. I would say you still have the right. It may not be useful, right, in the meaningful sense, right? But you would still have the right. The right would be present.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't have the right because it's being violated. No.
How would it not exist?
Why?
Just because something is being violated. Wait. Just because something is being violated doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You would also agree that under your Christian theology of the right to life, but that doesn't mean your right no longer exists if I cut your throat. I just violated the right. That's confused.
That's not necessarily
What would
the
tell
case
you
of
that it's
Christian
being
ethos.
violated? What would tell you that it's being violated?
What would tell me
That's
it's
not
being
that's not
violated?
being enforced. So, like, if you were being assaulted and people could just come and assault you, right? But let's say you had this immaterial right to not be assaulted. If the state doesn't enforce this
Yeah, it may
right,
not be
that right
useful.
doesn't exist. No, it doesn't
No,
exist.
it would still exist.
No, it
right?
doesn't.
Wait, how does it not exist?
Because there's no
Justify.
enforcement.
That's circular.
No, there's no enforcement of it, so it doesn't exist. It's just like
Let me
law.
explain how this is circular, right? You're saying that rights do not exist without force.
Nope.
If you'd allow me to finish, I would appreciate that. You have said that rights cannot exist without force. I asked for the justification for that, and you say that force is what generates rights.
Because you're making broad appeals to force.
And then, if I ask you what generates that, right, you go back to the original claim.
Wait, hold up. Are you okay? What are you saying I'm doing here? Are you saying I'm being circular here?
Yes, your argument is circular. Correct.
Okay, so it's circular because I'm saying that rights are just broad appeals to force. And then when you ask me if that right would still exist absent enforcement, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, that right doesn't exist. It's the same way with laws. Like if we have a law that says you can't unalive someone or we'll put you in prison, but if you can go unalive someone and we don't do anything about it, do we really have a law there?
Wait. I would agree, right? Just to be clear, that law would still exist. It's still on the books. It's still written in our law book, right?
But it's
Even
not
though
being enforced.
I agree,
so
it's not
actually real.
Wait, I would say that it's not useful, but it's definitely still real, right? In the same way that a broken down car, right, doesn't function like a car, but it's still there. It's still present. It still exists.
Yeah, but
you can touch a car. You can see a car. You can feel a car.
You can't see a law like there. You can't.
You can see a law.
Right.
You can see it written on a paper. What?
You can see a piece of paper, and you can see a book, and you can see the ink on the paper, but you can't see the law itself. The law itself.
So do I need to be able to see something for it to exist?
Like, okay, what do you mean by that, first of all?
Well, I think that goes down to, again, the question, do rights exist? What do you mean by exist?
Yeah, no, I don't think they exist. No, they don't.
What do you mean by exist?
That's what I'm saying. You got
They
like
exist. They
you got
exist. Okay,
physical
Yeah,
meaning they
let me
existence,
ask
exist.
you.
mental existence.
Can
They
immaterial
exist.
things exist?
Yeah.
I agree. No, but that's what I was
Immaterial.
trying to say to the
But
other guy,
here's the
not you.
question though: if it can it be taken away or removed if it exists?
Yes, yes. Rights can be taken away and removed.
Yeah.
Okay, so rights are just broad appeals to force because they can be taken away by force.
So just to
I'm
be
not sure
clear,
what he's trying to say. Let me see if I could get it. Are you trying to say that a legal entitlement only exists by nature of force, and if there is no enforcement of that legal right, then it doesn't exist?
Yes.
Or are you saying that moral entitlements without enforcement are so immaterial they don't exist because it's the enforcement that I don't know. I'm sorry, man. I'm
yeah,
trying to
see,
follow.
It's
look,
broad
me and
appeal. So,
Mr. Man agree on very, very little things.
I know.
However, this is a confused line
okay,
of
hold on.
questioning.
You've
From
got
the
me
material
confused.
from the material worldview, when you say people ought have a
First
right
off,
to
I
live,
never like dedicated
okay,
myself
hold
to
on.
like some strict materialism, right? I think that the
Yeah, but I'm
mind is an
saying
emergent property. I think that rights are emergent properties of morally relevant traits, right? Like I'm
Well, what
not
if we
saying that these
change?
things
no. Hold on.
What if
tangibly
we change the
exist.
question? What if we
From
change the question a little bit? Do you think rights are objective?
So I think that rights are objective. What do you mean by
What if
objective there? Just mind
they're
independent?
yeah.
mind independent? Yeah.
I don't really know about that. I would say
Okay.
that I'm agnostic toward that proposition.
Okay. So like,
maybe we can do something with that.
okay. Do you think that that like per se gay people should have the right to get married?
The legal right?
Yeah, like should they have the right to get married?
Yeah, I would say that they should have the legal right.
Okay. What would be wrong with Christians if they said they can't have that right and they were willing to use like okay, if you say
What would
they
be
have this
wrong? Now
right,
now
Hold
we're
up.
going away from their existence. We're going into the ethics of them. That's a
Hold up.
separate question.
Hold on. If they have this right, okay,
This legal
but yet,
entitlement, not
yeah,
moral one.
this legal entitlement.
For sure.
Okay, but you're not. But let's say we had people that were willing to use force to not let them get married. Do they have that right?
Do they still have the legal entitlement? No. You can totally
Okay, so it's
delete
just
laws.
okay, so it's just force.
For legal entitlements, for sure.
Okay, and even for moral entitlements, I would say it would be even somewhat force.
I disagree. I think moral entitlements are emergent properties of morally relevant characteristics.
Okay, so like if I go to I don't know,
You
an
can
Islamic,
violate those rights, but it doesn't mean the right was no longer present.
I think rights are social constructs.
You think rights are social constructs? In what way?
Meaning we create them. It's an immaterial thing that we just create and we choose to abide by. It's a bunch of preferences. Unless you can ground it in something, that's not of the human mind, then it's just preferences.
So, wait, just to be clear, do you think that all things generative of the human mind are simply preference?
Most things, yeah.
Most. So not all.
Well, I think like logic, right? Like the laws of logic, I would agree with you, exist like objectively, right?
Oh, wait. So some things generative of the human mind, right, that are non-physical, non-material, can exist in a more real or true sense.
Wait, but
Is
you would be
logic a
assuming-
generative property of the human mind?
Yeah, I was about to say
No,
that.
it's not.
I mean, I would probably say no, but that was that was
it's
where
not.
Nick said.
No,
That was what
I'm
Nick
saying
said.
that there are things that are objective that it takes maybe a human mind to maybe understand, but it can't just come from a human mind. Like, right?
We didn't create
Right,
laws
then
of
that
logic.
wait,
Yeah,
then that's
like no one
totally
created that.
then that's totally applicable with my worldview of rights.
What do you mean? Because right.
Yeah,
From
again,
my
if
worldview.
all I'm saying that rights are, right, that was the dumbest statement I've ever, all I'm saying that rights are, Jesus Christ. If all I'm saying that rights are that they are simply generations from morally relevant traits, right? These further things generated from morally relevant traits, right? Then that thing could still exist under your and mine worldview.
Only if morality is objective. If morality is the
Yeah,
objective distinction between right and wrong, or as you put it, the system of right and wrong, and this system exists objectively, then yes.
I mean,
but if it's subjective, then no.
That
Yeah,
I
so
mean, that's a
you would have to
separate.
ground it. If
Wait,
you
that's
say
a. I
rights are
mean,
objective, you'd
just to
have to
be
ground
clear.
it.
Wait, just to be clear. I mean, that's a separate conversation to like, do these things exist, right? All
And I'm
I'm
making the
simply.
I think it's
argument.
baked into your argument here.
How is it
Yeah,
baked in?
I'm making the argument that you have no actual grounding for your morality. It's just preferences that we ought to abide by because you say we ought to abide by them. I'm saying that I have actual unchanging grounding for my morals in the Bible.
You said you were going. Wait, just to be clear, and maybe I'm confused on the topic that we are discussing, right? What we
Real
were.
fast, can we just
If
agree to a definition of exist real fast?
if I
'Cause I
wait,
think we're
if I
converging.
can finish my statement, Devin, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah,
Right,
go ahead.
what we were attempting, right, to engage with throughout the dialogue, right, is if rights can/do exist, right? You were saying that under my worldview that these things cannot exist because they are necessarily that they are necessarily entailed only through enforcement. Correct or incorrect?
Yeah.
Perfect. We demonstrated how this was not the case. Number one, through my generation of rights, that I believe that rights are simply generative properties of morally relevant characteristics. These are going to be present absent some sort of force.
Only
How are they gonna- okay,
if
how are
morality
they
is
gonna-
objective.
Yeah. If morality is objective, this would be the case. But since
How is
morality
that the case? How is it the
because
case that
it would have
only
to
if
be
morality is
objective.
objective?
It
What's
would
the
have to
argument
be-
for that?
Yeah, it would have to be objective because you're
What's
saying
the
that.
argument for that?
Hold up, you're saying that rights are You're saying they're generatively.
They are generative properties of morally relevant characteristics, correct?
Right. Okay. So rights, if they're just generative, repeat your statement. I'm having a hard time pronouncing it.
For sure. Rights are simply generative properties of morally relevant characteristics.
Okay. So you're saying that these rights and morals exist absent the human mind, right?
Not and morals.
Okay. So they exist absent human mind, right?
Rights, yes.
Okay. Can you demonstrate how this is the case? And they're not just preferences.
For sure, because they are generative of certain morally relevant characteristics.
Okay, do humans create... Okay, so if this is the case, then why is it that humans create vastly different societies and not everyone has the same rights everywhere?
For sure. Because certain rights, right? The distinguishing factor is going to be a legal right. Those are going to be rights that are protected through law, right? And moral rights, or these rights that are simply generative of morally relevant characteristics. I agree that different places all have characteristics. Rights. Oh, Mr. Live, you have a bit of an echo. I agree that different places all have different legal rights, insofar of the fact, right, that they have separate legal preferences or separate legal distinctions, right, for categorizations of people.
But they don't have the same moral rights, though.
You don't think that somebody in Nigeria has the same moral rights as somebody here in the U.S.?
That's what I'm saying. Societies in general, a lot of societies have different moral rights. Like in Islam,
I disagree.
Hold on, and then here, I'll demonstrate it. Do you think it's moral to say, I don't know, marry an 11-year-old, right? Like, I think me and you would agree that would be like immoral, right?
Yeah, I'd find something wrong with that for sure.
Okay, but like if we go to another country, they may say it's okay.
For sure.
Okay, now can you
Why are they
demonstrate
wrong?
how this right here is objective and not subjective?
Yeah, so just to be clear, right? Whenever I'm referring to rights, these being these morally relevant generative traits, these traits generative of morally relevant characteristics, right? I'm not saying that everyone is going to enforce these rights adequately, right? Or enforce these rights in similar ways, right?
Okay,
People
so then the
who
rights
believe
don't
it,
exist
if you would,
absent enforcement.
that's begging the question. What's the argument for that?
Because hold up, if you're saying that these
It can
rights
still
are
exist
generative,
and not be enforced. A law can still exist and not be enforced. It's illegal in the state of, what is the state? I can't remember the state. There's a state where it is literally illegal to, quote, handle fish suspiciously. That is a law that exists. It is not enforced. However, it is still a law.
Okay,
So even
so
in the
that
legal
law doesn't
context,
exist.
that's confused.
It doesn't exist then. There's no enforcement.
I don't have any contention with that law.
I mean,
It's a silly ass law. It's a silly ass law.
But yeah,
I
that's what I'm
fucking-
saying though. As silly as it is,
Really though, what are they doing with that fish?
What
Yeah, I
are
mean,
they doing with it? Why are
I
they
think
handling
what
the
Nick
tuna like that?
I think what Nick is saying though is that outside of like force or even the threat of force, is there really necessarily a law?
Yes, the
no,
law still
no.
exists insofar the fact that it is tangible.
Okay,
It
so
is
what makes
on
it a
the
law?
books.
What makes
Yeah,
it a law?
What makes it a law
Wait,
other?
Protect, can you move into my spot?
Yeah. So what makes it a law other than we just made it the fuck up? Like for
Yeah, I
example,
think laws are completely made the fuck up.
okay, so they're made the fuck up. Okay, so let's say that the rules of the road, right? You're not supposed to go through a traffic or a red light, right?
For
But
sure, not supposed to run it.
okay, right. But if cops were to just let you do it and there was no ever enforcement of it, does it really exist?
Yes, it still exists. If
Where?
there's,
There's no
let me ask
enforcement.
here, let me turn the question on its head, right, and see if I can make this like somewhat comparable, right? Let's say that there is this gorgeous lake, right, smack down in the middle of India, right? But no one ever has seen or touched this lake. Does the lake still exist?
Yes.
It's a lake, so
Obviously.
it exists absent human mind, though. But laws are shit that
It's
we made
it's
up.
false
I agree with
equivalency.
you.
You can see a
Okay.
lake, you can't see a law.
As
You're
a
You
Brit,
can't.
you have
physical.
jaywalking.
You could tune a
you have
piano, but you
jaywalking.
can't tune a fish.
So your laws are made
Shut the
up.
fuck up.
Jaywalking is a random law, right? You have jaywalking. In the UK, we don't have jaywalking. Even though most of your system is based on English common law, you have jaywalking. So these laws, these rights, they're all made up by random people
I
which
agree.
decided that oh hey, actually you can't cross when you want to cross.
Okay,
Right.
and again,
Again, if
illegal.
we're just saying that laws are like created subjectively, then I have no issue with saying, yeah, that's
Okay,
totally
so
the
they don't
case.
exist in objective reality. They're just made up. So you're just
Yeah.
making broad
They don't
appeals to
exist.
force.
They don't
What?
exist.
No, they don't.
They exist like based on what as a society, for example, right? So I'm Black Caribbean, right? Yeah. So at some point, right, slavery was oh my god, da da da. But enough people said, hey, no, now that's wrong. So it's all
Like,
just made up based
I
on
feel like we
who.
agree. I actually
Yeah.
really feel like we all agree. And I think
Yeah.
I think we can summarize it if we just come to terms on what we mean by exist.
I'm saying that they have to exist absent the human mind. But since this is not the case, and
So you
rights
just
are
mean
shit.
objectively, right?
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
just
Yeah, but
asking, do rights
objectively, like
exist objectively?
Yeah, no, they don't.
Exist? What do you mean absent the human mind there?
Meaning
Absent
that,
all human
do you mean
minds,
like
would there be rights?
outside of like social construction?
yeah, rights are
Yeah,
just
that makes
social
more sense.
constructs. Yeah, rights are just social constructs. And if you have no enforcement arm of this social construct, guess what? It doesn't fucking exist.
Okay,
Doesn't exist.
so that's why I disagree, right? So there are
Just to be
certain
clear,
things.
I think that it becomes trivial. I think that it becomes useless. It still does
I
exist.
think based on initial destruction, right, certain like morals or laws would have existed before, let's say, modern day or even religion, right? For example, right, let's think of a community, a tribe, or whatnot, right? Yeah, of course they would have outlawed individuals who just kept unaliving, raping, and pillaging and stealing, right? Because that's not conducive to the community, right? People are scared, they're going to leave, they're going to be fearful. They say, hey, we need to stop these people from doing that. So objectively, there are certain things that as humans, without any religion or any sort of modern day policing or laws, that human beings would have just followed, like not unaliving
Okay,
individuals.
that's fine. But if there's no enforcement behind this law, that law doesn't exist.
That's begging the question. You still haven't given an
It
argument for
doesn't.
that.
Yeah, but then,
Why?
Again, everyone
that's why
define
religion was
exist.
created, right?
Devin has said this 4 times. Define exist.
No, we made this right up. We made it the
I
fuck
agree.
up. Okay.
Well, I
Okay,
think we made
now
laws up. I think rights are generative
no,
properties of more relevant
we
characteristics.
made those up too. Like legal rights, made them up.
I think that laws are made up in
Okay,
this like
let's stick
broad
to the laws.
sense. If you'd allow me to
Laws.
finish, I'd
So you
appreciate
realize
it.
that that's why
If
religion
you
was
would allow me
created,
to
right?
if you would allow me to finish, I would appreciate
Yeah,
it.
baby.
I agree that
Everyone
laws
take
are.
a shot every time Finch says, if you would allow me to finish, I would appreciate it. Everyone take
Y'all
a
are
shot.
behind. I'm already
I
10
would.
shots.
Can
I
we at
would
least
be.
all agree that there
I
are
think you would
certain
all be.
objectively suspicious ways to handle a fish?
Yes, for sure.
W.
Dude, Mr. Man, every time you
I
fucking
will
join, dude.
unfortunately put you. I'll unfortunately put you all in a barrel because that is my go-to line whenever I get cut off. But what I'm getting at, right, is if you want to say that laws are these socially generated constructions of the human mind, right? That's fine. I agree with that statement.
Okay.
We
Now,
have
Wait, can
no.
I give you? Can I
If
give
I
your
would be
contrary? I
allowed to
just want to
finish,
see
I
if I
would
know.
appreciate it.
wait.
Shot time.
I just
Where
want
does
to
it
see if I actually know what you're
He
gonna
had a
say.
Appreciate
punchline
it.
coming,
Shot
guys.
time.
Yeah,
Hello,
let's let him
come
finish,
on.
guys.
Come
I
on.
So
feel
where do you
like I know your
disagree?
position. I just wanted to take a guess. I think I know
Yeah,
what
but
you're gonna
no,
say
no.
now.
I
Let's
mean,
not
I
see,
would
please.
Don't
prefer
guess.
to be
Let him
able to
say
just
it.
tell you my position.
Yeah, wouldn't that be better?
Don't tell you.
No, I just want to guess to see if I actually understand what
All
you're
right, you
saying.
Oh,
guess his possession. I'll guess your
this isn't a
position.
quiz night. It's not a
Detective's
quiz
gonna
night.
guess
This is
Hello,
fucking
broad
quiz
position.
night.
Good
Oh,
lord.
hello.
Let him make
Why
his
is
point.
everybody
Don't
talking
put a
at the
guessy
same
guessy.
time? Hello.
okay. So again, if we want to say that these are, societally made concepts, right, then I am more than fine granting that. They are totally made up by humans, right? That is A-okay. I do not believe that rights are these things. The reason or the distinction between the two, right, is that rights are simply, in the most trivial sense, generative properties of morally relevant characteristics. Let's say that, for example, a morally relevant characteristic is having blue eyes, right? Then by the nature of rights, the ontology of rights, an individual that has blue eyes will be granted some right. This will still exist.
Little German.
okay.
This
Okay,
will
fine.
still
So-
exist. This will still exist absent some enforcement branch of a state and can be violated in meaningful ways. Now, you might seek to say that absent the enforcement branch of the state, that these rights are trivial or meaningless. And I might be willing to agree to that position.
But they don't
The
exist. though.
issue
He
that
has
we're
a decent
having
point
is
here.
that they still exist.
Where?
Okay, so
Where do they
so
exist?
okay.
Hold on,
So
can he measure?
In
Can
the
he measure a
immaterium.
right? Can he measure?
They are
hold on.
immaterial. They are
So
immaterial in the same way your
essentially.
mind is immaterial.
Okay, so they don't exist.
Does your
Hold
mind
on,
not
hold on,
exist,
wait,
Nick?
hold on, wait,
We've already
wait,
been
wait.
through this. Immaterial
If-
things
if-
can exist.
Hello.
If a
Can people
particular
talk
tribe says,
Hello?
"Hey,
Hello.
hi,
Can people
hi,
talk
host."
like once at the same time? Would people
I
like? I don't get
apologize.
it. Like, all right, continue.
So Finch, if a particular 100,000 years ago, before one of the Homo sapiens left Africa, whatever call, but yeah, if they had a particular say, okay, cool, hey, stop stealing, right?
That's a pre-feudal legal system. That's not a right in the form that I'm talking about.
But then that technically could be like, oh, okay, so people have rights. So if now they could say, hey, I saw Tom stealing my stuff, they say, hey, Tom stole my stuff. Now, of course, I'm of course, just being a bit more dramatic about it, right? Yeah, it's probably way different, but that was still kind of classed as a right to property, right?
No, that's confused.
No, because
How
they
is
would
that
just kill
confused?
each other if that happened.
Yes. Wait.
They should cut off their
If
hands.
I
Hold
can,
on, but
if I can
if
wait,
they-
if I can lay out why I
if
believe
they
it's confused, I would appreciate it.
If they establish that right, people stealing causes people to leave the tribe.
That's a legal entitlement. That's not the form of entitlement I'm referring to whenever I'm invoking this term.
So wait, where are you grounding these rights in? Like, what are you?
He's grounding them in morality. That's why you guys should be focusing on
Yes,
that.
and that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying
Morally
to go
relevant
before.
characteristics.
So, wait,
trying
are
to
they
go
just
before
are they just
religion.
relative? Are they just relative?
They're
You should
generative.
be pressing him on his definition of morality and how it's applying, because that's what he's appealing to when he's
Okay,
talking
cool,
about his
good.
rights.
Yeah. Okay. So, what are you going to ground these rights in? Is it just more relativism?
Again, these rights, so just to be clear, right, because before we move on to a separate proposition, I would like to establish the first one.
Okay.
We could say that these are. Wait, if you would allow
Would you
me,
appreciate it?
Oh, let him.
Can I finish? I thank you.
Only
fucking
if
hell.
you would appreciate it.
I would appreciate it very much. That was rhetorical as fuck, Devin. I fuck with that. That was funny. He's
For
funny.
the record,
This guy's
For
funny.
the record, I do like Finch. I think he's a good conversationalist.
He's a good
Yeah,
sport.
for
He's a
sure.
good sport.
But
I'm just
yeah.
being an ass.
So
Don't look
regardless,
Yeah, but he's just using
regardless-
this as practice to attack the low tiers in formal debates. I've seen it happen.
regardless of
I'm
where
a low
these
tier,
things
don't
are,
worry.
regardless of where these things are generative from, whether it be from the morally relevant property, that being the soul that is given to us by God, right, or the
Okay, I
moral.
already gave you
If
mutual
you would allow
destruction.
me to finish,
Come
I
on,
already
man.
gave you
He didn't
mutual
say
Okay,
destruction.
let him
You're
finish-
killing
let him
this
finish his
guy. Come
argument.
take
on.
a
Let
me
shot,
finish the
everybody.
mutually assured destructions of
Oh
the
my
soul.
fucking
It's
God,
mutually assured
Okasana.
destruction.
Oksana.
Okay, let
Just
him
go
finish
from
the
there,
argument.
Can you like
please.
let
Oksana.
Everybody
Some
loves the
mods.
sound of their own voice.
Let him finish.
Okay,
Everybody
Fitchy
loves the
baby.
sound of their own
tell
voice,
Okay,
me.
Fitchy
including
baby.
me.
Okay. Go ahead.
Please tell me they recorded that crash out. That was
Perfect.
fucking hilarious.
Protect, send me that. I need
finish the
to
argument.
clip that. Holy
Everything's
shit.
already
That was
recorded.
visceral.
So, regardless of whether these are
Oh,
generative, regardless of where these are generated from, whether it be a soul, right, that being the morally relevant characteristic from God, whether that be a mind, right, that being, some form of, ability to reason, think, etc. Regardless of where these are formed from, can we agree that they exist in a real sense? Nick.
Okay, that's what I said.
Okay, fine.
Mutually assured
Absent-
destruction.
Yeah, absent
Okasana, you have no idea what
enforcement-
you're yapping about.
Yeah,
Please.
I don't
Nick,
think the
yes or
absent
no?
of the
That's where they
absent. I think,
exist.
oh my God, please? I don't think that absent enforcement, these rights can exist. You can have a concept of them, but if you're not actually willing to enforce them, they don't mean anything. They're just
But
concepts.
the concept exists.
Yeah, sure. I can grant that the concept exists, but without enforcement, it doesn't mean anything.
So just to be
I see
clear,
where you're coming from on that.
Okay, so
When you're-
just
when you're-
if I can, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Joy. Go ahead.
You're good. I'm just gonna use the obvious gosh, I can't even think of the words. I'm just gonna use the obvious example where, okay, there's a piece of paper that has written on it, this person has a restraining order against another, right? What Finch is saying is like that order can be violated, but it's just an order. And what Nick is saying,
No.
but it's still in order, not just an order, but it's still in order. It's still written. But what Nick is saying is without the enforcement of that said piece of paper, that's all it is a piece of paper with some irrelevant words on it.
Well, not the piece of paper.
I would say
He's
that
saying-
it's about
He's
fear,
saying the
right?
enforcement of the concept is what makes it meaningful. The piece of paper is completely
The
irrelevant.
enforcement of those.
Right. I can
It's what
have-
makes
I
it
can have a-
material.
Is irrelevant. The fear.
Yeah, so
the
I can have a
fear is
concept.
I never
Okay.
thought I'd say this, but yes, Mr. Man, that's absolutely correct.
the
It is
fear.
what
So
makes
sometimes the fear is good enough, right? Hence why, for example, religion, because
Well, no,
hey,
that's not the point, though. That's not the point.
So
Fear still
so
index
so
us to
so what was yeah? So they can't enforce it because they can't watch everybody, right? But the fear in of itself of that hey, you might get
you
caught.
cannot you
That
you
hold on,
can
hold on,
you,
that
you
hold on,
can
hold
you hello hello
Is everybody talking at the same exact time?
Hold on, please. So
That's
so
the
the
same
so
thing, too.
the fear of itself getting caught would deter some people, right?
you
and then
cannot
the fear,
have fear
and then, oh my
without
God.
force.
Oh wait, can I finish? Right?
No,
So
No,
the-
you
just
can't
completely-
because
So
at
the
this
fear-
point you're saying
the fear of getting
nothing.
exiled, right?
Lady, we already
after
had a
being
war over
caught.
this.
Oh my God! So the fear
Can
of
we
being
exile
exiled after being
Okasana?
caught, right?
Is
Yeah.
that violating
Yeah.
her rights?
So then the fear,
Voting her off the island.
so then the fear of being exiled after being caught or potentially being caught, right? It was in the second tier, but then of course those two became like inefficient. Hence why I would say that religion came about, right? Because hey, actually, he's watching you. So hey, the fear of eternal damnation, right, became the third tier. So of course they can't watch you every single time, even in this right now, right? Yeah. Hence why those three tiers would be the three tiers that we would say that mutual
God
destruction.
appeals to force. It's just force. It reduces
Yes,
to
hold on,
force.
hold on. But there was no force in the beginning because they couldn't
See,
watch
you're
everybody.
look, lady.
Oh my God.
Look, I really wanted to talk to
Lady?
Finch, and whatever this nonsense is that you're
Oh,
saying
God.
just ran him off.
Oh, are you serious? He's gone?
Finch, come
It's
back.
just force. Just you have to agree. It's just force. It reduces to force always.
Oh,
Without
damn.
enforcement,
Yes.
it
Never
means
thought I'd say
nothing.
this. Finch, come back.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to come back. Like,
I liked
I was
Finch. Where did
agreeing
he
with him.
go?
Yeah,
I like
I
Finch.
like French.
now we don't have him. Now we don't really have any. Oh my goodness.
I like Mr. Man when he's not talking about fish.
I like Mr. Man when he's asking questions about Catholicism, wanting to seek more about the truth.
Does anyone have like a critique about what I'm saying, or like is there anything I can clear up? Maybe.
Well, so
For the most
let
part,
me
I
ask
agree with you.
Let me ask you this.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, if you had to explain the concept of an entitlement, how would you do it?
Of an entitlement, I would say, that's a good question. Let me think here. An entitlement. I would say that it's something that you are granted without any expectation.
Well, that's confused.
That's no. If it's granted, it's not an entitlement, is it? If it's granted.
No, I'm saying if it's given to you absent you, if it's given to you absent you having to do something, I would say that's an entitlement. Like, let's say you
Entitlement
were,
would be, Queen Elizabeth.
Entitlement would be like a gift. It'd be like a gift.
Wouldn't a
Get
right be an
something
entitlement
absent.
without that's absent duty?
Yeah, I could just
a right,
look,
a right, like
That
we
would be a
have
right.
we
Wait.
have
That'd be
a
a right.
right. We have a right within this country, right? We have a right to vote, right? But we don't have
No,
a duty.
we don't.
Hold up. Well, I'm saying that we
Yeah, you
have the
don't.
right
Yeah,
to
actually,
vote
yeah, you
because it's
don't,
enforced. Hold up. We have this arbitrary, say, right? Okay? But we have no duty to actually act on that right. There's no duty. There's no. So you have, say, this right, but there's no duty behind it.
But that's look, saying that you don't have to act on this thing doesn't tell me what this thing is.
So would it be more accurate to say that you have privileges?
An
mean, I would-
entitlement is not granted.
Oksana,
It's not
this is a
bestowed.
one-on-one.
He's
love.
asking
This is a
Nick-
one-on-one.
Yeah, okay, Duncan. Like, are you asking me for how I would define an entitlement, right?
Yeah, just how would if someone asked you to reduce the word entitlement, how would you do it?
That's a good question. I do not have an answer for you.
So if look, I'm not saying that what I'm about to tell you is accurate, or it's just how I view it.
Okay,
I don't
that's fine.
think entitlements can be granted. I think they're just innate. And I think that if you say that they have to be granted, well, that's just giving permission. Holy shit, lady, can you be quiet? That'd be great.
I can, yeah.
Yeah, I think that if you're saying that it's just if they're granted, then that's just permission to do something.
Right.
Because I can give you
Okay, go ahead.
because I can give you permission to do something absent any duty at all. And that would still ring true. So I don't think that an entitlement is necessarily something that can be granted. Adversely, I also don't think that an entitlement can be taken away. I think that if you are entitled to something, it's something that's innate. And I think that you can't lose it. It can't just be stripped from you, nor can it be granted to you.
Well, what's
And so
an
in
example
lieu
of
of
that?
this,
Well, can it not
Hold
be
on.
granted to, say, force? Like force
No.
of the state?
no.
So
in lieu of
example,
this, I would just say that rights don't exist because
I would
if
agree
a
with
right
you.
is an entitlement, I agree with you.
Yeah, yeah.
If a
okay.
right is just an entitlement, well, everything that we know to be rights can be taken away, and it can also be granted. And so, like in its simplest form, I mean, obviously it can go
I mean, I
into a
agree with
much more
that.
complex conversation.
Right.
But if it can be taken away, it's not an entitlement.
Entitlements, are you saying, or would just reduce down? So entitlements, you're saying don't exist, and it's just force.
No, they're innate.
That's what I think. I think if entitlements exist, they must be innate.
I wouldn't.
So,
I
for
wouldn't
example,
disagree with
like,
that
so,
either.
so,
I would actually
for
agree
example,
with you.
women are entitled to birth children, right?
Oh no! Oh my God, lady, no.
Yeah, because unless
Did you say?
yeah, from,
Did you
I
say
would agree.
birth
well, yeah,
They are entitled to birth children,
birth
but they're not
because that's innate.
required
That's
to birth
innate,
children.
Well, hold
and
on.
it's
But the
it's
ability
not
can be
bestowed.
taken away though. So
But by
it's not
who?
entirely an entitlement though. 'Cause it can be taken
Who?
away.
No,
It can be
it's
taken away from
innate.
anybody.
Yeah,
It
but
can be taken
What
away
type
from
of
anybody.
entitlement would that be called? Like a natural entitlement?
Yeah, a
Would be
biological,
entitlement though, because it can
a
be taken
biological
away.
entitlement.
A
It's a
biological
biological
entitlement?
Well,
Yeah.
Okay, I
think
could
that's
be
a
wrong.
contradiction.
I could
Of
be
course, not for
wrong,
all
and
women, of
it's
course, but
and
yeah,
it's been a
Can we back up for a sec? What are we defining entitlement as?
a
well.
biological
That's what I asked him.
imperative.
Yeah. So I would concede the point to him that I don't think entitlements actually exist. It's just force. I would
I
agree with him.
agree. I would agree, but what do we consider entitlements? Like, what would an entitlement be?
An
For example, if I have a
entitlement, just
child,
force.
I'm entitled to breastfeed that child. Yes or
Like,
no?
okay, Sana, that doesn't tell me what an entitlement is.
Because
I just
it
want to know
can't
if
be
we agree
taken
on the
away
term.
from me. It's not
An
bestowed upon me.
entitlement.
Yeah, but
Oh my,
so can
hold on,
rights.
Osaka.
Rights can
An
be taken away as well.
entitlement.
So what's the
Again,
difference?
why is everybody talking at the same time?
Yeah, my bad. I would agree with Duncan that an entitlement must be something that is innate and can't be taken away. Since the ability to have children can be taken away by force, it just reduces to force.
So what entitlement would fall under being innate and can't be taken away?
All
I don't
could
think
be
there is. I
taken
don't
away.
think there is one.
So
Yeah, they
there
can all be
is.
taken
Yeah, I
away.
guess.
So there is no such thing as entitlements.
No.
You ain't entitled to shit.
Well, thanks, guys. Now I'm depressed.
And it like, oh my god,
You
I
get
have
what
no
you
control
get.
of
You
my
don't
own
get
body.
upset.
Oh my god, it can be everything gets be taken away at any moment in time. Oh, damn.
Yes. So I think I agree with Duncan
Crazy.
100%.
And then a right is going to be an entitlement absent a duty.
I would say rights are just going to be what does the state allow you to do and not do. So it would just be the enforcement of the state.
Yeah, but you want to have like a duty for it, right? So
Right,
It's
so
just
like-
it's just whatever
yeah.
they grant you, basically.
Yeah. So
Rights
okay,
are
let's
basically the breadcrumbs of communism.
Yeah. So if
Yeah,
it is
so-
the case that entitlements don't exist, then wouldn't it be necessarily true that rights can't exist?
right.
I mean,
well,
yeah, rights don't exist. Rights don't exist within the
and-
specific.
But it would also be
time
equally true
period.
that entitlements can't exist because you have
Right.
to have an entitlement within a right.
Right. Okay. So let's see if we can't demonstrate this. Okay.
All right, so like I could I'm entitled to fish, but if I catch a fish, I'm not entitled to suspiciously handle that.
Mr.
Yeah. So let's see if
Hold
I
up.
can't demonstrate this.
Can we pause real fast? He just said suspiciously handling a fish. I want more
Yeah,
details
that's.
That's
Well,
illegal.
Finch brought it up.
Okay,
He
guys,
said that there
focus,
was a
come on.
state that
Yeah,
had
okay.
a law
Alright,
let's
focus.
against handling them suspiciously.
Yeah, let's see if we can't demonstrate this with like a logical problem. Okay, so in the U.S., the state grants you rights, okay, through enforcement of the state, right?
Okay.
No.
So, what do you mean they don't grant these rights
No.
to you through enforcement? What do you mean?
Yeah, I would.
The UN grants people rights. The
No,
UN
they
grants.
grant these rights to you and they protect these rights that you have through force.
The United it's the United Nations, right? Like the United Nations, if you
Mention
your
anything
country, my
about them?
country, if you break certain things, they say, "Yo, you literally violated this person's
That's
human
not
rights."
what he's talking about.
Okay, cool, but yeah,
What are you
And
talking about? Yeah.
mind you, the U.S. makes up 76% of the UN.
okay.
Yeah, so like,
the
the
ass.
UN's not going to
corrupt.
do anything. Okay, anyway, what were you saying?
So
Duncan?
no, yeah, I wouldn't agree with that. I would say that that these what was your question again? I'm sorry, that whole thing just derailed my brain.
Okay, fine. I'll explain it again. Okay, the U.S. government grants rights to the citizens that are enforced by the
Yes.
state.
Yeah,
right.
no, that's false.
What do
because
you mean?
because this is antithetical to the concept of our government being by the people for the people. So no, I would just say that the government acknowledges rights that you already have. or this concept that we use the mouth sound of right to be. I would say that the government just acknowledges that. Nick, I would ask you this question in lieu of this. Who does the
Okay.
Constitution limit?
Okay, it limits the government's power, right?
Great. So if it limits the government, then the government can't grant you anything.
Well, the government
Uphold it.
Yeah, but the government has to uphold these rights, because if the government say doesn't uphold these rights, you don't have them.
Would you say that upholding rights is a totally different concept than granting rights?
They'd have
As
to be
in-
pre-existing, wouldn't they?
They would have to pre-exist.
Right. So okay, hold on, let me see if I can't get. Let's see if I can't get what you're saying. Right. Let's see if I can't still man it. So you're saying that the rights existed before the formation of the government, right?
Correct.
In the Declaration of Independence, right?
Even prior to that, because the Declaration of Independence clearly says that these things are self-evident, and
Right,
that we were
Correct.
endowed by our Creator with them.
Right, by God, right? Okay, yeah, I would agree to this. So what you're saying here is that, like, no, the U.S. government does not grant rights. Instead, they just recognize that these rights exist, and then they are willing to uphold these rights.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay,
agree with
okay,
that.
I would concede that point.
And everything in our founding documents is going to follow that very end.
It must,
Right.
otherwise it's null and
Right.
void.
And
Okay,
really,
yeah, okay,
the
I would agree with
upholding
you.
the upholding of all of this, in my opinion, lies within the Second Amendment. It's actually our duty to make sure that we preserve our rights.
And there's that force
but-
I was talking about.
Yeah, so yeah, it would,
Did
it
you
would
guys know
reduce
that,
the
that,
force.
that the reason why you have the right to bear arms, or the reason why they put that in there, was because they thought that the British were going to come back.
Yes.
They said, hey, like,
No, not the. They weren't worried about the
yeah.
British. They were worried
No,
about their own
like,
government.
oh yeah, the British, the British. No.
No,
British,
no,
the
man.
French.
They already defeated the British. They were worried
No,
about
no,
the
no, no,
U.S.
no.
government.
We were worried
they
about
were gonna
our
come
own
back.
government becoming
No.
tyrannical.
No.
Dear God.
No.
It's
Are you
so
sure?
foolish.
No,
I'm
the
positive.
whole point of our founding documents, the Declaration of Independence, was just that, to become independent. And under the rule of the crown, they didn't want to relive the tyranny, what they thought was tyranny at the time. And I'm
The
not
British tyranny, yeah.
They
I'm
didn't
not
want to
saying
create a
that-
new crown.
I'm not
Yes.
saying that. I'm not
The British
saying that.
tyranny, yeah.
I'm not. I would love to finish it. Look,
apologize, baby.
I think, Oksana, I think you're incredibly intelligent. You just lack impulse control, and it is
I
just
do.
mind-numbingly annoying.
I apologize. Sorry.
Can I ask a question real fast?
yeah,
makes no sense.
So the whole concept there is to prevent living under a new crown that would be founded in tyranny within the new society that they were trying to establish. The whole point was to have some sense of freedom. Now, I can agree, I think we've lost the plot, but nonetheless, I think that was the intention of that, was to prevent that from happening again.
Right.
And there was no worry that England was going to come back. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to burst your bubble. We weren't really too worried about
good
you.
impression.
Well, and just to verify that it wasn't about worry about the British coming back, if foreign lands are going to invade another land, they're certainly not going to be following their constitution. So that would just, I think.
But do you guys,
Oh, yeah, exactly.
So you guys think that the American government said, "Hey, let's arm our citizens just in case we want to control our citizens.
Yes.
They can rebel against us, right?"
It's
So
very
the-
clear by the word and the verbiage in
It's
the
a
Second
fact.
Amendment. We are
Yes.
okay. It is. Let me see if I remember it. A well-regulated militia being necessary for the security of a free state, meaning a well-regulated
state?
military to protect the state, to keep it independent and free, because
No,
that's
the right-
necessary. The right of the people to keep and
Yep.
bear arms shall not be infringed. Differentiating the
that's so
people
free
from
from the
the
British.
state. Therefore, it's saying that because the state needs a military to protect its sovereignty.
Against
you can't
the
limit the
British.
people
No.
from being as well armed or more well armed than the state, just in case who's ever regulating said militia turns the militia against the people.
So in context, that word regulated in the time just meant functioning. That's all it meant.
I would agree with this.
So there's a prefatory statement and a declarative statement within the Second Amendment. Hang on just one second.
Where were we? Like, how did we? I've lost the plot.
So it says here. So it was not created solely to defend against the British, but it was heavily influenced by the
No,
colonial.
it had nothing to do with them.
Yeah, that's what you said. It was not.
Oh my
That's
God!
what you said. It was not.
It was
That's what you said. It was
created.
not. That's what you said. It was not.
It was created to prevent.
I said it was not created solely to defend against the British.
No, it wasn't
but
created
was
for that
heavily
purpose at
influenced
all.
by the
The
colonial
British had nothing to do with it.
experience.
It
Yeah,
had nothing to do with that.
Yeah,
So
again,
like more than like one sentence. Good Lord, guys, come on now. Right?
You won't
So
let
there's-
everyone
It was
finish?
heavily influenced by the colonial experience of needing armed militias for defense and fears of centralized tyranny, were influenced by the 1689 English Bill of Rights. Its primarily purpose was securing a well-regulated militia to ensure the security of a free state, acting as a check against both foreign threats and federal. So I wasn't.
Yes, but we were a bunch
No.
of states, so every state
So I
was
wasn't
foreign to every
completely
other
incorrect.
state. So there could
I
be
wasn't completely
state
correct.
versus
We're
state
both correct.
conflicts
Okay.
that each
It's
state
okay.
would
We're
require their
both
own
correct.
militia,
It's
their own
okay.
military.
Okay, but
Oksana,
we're both correct.
you do understand that each state within the United States is sovereign. You understand that, right?
I'm talking about the original 30,
I'm talking about
30
initially
colonies.
as well.
Yes,
Yes,
the
I'm
original 30
speaking.
colonies, right?
Yeah, initially, in the beginning, the 13 colonies were sovereign. That was the whole point.
Yes, because they
Not
broke
only
free,
that,
right?
the states had their own
They
religions
broke
as well.
free. So remember, this agrees with you, agrees with me, right? So
No,
it
yeah,
wasn't-
we're saying the same thing. You're just
Exactly, so
taking
we agree,
entirely
guys,
too
we
long to
agree.
say it.
So
Look,
of course I was wrong. It wasn't only because of the British, but
it had nothing to do
that's
with
that's
the
what that
crown.
just said.
It had nothing to do with the crown.
It said that
The ratification of the U.S. Constitution was, I think, 1780,
81 or something?
89 or 89. Yes, thank you. 1789, which is what is that? It's 13 years after we declared independence and defeated the crown.
Yeah, you were already long gone.
Did you know that like the same year, what was 1776 is when you guys got your independence? That same year, you guys
No.
voted. Actually, the Parliament, the British Parliament was talking about abolishing slavery, and then lo and behold, that same year, y'all revolted. Anyways, it's okay.
Yeah. So anyway, there is a prefatory statement in the Second Amendment, and there's a declarative statement in the Second Amendment. The preface is a well-regulated militia, comma, being necessary to the security of a free state, comma. That's the preface.
Yep.
The declaration there is that the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Shall not.
The first
what I'm
statement was
saying-
just saying
So
why.
what I'm saying,
first.
Aisha, is
Hold on.
guys, we agree, but you
Sure,
have to meet me
I'm not.
halfway.
Look,
let him
the
finish.
people in the audience cannot follow along if you interrupt every single sentence. I don't look when I'm engaging with someone on a panel. I'm doing this for the audience. I'm not doing it for the person that I'm engaging with. So the preface there is just the acknowledgement. It's like saying, "Hey, I understand that a well-regulated militia is absolutely necessary for the security of a free state." And then there's a comma there. That comma that separates the prefatory clause from the declarative clause is an acknowledgement that the people are not the militia.
Mm-hmm.
The militia and the people are completely separate. While the militia is made up of the people, the militia is not the people. They're totally separate.
Okay, so I haven't disagreed with what you're saying, right? What I'm saying is that to act as if the Second Amendment had that the British or the English had no influence whatsoever, right, would kind of just be a bit telling fibs, right?
The
Right.
British.
So I agree that yes, in like based on the text of what you're reading, sure. Of course, you're going to say, "Oh, because of the British," but let's look at the context here, right? And yes, right, the British Bill of
Oksana, the
Rights.
context is simple. We're a free state.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I agree to that. But bear in mind, my point was,
It had nothing
hey,
to do with the
the
British.
fear,
Nothing.
hold on, the threat or the fear that the British will come back.
No, it had nothing to do with
The
that.
British were defeated.
That's literally what
The
history
crown
says.
was defeated.
No,
You
no.
understand this?
The crown wasn't defeated.
Hold on, Osaka. Here, listen.
I'm
to
sorry.
this.
How did the U.S. gain its independence? Go ahead.
Wait. The British crown was defeated by
Yes.
who? By the British? By the
Yes.
Americans?
I'm sorry. Was there not a war?
The British were in America, so the British defeated the British.
Was there not a war?
Yes.
They were British.
Oksana, was there not a war?
What, the Boston Tea Party?
Was there a conflict?
Stop.
Was there Oksana? Answer Oksana. Answer directly. Was there Oksana? Answer directly. Was there a conflict that resulted in the United States independence?
There were, yes.
Okay. Great. So what the fuck are you on about?
My point is that the Second Amendment, right here,
It wasn't
right?
inspired by the British. It wasn't.
No. Again, I'm saying, right, I agree with what Duncan is saying, sure.
So why
But
are
to
you bringing up the
deny that there was
British?
any sort of influence because, oh my God, they might come back after we
No.
defeated them.
No.
Stop. Literally,
Oh my
yes.
God,
No one was
Yes.
afraid of the freaking
Look,
British.
this
We're a
is
lame
this is
duck.
very simple.
Because it was the British who defeated the British.
This is very simple,
It was
Oksana.
30 British
Do you know what
colonies.
happened, Oksana? Do you know what happened when the British came to say, no,
It
we
was
want you
your
living...
tea, by the way.
Oksana, be quiet. I've been as cordial and charitable as I could possibly be. What happened when the crown came back to say, we don't want you to be independent, we want you under the crown? What happened?
Literally revolted.
No, what
Obviously.
happened? Be specific. What happened?
Well, again, I'm black.
We
so it
shot
wasn't me.
them in the fucking
Wasn't me and
face.
my people,
That's what
but yes,
happened.
But the British lost, sure. But that doesn't go to
Then
what
how
I'm
can
saying.
you sit here and
I'm
say
not denying-
the crown was not defeated? Miss me with that. I
Stop.
recant my statement. I don't think you're
Again,
intelligent
stop,
at all
stop,
now.
stop. The crown was defeated, right? Again, no.
Yeah,
You
they
just
were
got your
defeated.
independence. Hold on, you got your independence. I mean, they were defeated. You got your
Yep.
independence. The same how
When you lose a war, that's called defeat.
No, 60 different countries have Independence Day, including you, from the British Empire. 60.
Oh,
Yeah, you guys are good at losing.
Stop.
Yeah,
So if they were
that- I guess
defeated-
it means that they lost quite a bit.
No,
That they were
no.
defeated quite a bit.
Bro,
Dear
but how
God.
many countries have the British flag in their flag? Number one. Number two, yeah. How did you defeat
And
the
now
crown?
you've been defeated on your own soil
How did
by
you defeat
Islam.
the crown if they still own 50 different countries? They still own 50 different countries, guys. They still own 50 different countries. So how did you defeat the crown if they still own 50 plus different countries? That's what I'm saying, right? No. You drove them away, yes, but you didn't defeat the crown because they still own 50 plus different countries.
We defeated the crown.
After you drove them away.
Oh my
No,
God.
they still own 50 different countries.
Osaka.
How did you defeat the crown? How
Osaka,
did you
I'm
defeat the
going-
British Empire?
Osaka.
We didn't say we did exterminatus to the British
So
Empire.
how
we
did you
said we
defeat the
defeated
crown
the
if the
crown.
crown...
Oksana, you are so confused.
No,
No one,
Oksana.
like
Hold
to
on.
Mr.
Let me
Mann's point,
demonstrate
no
this.
one said
How
that
did
we
you defeat... You didn't
No
defeat the
one
crown.
said. No one said that the
You
crown was.
expelled the British. Use
No
the correct
one
word.
said that the
You didn't defeat the
crown.
crown.
No,
You expelled the British.
shut the fuck up.
Use the right word.
Dear
Jesus
God.
Christ,
Words.
be quiet. Stop
You
fucking
expelled the
talking.
British.
How
Defeat
can
the
you
crown.
possibly listen if the hole beneath your nose is flapping like an
Can you
airless
possibly
balloon
comprehend
hanging out of a car
using the wrong
window at
words?
60 miles an hour?
Osaka, let me
You
demonstrate
didn't
the
defeat the
point.
crown. You
Look,
expelled the
no
British.
one is no. When a country loses a war, that is called defeat. They were defeated. Period. That is an indisputable
Yes, the
fact.
country, not the
No
crown.
one said, Oksana,
You said
that the crown was exterminated. That the crown didn't
didn't defeat the
exist
crown, did
after
you?
after taking that L.
You didn't defeat the crown, did you?
Yes,
Crown
we
is a
did.
term
No,
used
You
for the
troglodyte. We absolutely did.
The
How do you
crown
defeat
is
the
simply
crown if the crown
Oksana.
still
Oh my God,
hold,
Osaka.
I
hold
told
multiple countries?
Look, Oksana,
Holy shit.
I'm going to be explicitly clear here. It's real simple. Hello. Good day there, lotties. We'd like for you to remain underneath the crown. What say you to that? And we shot him in the fucking face and kicked him out. It's real simple.
And then we came up with the Second Amendment to protect ourselves from ourselves.
Wait, can you say hello
Now,
again?
to
Duncan?
that point, which I
One more
was
time?
trying to articulate before I was so rudely interrupted,
50 times.
I don't think the Second Amendment is the go-to to instantiate force. I think the Second Amendment comes second for a reason. And I think the First Amendment comes first for a
Can you say
reason.
hello? Can you say hello one more time in that accent?
Hello, good day there, lotties. How you do?
But Duncan, can we get back to what you were saying?
I don't even know what I was saying.
I don't know. I couldn't stand her. I'm sorry.
Someone give him a new topic.
I would
Someone give him a
actually
topic.
argue that Duncan defeated the crown a second time just there.
Well, she was representing the crown, right?
We're 2 for 2, baby.
So, well, listen, if we're moving on to something different, then I would just like to posit what I initially came up to posit, which is what I asked Finch in the comments, and I didn't really get an answer to.
You have to say it in a British accent, and we'll allow it.
No.
Okay,
I was somewhat agreeing with him, so maybe I could answer it.
Well, so I'm curious, and this is just a thought experiment. This isn't, I don't have an answer, just to be clear. I'd like to preface what I'm about to ask by saying I don't have the answer. But I think it's an interesting thought experiment that I think if those that are somewhat intellectual could chew on, perhaps it would make for a great discussion. And the question is as follows. Is God bound by logic?
Not necessarily.
I would say
I think
God.
no. I definitely think part of God's nature is logical.
I think
God
logic
is
is an
logic.
emergent property of God.
God is logic.
Because I don't think it is. But if
You
you,
don't think
notice,
God
and
is
this
logic?
is why, okay, so this is I selfishly I'll admit that this is a conflict that I have within my own mind, is that anyone that knows me, if you've spoken with me at all about any given topic, really, and Seal Beater, the answer isn't, is God logic? The question wasn't, is God logic? The question is God bound by logic?
Well, God
Meaning-
created logic.
So how can he
I
be
would
bound by
say
it?
if God is the creator of all things, then God has to transcend logic, meaning God couldn't possibly be bound by logic. Now,
No.
the issue that I have here
Well,
is that
hold on. Can we pause?
That you're using
Can we
logic to
pause?
determine this?
Can we
Correct.
pause for a second? Because-
Don't
Let
I
him
hear you.
respond. I want to hear this.
Hold on.
Is there a
hold on.
limitation?
I want to address this because I think this is kind of important. If it is the case that what God does or says would be logical, wouldn't it also be the case that whatever he's... So let me put it this way. If he were to change 1 + 1 = 3, if he is the one who stipulates that, wouldn't that be logical?
well, that opens up another paradox because
I guess you could say that.
I don't
I'm
think
sorry.
I don't think 1 + 1 is always 2.
Whoa. Okay.
And I can demonstrate.
Okay.
Don't tell me it's sometimes 11.
Well, can I demonstrate how God is like logical? Like God can't do.
Well, hold on. So just to conceptualize what I'm saying.
Okay.
If you remove volume from a mathematic equation,
Mhm.
and I were to tell you that 1 drop of water plus 1 drop of water is just going to be 1 drop of water. That's the simplest way I can explain that 1 + 1 doesn't always equal 2.
Yeah, but to us that'd be illogical.
It's not.
How,
not illogical
how is that
at all.
not? How would
Because
that
I
not
mean,
be
like
illogical?
you can say that like you can't observe like if you drop 2 drops of water on top of each other, is that what you're saying? It would just create
Yeah, if you have one
big
independent drop of water
Yeah.
and you
With
add
one independent drop of
another
water.
independent drop of water, you're left with
That's
1 drop of
2.
water.
What?
Okay, but it's still 2 drops of water though that were
It's
used
not.
to create.
No, it's only 1.
It's only 1.
How
Wait,
is that
he's
one?
right. Yeah, you're right though.
And the reverse
Okay.
is true. If you would think like with like we talk about with abortion, we're always talking about where a zygote or where they split and divide into 2 twins. So that's 1 becoming 2.
Yeah, but it becomes
Correct.
2. It's not still 1. So the issue is okay.
But it's not
with
becoming
law-
0.5 and 0.5 is what I'm saying.
I know, but when you're talking about like this would fall under law of identity, right? Is 1 always 1? 1 has to always be 1.
Yes,
But 3,
and this doesn't
3
violate
can
that.
also. Yeah, I know, but you can have 1 and 3, right? Like that's logically consistent. If you have 3, you also have 1. You also have 2. That's logically
Sure.
consistent.
Or you have 3 1s.
Yeah, so I don't see where the logical inconsistency is.
Yeah, I'm just using that to demonstrate the point. That's all.
Yeah, so that wouldn't violate the law of identity. Therefore, it wouldn't violate like God abiding by the laws of logic.
Yeah, no. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that God abides by the law of logic. I'm just
No, I
simply
think he
posing the
created
question. I'm simply posing the question: is God bound by logic? And logic just being,
So are you
what we know
asking-
logic to be.
So are you asking if logic is like above God in a sense?
No.
Because if God creates logic, technically he can change it. So if law of logic stipulates that 1 + 1 = 2, God could change that to 1 + 2 = 4, and that
Correct.
would be logically consistent if God
Correct.
orchestrated that, right?
Correct.
So we agree on that part.
I would agree.
Okay, so whatever God creates would have to be logically consistent. That would be by his nature.
Not necessarily.
Okay,
That's
how
why
would it
I
not
asked
be?
that's why I asked, is God bound by logic? So what you're
No,
doing there,
he runs
well, hold
logic.
on.
Go ahead.
What you're doing here is you're saying that anything God creates is going to be logically consistent. I agree with that premise.
Mhm.
But to say but that's not the same proposition as God is bound by logic.
Well, this is where the separation is an issue because you separate logic from God. I'm saying that logic is God. You can't have logic without God.
That couldn't possibly follow.
How would it not? Do you think we
because
discovered?
if God is logic,
Mhm.
then what created logic?
God created logic.
So you could have God without
That
logic.
violates the law of identity.
No, it doesn't.
It absolutely does. You're
If
saying
God is
God
logic,
is
it
logic.
does.
No, God created logic.
God can't create logic and be logic. That's the violation of the law of identity.
Okay, then let's loop back to the semantics. We'll reframe it. God created logic. What's the contention?
Yeah, I
then?
don't disagree with that.
Well, what would be the contention then?
I don't have one. I'm simply asking the question if God is bound by the very thing he created.
Can you be bound by something you create?
That's the question.
I don't think you can necessarily be bound by something that you create. No.
It's almost as if logic is a part of God's nature.
It could be.
Well, we
I
don't
asked
know.
this
We
question.
don't know what God's
Well-
true nature is. All we know is what we observe of his creations.
I
Well,
don't
I
see
asked
how
this.
you get around if logic is so. If we discovered logic, we didn't create it, right? You would agree with that?
Sure.
I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
Did we discover logic or did we create logic?
No. I don't think we created anything. I
So
think
we
we
discovered
discovered it. Yeah.
Yeah, so regardless of how you go about it, something created logic. So if it is the case that logic is objective, something created it, it would also necessarily entail that something objective created it.
Yeah. I don't disagree.
Yeah.
I just don't think you understand what I'm asking.
Okay, ask it one more time.
Is God bound by logic? And I
No,
asked
because
this.
I think God
hold on.
created
Let
logic.
me give you context.
Okay.
I asked this in context of any argument you could give for the existence of God.
Okay.
That's
What
why
do
I'm
you mean?
asking the question.
Hold on. What do you mean by? So is he bound by logic within the context of he created it? Is that what you just
No,
asked?
just in the context of any given argument that could be given to prove the existence of God.
Well, I think if you grant the idea, what do you classify as like proof?
Proof would be anything probability raising.
Probability?
Yeah.
So if it has some standard of probability, then that would be proof?
No, it would have to be probability raising. It couldn't just like it. Let's say at the beginning of an argument, okay,
Okay.
the proposition is given, okay, probability is at 0. Proof is going to be anything given in an effort to raise probability to affirm whatever proposition that you're holding in a whatever proposition you're holding.
There'll
Okay,
be
let's
proof
try
or
it.
evidence.
Let's try it this way then. If that's the version of proof, I'm actually fine with that. I think I can work with this. So you would agree that logic is objective. We discovered it, we didn't create it, right?
Yeah, I would think we discovered it. And by
Yeah.
objective, are you just meaning like mind
Mind
stance
independent.
independent?
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest.
It
I
would
have
be
contention
contradictory
saying
if
that
you
it
said
could possibly
otherwise.
be. I have contentions with it being possibly objective.
But that would be contradictory.
It wouldn't be
If we did-
contradictory.
If we discovered it, it would be contradictory for you to say that.
Not necessarily, because it requires a mind. It requires a mind for the discovery. It requires a mind for the operation, and it requires a mind for the perception.
Yeah,
So
but
if that's the case,
if it requires a mind, then how did we discover it? We would have had to create it because it absent a mind, it would be gone. It would go away. It would require a mind.
yeah, but I think those two things can be true at the same time. I don't think they're contradictory at all.
Wait, hold on. What two things can be true?
Logic being discovered and also not existing absent the mind.
Like, can a system operate logically without an observer?
That's kind of what I'm getting at. Can a proposition be logical if there's no mind to perceive it to be logical?
Well, yeah, because
So maybe I
would say
need to
that- I would
revise
say
my
that
look to
logic-
be
I
as
would say
good
that
faith as
logic is
possible here,
objective.
Devin. Maybe I do need to recant and say it's possibly created.
No, it's fine. I'm not trying to like attack you or ridicule you or anything like that. But if it can only be comprehended via the mind, how would that not make it subjective? Or if it
That's a great question.
If it is the case that this logical proposition is true, even absent the mind, that would necessarily entail that it's objective, right?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
Okay, so if it's objective, that would also necessarily entail that we discovered it. We didn't create it. We didn't create logic ourselves. We found it, basically.
So you're saying that if it's subjective, it could still be discovered.
Well, I
It
think
sounds
if
like you're
it's-
agreeing with me.
No, I think if it's subjective, we would have had to create it. I think if it's objective, we would have to discover it.
Subjective just means somebody thinks we discovered it and the other person says Yo, no, we created it. You're just grabbing subjectivity from different points of views. And
Well,
what are you trying to state
so-
here?
No,
What?
we're going off of so subjective, independent of the mind, right? Objective would be independent, absent the mind. So if it is the case that you discover it, that would necessarily entail that it exists outside the mind. That would necessarily mean that it's objective, right?
No, not entirely. No.
Okay, then give me an example.
Well, okay. Subjectivity works like this. So,
okay,
you completely think it's completely not okay to touch little kids, right?
You're getting into morals, but yes, sure.
Yeah, we're not.
But,
We're not talking about morals.
We're not talking about morals.
No.
If
We're
the
just
other
talking
dude
about
right
laws of
beside you
logic
says
in general.
this is completely okay,
That
like,
would be morals.
that's
getting
not
into
morals. I'm not talking about morals here.
You said okay. That entails morals.
Yeah.
That
Yes.
Okay, so how about this? Let me get into this way. So the sky is blue, right?
Sure.
But let's compare this to a person that's currently blind. Is the
Okay.
sky still blue?
The sky would be blue absent mind, so yeah.
How? Like,
What do you mean? What do you
like,
mean how? I don't know what
How
you
is
mean.
the sky like truthfully blue towards
Because
somebody
it's
that's
still the
blind
same-
or
If
colorblind?
you take
It's in
if
the
you take
same
away
spectrum of light.
if you take away all minds, would the sky still be blue?
That's not what I asked you.
That is what you're asking. You're saying if
That's
somebody's
no,
blind.
dude.
You're saying if somebody's
Okay.
blind, so if somebody
Duncan, how
can't
can
see
you?
it-
How can you down my words for him to understand what I'm
well,
saying?
what does this have to do with laws of logic?
Well, I think, like King Muffin, no offense, but I think that's just a poor example.
Can
No,
I try
that's why I'm saying, Duncan, can you dumb it down for him?
I think the question is
So-
like the tree falling in the woods.
Does it make a sound? Yes.
Yeah, well, okay. Let me just finish up giving the context uninterrupted, if I could. Every argument that I've heard for the existence of God, whether it be tag, whether it be whatever, is presuppositional in nature.
What's the presupposition?
Well, you're presupposing the existence of God. Like it's like every argument that I've ever heard for the existence of God presupposes God's existence, and it doesn't.
Well, then it
prove-
wouldn't be an argument.
Hold on.
It wouldn't be an argument for the existence of God if they're just presupposing it.
I don't disagree, but if I could get this out, it may make more sense.
Okay, go ahead. My bad.
So the issue that I have, and look, I'm a believer myself. I believe in God. I believe in Jesus Christ. I believe that he died, rose 3 days later. I believe all the things, right? But when it comes to a logical argument for the existence of God, that's why I asked this question. Is it possible to even give a logical argument for the existence of God without assuming God is bound by logic? That's
Is it
why I asked that
possible-
question.
I don't think so.
Is it possible to give a logical argument for the existence of God without presupposing God?
No, the presupposing that God is bound by logic, he's saying. And I don't think you would need to presuppose that for an argument.
Well, isn't that not crazy to ask though? Like, he is bound by logic because he is logic. Like,
Thank you. That's
confusing. What?
Thank you. That's what I
that.
said.
I don't agree with that.
Suddenly me
What?
and King
That
Muffin agree.
God's not logic?
No, God created logic.
No,
Yeah, I
that's
think if
What?
if look, here's what I'm saying. I wouldn't want to serve a God that is bound by logic. If God is bound by logic, is God really worth worshiping? Is
Well,
it a
this is-
God
this
that
If he's
is
bound
kinda-
by logic, he's not
that is
omnipotent.
deserving to be worshipped?
I
He's
know, but
bound
this
by
is
logic
kinda-
because he is logic.
This
Wait,
is
that
going.
doesn't-
Yeah, this is going
That
around the
can't be the case.
goalpost because
No,
we're
I'm not saying.
we're not saying that without logic there is no God. We're not saying that without God. Well, technically, without God there would be no logic.
Yep.
But we're saying God created logic. So whatever is logical to him, whatever he creates that is logical, it would be logical. So right now, as we stated, 1 + 1 is 2. That's logically true. But if it was the case, definitionally, that 1 + 2 = 4, that would be logically consistent if God made it so. That's what we're saying. So he's not confined by the aspects of logic. He created it. So whatever logic is logic. He would be. Yeah, he is logic.
Oh,
So
how do they keep going back to that, Duncan? What's going on here?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like
I don't know
that's
where the
muddying the
I don't know
waters
the-
because you can't be something you created.
Exactly. God, like logic is within God's nature, just like goodness. God did not create goodness. God is goodness. So
okay, hold on. Are you thinking that we're saying that God is equivalent to logic? Is that what you're thinking?
like that's a
we're
part
saying?
of his nature.
No,
like, that's a
I
part
would
of his
think.
nature.
Yeah,
We're the
I
same-
can accept that logic is part of God's nature. That seems rational to me.
That's
Okay,
what we're
let's go with
saying.
that. Yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah, I can accept that. But
Yeah,
to say
okay,
that
so
God
logic-
is logic and then to say God created logic, that's again
Okay, then
that is illogical.
Yeah.
Then disregard the aspect that he is logic, and let's go with the aspect that he created logic. So anything that he would do would be logical.
Not
Where's your
necessarily.
Where's the contention then?
Well, because he's not bound by logic. He can, and as far as we observe, is
I
always
agree.
operating logically.
Well,
But
wouldn't it
he is above
necessarily-
logic, so if he chose to create a scenario that is completely illogical, he could do that.
Wait.
Hold on a
wait.
sec. Hold on, because if it is the case that he's not bound by logic, then can God necessarily do anything illogical within his nature?
No.
Because anything that he does would be logical at that point.
No,
I
he
would,
can't-
and-
no.
but
I'll-
I would agree with Devin here
Thank you.
because if logic is well, hold on, let me think about this for a minute. And I'm just airing this out, like I'm not making a claim or anything. So
yeah.
If logic is part of God's nature, could he be illogical?
No.
Yeah, I don't think he could.
If it's part of his nature, but I
If
don't.
it's part
I
of
don't
his
think
nature.
it
Yeah, if it's
necessarily
part
is.
of his nature, then
How-
yes. But
however-
if it's not, then no.
Correct.
It has to
However,
be
if he
part of his nature
created
because he
logic,
created it.
if he created logic, then I would agree with Devin. Because if you created it, then you're the arbiter of what is and is not logical.
Well, the alternative is that if he didn't create logic, then you would have to demonstrate who else created it. Otherwise, you're conceding the fact that logic is subjective, in which case, why should we give a shit about it?
No, it doesn't follow because God's nature, for example, God is eternal, right? God can't exist and cease to exist at the same time. Like that.
Well, God is everything. He's everything and nothing at the same time. Because remember, God is like under the Christian worldview or whatever religion you follow. He's beyond space and time, so he is everything and also nothing.
Well, I don't think God is everything because he's not evil. That's for sure by his nature. So like God by his nature can't be evil because he's all good.
But in that same nature,
Is evil a noun though, to be created, or is it a verb that's an action?
Well, evil cannot be created. It like
Well, that's a different question on your theory of evil. Some people say it's a privation of good. But that's like a different topic.
Well, you can't have evil without good.
My head hurts.
Because
no, the funny
how
part
would you
is I'm fucking
identify-
polytheistic, and everybody here probably fucking Christian. I don't know.
Well, I mean, but Devin's not wrong. Like you can't have good without evil. You can't have dark without light because they're all relative terms. So
how would you, even logically, how would you identify good without
Right.
having
Without
a
something
necessary
to index it
comprehension
to.
of evil?
Or is it the
Yeah,
opposite? Is
You have to have a
good
standard.
something that's actually real, and evil is just the absence of good, just like darkness is the absence of light?
it could be either or, but it's
that
still
would
the principle
necessarily
there.
entail that good is absent evil. So,
Well, the
so you would be
principle
making the
there would
same
be the same,
argument
though.
you would make the same argument that good doesn't exist.
Yeah, but that's
I'm
like saying that light is
but-
the absence of darkness. That
Yeah, but
doesn't
I'm-
make sense.
Yeah,
but you can make
it-
the same argument the other way around, that darkness is the absence of light. So if you're saying that one doesn't exist, then you would also have to say that the other doesn't exist.
Correct. So if evil is the absence of good, good is also going to be the absence of evil.
Yep. You have to have
Just
something to
as
index it
light
to.
is the absence of darkness, just as darkness is the absence of light. Heat is the absence of cold, just as cold is the absence of heat.
Yeah, but that's not really how physics work, because heat
Again,
is
we're
what,
looking at the
measuring.
Well,
we're
we're
not
looking at
measuring.
this
You
at
can't
mortal.
measure
Okay,
cold.
wait. We're looking at this at mortal aspect. First of all, we're looking at this as humans. We do not know the grand design of why he did it. We don't know
King
why.
Muffin, you're stifling the conversation.
Yeah, we get somewhere.
That pivots. That pivots.
Look,
It
Mr.
doesn't
Man,
matter.
I don't disagree. Okay, in when we talk about thermodynamics, we are measuring heat, and that's why they say that cold is just the absence of heat.
Which is
But
why
it
we can get to
doesn't-
absolute zero.
Right, that's correct. So, but that doesn't mean all you're saying there is that empirically you can only prove the absence of heat. You can't prove the presence of cold because cold couldn't be possible. Cold is not what's being measured. Well,
but it would be
if-
equivalent on the other side. It would
Correct.
be equivalent. Yeah.
I agree with both of you are saying the same thing, but just in concept, you're not. The means of measurement doesn't necessarily dictate the identity, is what I'm saying.
So I think my question is does cold exist, or is it just because there's no heat we're noticing the absence of it? We're noticing the void. Like that's what I'm trying to say. Evil is a void, and good is substance.
So
like light is a substance. Light comes in waves, whereas there are no waves when there's darkness.
Yeah,
There's
it
nothing to
means
perceive.
it doesn't mean it's not there.
I think we get into
it
the
does
same
mean it's not there.
question.
That's why there's nothing to perceive.
What are you meaning by exist? I think we get right back to this question.
Well, the reason every time I heard you say that, it kept bringing me back to Bill Clinton when he said, "Well, it depends on what your definition of is."
I mean, I don't like Bill Clinton, but yeah. So what do you mean by exist? Because I feel like we can answer this once we know
be?
that. To be. So just like physically, mentally, doesn't matter, both.
All the above. I guess it would be an umbrella term.
All the above. So I mean, at that point, yeah, both. It would exist. If you're absent heat, then you would physically and mentally feel cold.
Like the same thing. There's oxygen and non-oxygen. I
always think about like the ones and the zeros in a computer in binary code. That's all we have is 1 and 0, meaning it's the light's on and then the light's off. There's power and there's no power. That everything's always the absence of it. So, but how does that? If it's the absence and it's void, it's not there.
Well, you say everything, but it's not everything. It's only you just have to have there's some things that you just have to have a criteria for. You can't understand the aspect of slavery without free will. You can't understand the aspect of darkness without the standard of light. You can't understand the aspect of evil without the standard of good. Or else, like how would you know? If there was no such thing as evil in the world, how would you know what is good? Like, how would you be able to differentiate between what is good if there is no such thing as evil?
If
I can't even conceptualize it.
You can't, because there's no such thing as evil. You can't conceptualize evil if there's no such thing.
Like for an example, let's say there's like a tribe in the middle out of buttfuck nowhere, and the norm is to murder and rape everything that you see in sight.
Oh, muffin.
Right. So let's pull you out of said tribe and put you in a society where this is no longer the norm. What would be your honest reaction towards this if this is no longer the norm for you?
I would just start raping, I guess, right? What is this question? I don't understand.
The fuck do you mean?
I don't understand the question at all.
If you're
the idea
outside
is between good and evil.
Yeah, you're in a society is full of inherent evil, like an inherent evil, right? But let's put you in a societal that is inherent good. Like, do you know the difference between good, or through your experience of being in that tribe, you just know bad?
I'd probably be a menace. I don't understand. Would you?
If you
Yeah.
were okay, let me put it this way. If you were in a society, okay, and within this society, all there is what you deem to be evil actions. Okay, whatever that may be, unjust murder, grape, whatever the case may be, whatever you deem unjust.
Sodom and Gomorrah.
That's what Sodom and Gomorrah. That's what this whole society functions off of. That's this whole society is what you consider evil acts. Now, let's just say you get pulled from this society, in which case it's all ran off of evil acts, and you get put into society like, let's just say America. Okay, let's just say, we don't allow that stuff. We don't allow slavery. We don't allow all this stuff. How would you differentiate between the two? You would leave your original society being like, this is okay, this is good. Mm-hmm. And then you would get put into this new society being like, what the fuck is happening? These people are immoral as fuck. That's what you would think.
Oh, thinking that the good society is evil.
Yes. Because
so
you're
saying
only
it's all just
conception.
based on perception. That's what evil and good should be. I don't know.
No.
I don't know what you're getting at with this. I don't understand. I'm lost.
No, the idea.
Listen, Duncan broke my brain already, and now Muffin pulled me to some other spot. I was getting somewhere.
I didn't
with
pull you
Duncan
to any
there.
other spot. I'm sorry that you're able to fucking understand him, but I broke it down to the simplest fucking terms for you.
The idea with it, Mr. Man, is that if you're in a society with only evil and you go into society with goodness within it, you have to have good in order to differentiate what is even evil in the first place. Or else how would you know? That's the whole idea.
Mm.
So you can't know evil unless you've seen good.
You're talking about to measure it.
To measure it, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And it would also be the same way around. You don't know evil unless if you know good or
Know
you
good.
know
Like
bad
you don't know
or you
cold
know good.
until you lose all that heat.
Yes,
exactly. You have to have the two in order to understand one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like that for a lot of things. It's just not like that. You said that it was everything. I wouldn't go as far as say that's everything, but it's a lot of things. Just like
would
free will.
it be that way with sound? Because I know it's like that with light and with heat.
Could be.
Or would it be with sound? Because that's just a vibration.
If you've never heard sound before, then how would you know? I mean, maybe.
No, I mean, does sound even exist?
Yes.
Yeah, I would say so. If the tree falls in the woods, would it make a sound if no one was around?
No, I get it. Will make a sound, but I'm saying sound itself. If sound is just the vibration of the particles in the air, coming through in a wave, and then it hitting your eardrum, and that's how we're registering sound. Is it the sound that actually exists? It's this vibration. It's just a wave. What is it?
What is it? You said
because this doesn't have the properties like light or heat does.
You just said it's a vibration.
Yeah, you said it's a vibration.
Yeah, so it wouldn't apply in this situation is what I'm saying.
It
wouldn't.
It would, because where would the vibration come from?
Oh, I guess because there would be an absence of sound. Silence would be the absence of sound.
Yeah.
The absence of this vibration. Okay, all right. Fair enough. This is a deep conversation, guys. I'm getting a little confused. Especially with King Muffin, man. Oh, my God.
No, this is good. I love conversation.
I might be taking too many shrooms on this shit, but I don't know.
I love conversations like this, dude. Are you kidding me?
But yeah, it gets to weird grounds when we ever talk about physics or religion or anything like this, because a lot of people are like, oh, then where did this come from? Well, we need to tell you where it come from or even originated from.
I did want to hear from Duncan about the argument for God, because I think when we're trying to come up with an argument for God, we need to define God. And if we're defining him as omnipotent, omniscient, the creator of all things, we assign all these properties that are, astronomical.
Well, let's start with this. Let's define God, and then Duncan can take over. But let's define God first.
I would say
that we can agree on.
God is the creator of all things, omnipotent, omniscient, omnisentient, I guess, omniconscious, He would be omni all characteristics.
Okay.
Which would make him the singular objective mind.
I would just say God is a primordial being.
Who said that? Sorry.
I would personally say God is a primordial being, a creator.
Okay, so real fast, Mr. Man, you said creator of all things, singular, objective, what?
Mind.
Mind. Okay. Muffin. What did you say?
Primordial being.
Primordial being. Okay, and then Duncan, it's your debate. Do you accept one of those two definitions, or do you have your
I'm
own?
not debating.
He wants to debate you, bro.
Oh, I don't want to debate him. I want to talk to him about it because I don't know these answers.
Okay,
I'm not
my
coming
bad.
here.
Look,
My bad. He
I don't
wants to talk about it.
Yeah, let me be clear. I don't have an argument for the existence of God. I don't have one.
I have
And-
one. I don't know if it's sufficient though. That's why I want to run it by you.
Well,
because you
and
agree
I-
to have people come up with them.
Yeah, because I've
You're the
heard
goat,
I've heard
Duncan.
several.
You're the goat.
Well, I wouldn't take it that far, but
He wants to hear the argument from the goat.
okay, give me your argument.
All right, my argument would be for things to exist, they would need to be created. All things exist. God being the creator of all things, therefore God exists.
You need an argument that God created all things.
Well, that was baked into the definition of God.
All things. He created all things.
Well, again, remember what I said. Like how I prefaced this conversation. What did I say?
Ugh.
That every argument for God is presuppositional.
That was what I wanted us to discuss.
Yeah, that presupposes that God is
the creator of all things.
creator of those things.
I don't know if I
So-
would agree with that.
And so this is where, like, I have contentions is if you're trying to apply logic to determine if the argument for the existence of God is valid, well, you're like, this assumes that God is bound by logic. And this is why I don't debate from a theistic view. This is why I run across panels all the time where abolitionists specifically cannot debate abortion for nothing. They can't. It never happens. I've yet to hear a debate with an abolitionist, like a Norman abolitionist, that doesn't result in this exact conversation.
Yeah, it depends on the grounding, really.
You know what I mean? So like that's my issue is this is why I don't debate theistically, because it just turns into a pissing match over who has the best argument for God.
Well, what about consistency? Can you demonstrate consistency within God is real?
I mean, like I can as a believer, sure.
Yeah.
But it's
give us
still but I just don't think it's probability raising.
It's not motivating to a non-believer.
The best way I can even explain that God is real is that one episode from Young Sheldon when he's trying to help his mom to grab faith back into God. So basically the term went like this. The universe and everything that we live on is built in such a way, so perfect, if one thing was out of place, this whole world would not even exist in the first place. So there is signs of a creator.
Wait, isn't that the fine-tuning argument? I can't remember. I think it might be fine-tuning.
Tell you what, I remember the goddamn episode, and that's a dope-ass episode.
Yeah, I know, right?
I guess for my argument I gave you, Duncan, the presupposition is in the definition. So if I'm getting the person to agree that this is what I mean by God, when someone say, "Oh, prove God exists," well, they're already using the word. They're going to have to give me their definition, I guess.
Well,
I mean,
you need to
that's
define
fair,
proof.
but
I
Mr.
think
Man,
you need to
what-
define proof as well. Like, what would you consider proof?
Well, I
An
would just
argument can be proof. Like a logical entailment can be proof. All these
if
things can
it's
be proof.
probability raising, sure.
So
But my-
just in your case, if it raises probability of said subject,
then that would be proof to you.
Well, it would also be this way.
Well, it would
Never
be,
mind,
but
go on.
the problem is that it doesn't raise probability. It just begs the question.
Well, it would
Wait,
also
hold on.
I get-
What doesn't raise probability? What doesn't?
Stipulating in the definition of God that God is the creator of all things. That's just begging
No,
the
no, no,
question.
no. But if you were to give an argument for God is real, and that God is real argument would raise probability, that would be proof to you, right?
Yes, and I'm stating that his argument does not do that. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. What was the argument? Premise form?
It was.
Let me see if I can steel man it. Premise 1, things that exist must be created. Premise 2, God is the creator of all things. Therefore, conclusion, God exists. And if
I got a
butchered it,
simpler.
I apologize.
I got a simpler conclusion to you, Mr. Main.
So things that exist. Things,
Close. I
things
think
that
so.
exist
I probably didn't
require
say
a
it good.
creator.
It's kind of all right. In order for things to exist, they must have been created. We observe all things to exist. In order for all things to have existed, they must have been. And I guess maybe you would say, in order to create all things, you'd have to be all powerful. And I don't know. I don't know how to make this argument. It's not an easy argument to make. I mean,
Wait,
I
Mr.
think
Man, this is very simple. If God doesn't exist, why are we talking about him right now?
Wait, real fast.
No,
What was the
that's not what we're doing. Mr. Man, have you ever heard of the Watchman theory or the watchmaker theory?
No.
You haven't? You should
No,
look
what-
into that.
Can I just want to know, what was the conclusion? You said things that exist were created. We observe creation, therefore that requires a creator. What was the conclusion? God exists, right?
God exists is the conclusion.
Okay, so my stipulation would be the observe part. We observe creation.
No, we observe the creation. Yeah, we don't
We
observe
observe-
its creation. We observe God's creations.
So if
exist.
Duncan's stipulation would be assumptions, then he would say that you're just assuming that we observe this thing.
We're in God's forgotten Minecraft
So I
server.
think what he's saying is, I'm presupposing that all of these things had to have been created by God. When I guess that it's possible they've all been created by other things or something else.
If you don't mind, if I jump in here, I think the piece, Mr. Man, that you're missing is that you have to stipulate in your premise that God is uncreated and outside of creation. Because
Good point.
it would kind of follow, right? Premise 1, all things have to be created. Premise 2, we observe things that are created. Let me see if I'm following this right. Therefore, there must be an uncreated creator, right? That would sort of be the conclusion.
What if we... Go ahead.
I would agree, but I would change it. I would say all things that began to exist have to be created.
What if
or even thought of to even be created? So that would be quote unquote uncreator.
By the way, real quick, I just want to say, Muffin, it's good to see you, bro. I thought you died, literally. So good to see you, bro.
Duncan, what about this?
All contingent things were created. Yeah.
What if we swap? So hold on. What was the conclusion? God exists. What if we swap God with like higher power? What would you say to that? So
I
if
would.
the-
Yeah,
Go
I would
ahead.
say that's more probability raising.
if
but
we
it-
swapped God,
We're
with higher
still
power.
calling God without even saying the name.
Yeah, exactly. That was kind of my point.
like most arguments you hear, like you could say, well, it's probability raising, but it doesn't mean that this God is the Christian God. It could
it's
be
like
any-
how-
Is it?
Like-
no,
Yeah,
so
they
that's a
always get me
separate
there.
Argument though, that's a separate argument. You say Christianity God. I'm just saying higher power at this
Sure,
point. But
and
a higher,
that's- yeah,
a higher
yeah,
power
yeah.
would be a God.
Correct. Yeah. I don't disagree there, but obviously, and you know, I think
So-
in lieu of having this discussion here and you know, given context of the things that have been said, that the Christian God is what's in question.
Okay, so we can concede the fact that there is a God, and then we get into the argument of which God it would be the objective
Sure.
one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Given the context, again, how I frame this and why I posed this question to begin with is the Christian God being what's in question. It's not to say, like, sure, any dumb fuck can come along and say, well, you know, I don't believe in anything. I think we just came from nothing. Yeah, that's not a linear conversation. That's just dumb.
You just spawn into existence.
Right. That's just dumb. What
that
typically
takes a
more
lot of
often
faith,
than
doesn't
not,
it?
yeah,
Well, that's
more often than
illogical.
not, like when those conversations start happening, I leave. I'm not interested in that. But this is more specific because you have, again, in the abortion in the realm of the abortion debate, more oftentimes than not, it's the Christian God that comes into question. I've never heard
It's most
anyone have
popular.
contentions with Allah, you know, the Muslim God or Buddha
Kali.
or, you know, any of the others. It's always the Christian God that comes into contention. So that's going to be, that's the focal point, is it would have to be the Christian God.
Okay, so
Now-
we can concede that there is a God.
I
But
think
it
there
would
is, but
Okay,
but
so
I
it
don't
would come
but-
down to which God.
Yeah, I think there is. So there's not much of a concession there to be had. It's just, again, this is just kind of a thought experiment, like I stated.
Yeah.
Well,
Almost like a class in how to argue.
Like
with these
personally, personally for me as a polytheist, I think like Zeus, everybody else is pretty much like a hierarchy. But like for the grand, there is a creator of all of like these other gods. Like they're just lesser gods.
Did you say Zeus?
Yeah,
Did you say Zeus?
yeah. I'm a polytheist.
Greek mythology?
I'm a polytheist of every religion.
Poly meaning multiple?
Yes.
Multiple gods? Okay. All right.
Yes,
That's
there are multiple amount of gods in our world.
Okay.
I mean, I could accept that only in that, from my view, all these gods you're talking about are small g demons.
Yeah,
and
they're small G's. That's
fallen
what I'm
angel.
saying. So
all
it
these
would
small
be the
Gs would
big
add up
man.
to, like, a
It would be
capital G.
Jesus,
Okay.
the Holy Ghost or Spirit or whatever you like to call him, the Christianity. Then all the others.
That's interesting. I don't know if I've ever heard that position.
But yeah, I do
That's
agree there
that's
is
like
a big
the combination
man. I do
of
believe
Greek
it.
mythology with Christianity. That's interesting.
Yeah, but so far in all there's only one religion that God has turned him into a human form, and like that would only be Jesus.
Within Christianity.
Within Christianity, yes. There's
Yeah.
no other like religion that I've ever seen that we've seen like gods in many other religions or pantheons disguise themselves as animals or humans, but they never became a human.
Wait, state that one more time. We've never seen
These other gods like turn into a human, which would be Jesus. Jesus turned into flesh and bone. These gods just quote unquote mimic that, but they didn't turn to flesh and bone.
hold on a second, because I think my contention might be there. Because I don't think that God necessarily turned into a human. I think his nature got posited onto a human. So I think Jesus just adapted the nature of God. I don't think God turned into Jesus.
Yeah, because Muffin, when you say that God turned into a human, it implies that he wasn't God anymore. But
No,
we believe in-
no, I'm not saying that whatsoever. I would
Maybe
say
that's where Devin's contention is, though.
Like he's still God. It's just the fact that you need to understand that he's now in mortal form. The other gods and many other pantheons that I follow never done this. They just mimic the aspect what Jesus has done.
Yeah, so, Muffin, just so you know, from the Christian paradigm, this is called the hypostatic union, when Jesus takes on the nature of fully man and he's still fully God. So he never loses that fully divine nature.
Yeah, I'm never saying he lost that.
Okay, no, I know. I got you. You're clear now, bro.
So yeah, Jesus is the only one that I know that has turned to flesh and bone, not these other gods.
What does that tell you exactly?
That these other gods do not have the power of Jesus or the Great Almighty.
Well, these gods won't have the power of Jesus. Jesus would have the power of God. Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But like, I'm not understanding why you're trying to like get the super trade breaker here.
You said that Jesus, or what was it? Jesus gained the power of God or something like that.
No, he is
or,
the
sorry,
power of God.
other way. You're saying that God gained the power of Jesus. I'm saying it's the other way around.
Like Jesus is a god, but I don't think he's the god. He's not the granddaddy or the grand woman.
Why wouldn't he be though? If you're saying he has this.
Well, I would say he's the granddaddy in one way, but I would say he's the granddaddy of the granddaddy. He's the son of God.
Granddaddy's a hell of a term. I love it.
So then, are you implying that God the Father from the Christian paradigm is the God of all the other gods that you hold in your paradigm?
Yes.
Okay, interesting. I've never heard that before, bro.
The multiple God theory is what we're like, okay.
It explains a lot in our world. It explains why there's different religions, different beliefs, different ideologies, and a lot of different things. It explains a lot, but if it was like only one religion that was constantly spread through time, like Christianity, just nothing but Christianity, not these other religions, then I would be like, okay. But there's been many times that other religions have referenced Christianity many fucking times, through its monsters, its stories, and there's a lot of you could say hey, this came from the Christian Bible. How the fuck is this guy in the Christian Bible? There's a lot of different pantheons that have been told through their pantheons as well, and it's crazy. Like how the Japanese pantheon talks about fucking Buddha that is not even a part of their fucking pantheon.
Muffin, would you concede at least that the Christian paradigm also would account for that type of thing? Like, I'll give you an example, right? Let's say a demon or Satan himself, possibly disguised as an angel, goes and attacks Muhammad in a cave and convinces him that he's the new prophet and starts this whole heretical cult. And
I want to say this.
I want
to say this. I do not believe in a religion that thinks okay to have how do you say this? Children, wives,
no.
or whatever
okay.
the fuck you say it.
I'm not even going there, bro. I'm not even going there. All I'm saying is if you say, well, the polytheism argument works because we have all these religions, I would just say Christianity accounts for that with the fact that we live in a fallen world and there's also evil forces that are trying to stray all of us off the path all the time.
Which I don't disagree.
So it would still be accounted for.
And even if you did accept this, that these were all these small g gods, and then there was the highest god, why would you even, I don't know, why would you even consider all these small g gods when the highest says, thou shalt not put any other gods before me?
Which I'm not. I'm acknowledging of these set gods. I'm not putting them against the big almighty.
Well, the big almighty that you're referring to, which is God, though.
Yeah, he's God. He's God. He should not be questioned. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just telling you that these other gods are real, but they're not him. They are not the grand designer.
So you acknowledge Artemis and Kronos or whatever, but you also acknowledge that Zeus is the top dog.
Zeus is not the top dog. Okay, so Zeus is the leader of his own pantheon, like many other leaders of their said respective pantheons.
Okay. So you acknowledge these other ones, but you also acknowledge that this god would be, top dog.
Yes.
Okay.
He's top dog.
That's a new view. I don't think I've heard that one before.
But if that top dog is telling you he doesn't say there's no gods higher than me. He says there are no other gods. I am the one God, the one creator. But if which
is true. And also, I see these other gods as extensions of him. Like how I see myself as an extension of God, but in human form.
So why would you acknowledge these other gods then, if it's just an extension of this one true God?
Doesn't it make you equivalent to those little g gods?
No. I'm lesser than those gods.
Whoa.
So why acknowledge the lowercase g, as Mr. Man puts it, gods,
Well, it's like
If
the
it
same
is
way
the
how
case
you would
that they're
value
not,
yourself in a society. Why do you see yourself in a societal view of the rich against the poor and many other things? It's the same way how we would view that, but within my aspect of these gods.
well, that would make Almanac's point where you're comparing these lowercase g gods to humans.
Well, this is the simplest way I can explain it to us, since we understand our terms, but we do not understand the Great Almighty's terms.
Yeah, but that would be a false equivalency though, because you already said that these lowercase g gods wouldn't be equivalent to us.
We're not equivalent to them. That's what I said.
Yeah, so why would you compare them to us?
It's like I'm trying to like make it understandable so you understand what I'm trying to say. That's like I'm trying to put mortal words into what I believe.
Okay, so hold on. Okay, the original question is why would you subscribe to these lowercase g gods, knowing that there is a one true God?
I don't
What was the
subscribe
answer?
to them.
But so you just acknowledge them? Like
Yes,
they
I
were
acknowledge
real?
them. It's like the same thing if I acknowledge something bad happening. Yes, I can react towards it, or I can just completely fucking ignore it.
So they don't matter; they just exist.
They matter. It's just I don't follow them.
Okay,
Well,
so
I guess
what?
then we have
in
to
what
ask what
sense do they matter?
And what do you mean by they exist?
They exist. They exist in time and space. God, the Great Almighty, exists beyond that. These gods are trapped in one mortal plane.
So they would matter above you, right?
Yeah, they matter above me.
So you should include them as far as mattering, but you should also include that the one true God above them should also matter.
That's what I'm saying. What?
Yeah, that's true, right?
That's what I've been saying the whole time.
Okay, so if
I
there
matter
is-
beyond. I matter lesser than them. And like if these gods look at the Great Almighty, yeah, these gods mean lesser to the Great Almighty.
So the contention here is that if you matter less than these lowercase g gods, and there is a one true God, why would you then go around the lowercase g gods to follow the one true God?
Because
Like,
these
why-
gods
like,
also
why have the lowercase
these
g gods in
gods
the first
do their part in the world. They keep our world imbalanced.
What do they do?
They bring us water. They bring us a lot of different things onto this planet. They even do things for the Great Almighty.
Oh. So wait, is Thor handling the thunder and Zeus handling the lightning? Is that what's going on?
Yes.
It's handling the ejaculation every time I spank it.
That would be.
Kronos gave us the flame.
I would say Aphrodite.
Kronos gave us the flame.
Sounds like a pretty low level job.
I would say Aphrodite.
Where the fuck have you even been, Genesis? You've joined like
But
twice,
yeah,
and you've been
again.
MIA, just sitting there, just fucking quiet as shit. What's going
Yeah,
on?
I was wanting to get into some of the conversations.
Like for
earlier,
like
but
some things that
I
cannot
was
be
doing
explained in
something
our
at the
world.
time.
Like for some things that cannot be explained in our world, that would just be these lesser gods doing it.
Wait a minute. Wasn't it Prometheus that gave him fire?
Cope, honestly, like
I think it
because
was
like
Prometheus.
what is
actually.
your
I might
what
be
is
wrong.
your what is your definition of a god?
A primordial being.
What do you mean by primordial?
The primordial being. A god that's a being that's outside of space and time. But these lesser gods are not outside of space and time.
Outside of space and time?
Are you not listening to me?
No, that's what I'm just trying to understand
Yeah,
exactly what your
God
argument is.
is a primordial being outside of space and time.
Okay, what do you take time to be?
Okay, I'm not answering you these fucking stupid questions.
These are just metaphysical questions. What do you
No,
mean?
I'm not answering them, dude. I already
Well,
went
if
through
you're
this like many
talking
times
about
with these
God-
other people.
Okay, so do you take God to be contingent on other beings?
Already answered this. I'm sorry you weren't here for that question.
Okay, so we're just gonna get in bad faith. That's
Yeah,
fine.
I'm giving you the big old fucking middle finger since you weren't here for the questioning that these people already asked me.
You're right.
Well,
it just seems
he
silly to
wasn't-
believe
he wasn't
multiple gods are
here-
contingent upon another.
He wasn't
that just
here for that
seems
line
silly.
of questioning. I think it's like we can all mute up if that's. what
I'm
you're
not going to
worried about.
repeat myself, dude.
Yeah, he wasn't here for it though.
I'm telling you, I'm not repeating myself.
To somebody who is trying to have a conversation with you, that
No,
wasn't
I know
here
what
in the
he's
first
trying to
place?
do. I'm just not fucking answering him.
What is he trying to do?
He's trying to fucking be a metaphysical dick, and he's gonna go on this whole tirade of like, okay, what does this mean? And as I answer it, he's gonna be like, okay, what does this mean? I'm gonna answer it. Oh, what does this mean? He's gonna go on this whole fucking back and forth thing that it doesn't fucking equate to fucking anything.
And I have a bone to pick with Genesis.
Isn't a lot of this conversation going to? Isn't a lot of this conversation going to be metaphysical?
dick.
But either way,
change it into metadick.
A lot of this is going to be metaphysical, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, just like the concept of God itself is metaphysical.
Metaphysical, yeah. I don't know how you really get around it.
Like even like when we're talking about ontology, we're talking about a metaphysical beings, like how he's made or what he's made of. Then we get into like meta-ontology and like why he's made up on these things. But like no matter what we talk about when it's pertaining to God, there's still going to be a very vast majority of it going to be metaphysical. So
and a good amount of them are not going to be answered.
Well, especially when you bring time into it.
We can give every answer, but we're not going to understand the whole grasp of it. That again, I cannot explain what God truly is because I'm a fucking mortal, because I do not know what I do.
My point behind it is that you're being disingenuous to Genesis when he's asking these questions, because you're saying that they're metaphysical.
How am I being disingenuous even though the simplest answer is I don't fucking know?
Well, because
you can't truly say you know everything about the Christian God. You can't really say that you truly know everything.
That's not
We're
true.
not saying that you need to know. What I'm saying is that he's asking metaphysical questions, and you're saying those are. I'm not going to answer those because they're metaphysical. But it's like you can't get around the conversation.
They're not metaphysical because there's not like an infinitive answer.
Yes, I mean, for instance, the things in which I claim to be truth are just going to be apt beliefs, right? It's just going to be based off of like different epistemic beliefs that people hold, or like worldviews in which people hold, right? So it sounds like you're more so some kind of like epistemic nihilist, or like you just don't think that anyone can truly know anything, which is absurd because you're making truth
It's
claims.
absurd that you think anybody can know from the grand design.
I think that it is the case in which we can observe reality, come to deductive conclusions, and see that something of great design had created the things in which had caused reality. I don't think that is an absurdity.
I'm not saying that's an absurdity. You're saying that you know the structures of said grid design, dude. You know the structures from inside of out.
Yeah, so I mean, you'll just regress it back then. So because I know the structures of the universe, or I have
which is not true.
I have an apt belief of the universe, then I would say I'm justified in knowing.
Your active belief doesn't.
Wait, hello, dude. I'm still talking. Why are you yapping in the middle of my sentence? Thank you. Anyways, I would still say that I'm justified in the things in which I know, based off of the things in which whatever metaphysical being you believe in has revealed himself to us, that being within his creation.
I would say his grand creation is the said proof.
Or that's exactly what I'm saying. So if God has an ontology and God cannot change and he exists outside of time, then his actions would be entailed to his ontology. Therefore, his actions, like creation, would reflect what he is. Therefore, if we can observe the creations, we can observe God's nature.
What? I'm a little lost here. What? So, okay. All I'm getting at is, since if you're able to look at a fucking ladybug, you can automatically know what God is? Is that what you're saying?
Sure, if you want to bring it down to a very simple reduction.
Don't sure me, dude. I'm literally asking you what you really mean by this. Don't get it to a fucking sure with me.
Sure.
Really?
Well, I think what he's saying is like, I'll just give one example here. When Genesis says that you can observe God's nature by observing the reality around you, that would include things like the laws of logic, which are immaterial but universally true, right? So they have no explanation unless there's a creator whose nature includes logic. We can deduce that God's nature, if we're presupposing that God is the creator of our reality, which within the paradigm we are, then we could say that part of God's nature is to be logical, or God's nature is logic itself.
Yeah,
God
he
can't
is
violate-
logic. I wouldn't
I
have
don't
any
know about
contention
that.
with this.
I think we would say that God's creation is logical, or the nature of God's creation.
Wait. How would that make sense? Why would he make a logical creation without him being logical himself? That
I don't
doesn't
know.
make sense.
Why not?
Again,
He would
Why
have
couldn't he?
to be
it's
logical.
indexed to his ontology. His actions are
Yes.
always indexed to his ontology.
Yeah,
Like-
it just means that God does have a nature.
It's like saying like, "Oh, I put love into this world, but without him not being lovable." Like that. What do you mean by that?
Well, it's like this is the way that you. I know you're not an atheist, Muffin, but this is the way that we combat atheists sometimes, because the Reddit tier atheists will bring up like, well, could God make a rock so heavy that he can't lift it? And you would just combat it. You would say, well, that's a contradiction. Like it's illogical, and logic. If something illogical cannot comport with God's nature, therefore it's not possible. It's not within the category of all powerful, because all powerful only includes things that are logically possible.
Does it?
Even with the love example, God is love.
And also, that wouldn't
Well,
work
hold on,
either,
I
since
he
he
said
did
something.
create rocks, but he could still lift them. But it doesn't
the
matter.
nature.
You that would mean if he has to create a rock that he can't lift, he has to be breaking that other design of other rocks that he can lift. So it will go against his grand design. So
It's to demonstrate a nature of God.
Right. It's just to say that all powerful doesn't mean literally anything that our puny brains can conceive of. It's that there is a certain nature which doesn't violate the category of all powerful, because there is a nature to God. We can see the
Yes,
nature by.
like I'm in agreement with that. Yes.
Okay.
Like there's an agreement to this, but it doesn't mean we know the scopes of it. We don't know.
I don't
like,
see how
all
us
this-
observing God's creation could generate a view on God's nature being a necessary being that logic is a necessary condition for God when if he's all powerful. Because if he's all powerful, then couldn't he just as easily make a creation void of logic?
That would be breaking his natural order. Again,
Yeah,
if he did
this is
this,
confused.
our whole world will no longer exist.
Yeah, no, it's just, I mean, Mr. Man, you have to understand, like, we are contingent beings, meaning that we come from some kind of first cause, right? So everything in which persists to exist has some kind of first cause, which is going to be which would be necessary that God would exist. Otherwise, if we are contingent beings, meaning that we can exist and then not exist, and there was a time in which we never existed, then we would never exist now. But it is the case that we do exist now, therefore there is this first cause.
Yeah, no,
Like,
that's
think
not
of
what my
this.
contention was, though. My contention is
Mr.
just
Man,
the
I can answer you
Gonna say the
directly.
necessity.
Mr. Man, I can answer you directly. Because what you're saying is like, well, even if we can deduce the laws of logic, that doesn't prove that God's nature is logic. That's your point, right?
No, what I'm saying is we can observe God's creation.
Right.
And yes, we could observe all of these universal laws of logic that exist within God's creation. But God, being all powerful, exists outside of his creation. Therefore, if he chose to make a creation that was illogical, he could. Not that he would, but he could, because he's all powerful. Is all I'm saying.
No, he can't.
It would go against his nature. That's the point. And look, the reason we use
Yeah,
logic
but if all we
as an
know of his
example
nature
here-
is through his creation, we don't
Okay,
know
well,
of
last man. Let me explain it in this way. Let's say he's making a. Have you ever seen a bottled boat?
Yeah.
Let's say God created a ship in a bottle, right?
Yeah.
He's creating this bottle. It's perfect as it is. But let's say if God did take like a support beam out of this said ship that he was creating, that ship would completely fall apart.
No, I understand that. Within this creation, he's already made this creation that we're observing, and we recognize the universal laws of logic within it.
Which
What
is the
I'm
perfect
saying
bottle,
is
which
that
is
if
the perfect
God
bottle, yes.
is outside of time and space and matter, and he is the creator of all of these things, and he is all powerful, why would it be beyond him to be able to create a creation that doesn't operate on logic.
The way
Because
that we
why
can
would
know,
he create something that would fail?
look, the way we can know that
I'm not
God's
saying
nature.
that he would. I'm saying why couldn't he?
Look,
Listen,
Mr. Man, it's
God-
because we're made in his. Look, if we're made in his image and likeness, then God, and if we're also told that he is the pillar of truth, God is the foundation of truth itself. God is not deceptive by nature. In fact, Satan is the paradigm of deception. God is the opposite of that. God is not deceptive by nature. This is an argument you use against young Earth creationists, for example. So when we observe reality around us, that hey, there are these immaterial, meaning you can't taste, touch, smell, sniff them, right? You can't observe them, but they are universally true always and everywhere, like the laws of logic. That we're getting a glimpse into God's mind and how he created the immaterial and material reality around us, because our reality is grounded in his mind. And that's how we can deduce that his nature must comport with logic. So it's not, we're not presupposing that God is logical. It's a deduction from his
Based off of
from
his
what we see
creation.
around us.
It's a necessary entailment.
Right.
Yes. Like again, he made a world that is so perfect he wouldn't screw with it. Hence the perfect bow in the bottle. But if he decides to change it in one major way, like somebody's stating, like that one argument that I honestly think is fucking stupid. If he could make a rock bigger than him, that means he needs to change the other nature that he made of these other rocks into that said item.
Well,
Then
could he not make another ship in a bottle?
This
Could
is
he not
my-
make another ship in a bottle that
hold on.
didn't have a
This-
mast?
This is
Yes.
actually like one of my problems with a lot of like these theistic gods is like, if we presuppose like a god that is all powerful, all knowing, in which his actions reflect his ontology, right? It would be fair to say that like this god would create his creations with such a perfect intention, right? In which they're created in such a specific way, right? Some kind of ultimate design, right? That is this universe. Now, if we're going to stipulate that then further down this timeline, that God then decides to add, take away, or fix something within this creation, well, now there's going to be a contradiction. And that's going to be that this imperfect intention of his creation was not perfect to begin with because it needed tampering. And so it brings the question to where it's what was the necessity if this perfect intention of his creations was created with this perfect intention? What was the necessity that it needed to be fixed, added, or taken away from?
I don't see how this is addressing.
Yeah, me neither. I don't fucking.
Yeah, because my question is like to his analogy with the
somebody
ship
made a
in a
claim
bottle.
that I disagree
If the
with.
ship in a bottle is the creation, that's the analogy. The ship in a bottle is creation, and God is the guy who made it. Could he not create another ship in a bottle that is missing a mast and the main stern and all that?
He could, but you would have to concede that God has a nature.
I would concede that it's
Yeah,
his
it
nature to
would,
make a
but it would
perfect ship
also
in a
make
bottle.
his design
that-
different and no longer work.
like, he
that's not
wouldn't. I
very
understand that by his nature he wouldn't. Is that what you're saying? But not that he couldn't.
Does God have a nature?
Sure.
Yes. So God at that point would be confined to something.
To his own nature.
His
His
nature.
own ontology or whatever the Phil
Am
Brooks
I,
said.
am I the only one that noticed that he tried to come after me with my beliefs, but we were still on the fucking topic of the fucking world existing?
On the topic of the what?
The fucking whatever his name was that was trying to challenge me in my beliefs, and we were still on this subject, and he tried to turn it back to his fucking conversation.
Genesis? Are you talking
Yeah,
about Genesis?
Oh, I didn't get
He's
to pick my
actually-
bone with him. I had a bone to pick with him.
Genesis is actually, he's a pretty good, acknowledgeable person. I'm
No,
not
he's
saying
good.
necessarily I'm not necessarily saying debate with him. What I'm saying is he's actually a pretty good person to have a conversation with. But I would also say the same thing about you, King Muffin. I would say that you're also a good person to have a conversation with, because I think you guys are both acknowledgeable.
Yeah, my only contention with Genesis was that he did a debate recently, a formal debate with some woman named Chloe, whom I've
I saw
never
that, yeah,
heard
yeah.
of. And I just
see
felt
that
like
one.
he was really punching down and abusing this poor woman who was well out of her expertise in debate.
Well, she shouldn't
I
have
think
accepted it. She shouldn't have accepted it.
I don't think she
I also,
realized. I think she thought that
I
she
also
has really
think you
good
should.
points, that she's right about things, and she could just win the argument. But she was. I think it takes years of being on this platform, arguing with these Phil bros, just to know what the hell they're saying.
Okay, I would have stated this. If I know somebody's currently like out of their depth, I would have just said, okay, miss, I know I'm not getting anywhere with you. I understand you have your certain beliefs, but I would strongly suggest that look up the information that I'm currently telling you. And probably come back probably like a month or two later and have this conversation again, because I generally think you don't have an idea what you're talking about. I'm not calling you stupid or dumb. I'm just saying you're just out of your depth.
Well,
Yeah,
Chloe-
every
I
abolitionist in the
caveat?
chat was really upset.
Well, every
I would like to give this caveat to King Muffin. I think I don't necessarily agree with everything you're saying, but I think you're a very acknowledgeable person, in which case you're someone that I would like
You don't have to agree with me.
And yeah, no, I'm not saying I have to. I'm saying that
Yeah.
I think you're actually someone that I think we could have a very intellectual conversation with down the road, and I would enjoy that. Not a lot of people give that same perception. They
Agreed.
obviously portray themselves as idiots. Mr. Man, I think if I want to talk about inappropriately touching fish, you're my guy.
I never said anything about inappropriate. I said suspicious.
That's
You
and
said
also again,
suspicious.
it's not my place to force you in your beliefs. Again, I'm just telling you what I believe, and you do with that information as you will. I'm not telling you to believe in what I believe. I'm just saying you ask kindly of what I believe I told you. That's it.
No, honestly, I like you. I've watched a few of your lives, honestly, because you mainly go live in the morning, and I'll sit there and watch you. I would love to have a fucking in-depth conversation about shit like this with you. Like, I think you're very acknowledgeable.
I want
I
to say
don't
I'm knowledgeable.
agree.
I'm just saying again. I'm a normal dude. I just try to put my best guess towards things. Try to see how things work. Again, I'm like everybody
I don't
else.
agree, but I like watching your debates, dude. Like, I think you're very intuitive, honestly. So, like, don't take this as like me attacking you. I hope you don't take it as that, because like I actually like watching your shit.
It sounds more like you're rubbing his butt.
And what's wrong with that? You got a problem with
I didn't
butt?
say there was anything wrong with it. I just said that's what it sounds like.
Back to
Is there something wrong with butt rubbing, Mr. Man?
No, I'm a big fan.
Okay, so if I want to rub his butt,
I'm a
what's wrong with
proponent
that?
of
No, and also, Mister, I want to tell you this, David. I'm a very young individual, so like for a person my age and not doing stupid shit, yes, I am pretty knowledgeable on certain stuff.
Well, if you need your butt rubbed, let me know.
Free butt rub.
Well, like, are we like talking about like how a cat would work? Like, you start from like the scruff and you work down to the ass and it raises. Like, what are we talking about?
Well, I mean, let's
Just
be
when he
real.
comes
If you're-
over, if
like,
he's suspiciously holding a fish, be careful.
if you go straight for the butt on a cat, like, I'm sorry, you're gonna get fucked up. Okay,
Yeah.
you got to start with the neck, and you got to
Yeah.
gradually go down, right? You gotta let
And then
that
they
butt
present.
rise. They present it exactly.
Yes. What the fuck are we doing?
Anywho, back to rationality land.
I am never letting Mr. Man pet sit for any of my animals.
Not even your fish?
Not even my
fish.
fucking,
Not even Finding Nemo.
not even my fucking fish, dude. I got 3 dogs and a cat, and I wouldn't trust.
I
want
want to trust you at a fucking. I want to trust you at a fucking re-showing of Finding Nemo.
I want to trust the motherfucker in an aquarium that's sealed off.
Aquarium.
Hey, I was the one that didn't have a contention with that
I wouldn't
law.
even trust him if we were at a fucking kid's birthday party watching The Little Mermaid.
It was it was the other guy that said that law wasn't fair or it was absurd. I'm the one who thinks it's a good law.
But okay, what's this? Okay, what's the subject are we on now? Because you wanted to get us back on topic.
Wasn't it Finch, that other guy you're talking about?
Finch, that was it. Yeah, Finch.
Yeah.
Voiceless. I don't know if I've ever had so much fun in one of your panels. I'm not gonna lie.
But yeah, for the conversation, God is logic and like Grand Almighty is logic. There's no like contentions with that, right?
Like 1 for 1 is logic. Or like it is logic in the sense of he created logic.
Well, he is it. So, like, he is it, which he is it. Like, you know?
Yeah, but if you say that like logic is one, and then you say like God is one, so they're equivalent, like I would necessarily disagree with that. I think God is logic to the point you created it. I don't necessarily think that God is exactly logic, and he can only be logic.
Wait, don't
No, I'm
I
not
would
saying
say,
he
as
only
far
could be
as we can
logic.
observe, it is in God's nature to be logical.
Yeah, which is logical, which he is logic. I'm not
I think I would
saying
agree.
that's the only
Yeah,
thing he
okay.
is, which, like, he's many things.
Okay, I think I would agree with that. I just wouldn't say that God, like the definition of God is logic.
Okay, how if I
wouldn't
say that? How if I say this? God is logic, but that's not the only characteristic that he has.
Yeah.
Change characteristic to nature, and yeah. I think I
Yeah,
would
like
agree.
that's not the only nature he is, or they
Yeah,
are,
okay.
or
Yeah, I think I would
God
agree.
is.
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I gave an example. Whoops. I gave an example like goodness. God is goodness. He's goodness itself.
God is also just.
Yeah.
God is also love.
God is many.
Yep. So he's not just logic, he's many things, but logic would be an attribute of God.
God is many and nothing.
Well, I think that falls under contradiction.
Well, listen to this.
Like he's not nothing. He's not
Well,
nothing.
no, listen. So he doesn't have a physical form. That would be nothing.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
He doesn't have a physical voice, unless if you want to talk about Jesus, which was his voice at that time.
Okay.
He is everything and also nothing.
No, him not having a physical form doesn't mean he's nothing.
Well, the presupposition here is that you define things to be material.
Yeah, he's not a material. He's not space or time. He's beyond that. Space and time
Right.
is his creation.
So that wouldn't necessarily mean nothing to you. Lack of material wouldn't be necessarily nothing.
Well, a
to you,
thought.
right?
Well, a thought is nothing until you actually create said thought.
A thought is nothing to you.
Yeah, if somebody says, "Oh, I'm
Then
gonna
no, I
create a cure for cancer," done nothing with that fucking idea. That's nothing, right?
Yeah, then I would disagree.
Well, the thought led to.
Yeah, the law led to the
thought still
idea
occurred.
of the said action of him saying something, but if they do nothing with that action, that would become nothing.
Does nothing just mean lack of material? Is that what you mean by nothing?
No.
What do you mean by nothing?
Nothing is. How can I say this?
Hard to define.
Because
How
if
do you reduce that word?
If you just mean lack of material, then
I would
like,
say it's a lack of material, thought, motivation, and many other things.
There are
no.
immaterial things. So to say
Immaterial,
no
yes.
thing is including the immaterial and the material.
Yes.
is lack of material things the only stipulation?
No, it would
For
be
nothing?
lack of material or immaterial things.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Oh,
like,
well then no, I wouldn't agree to that.
Yeah, I wouldn't either then, because now things like mathematics, morals, ethics, logic, all of that
Yeah.
would now, you're saying God is nothing in those realms as well. But
Exactly.
he
No.
holds those up at all times.
no, like he's the quantitative thing of nothing.
Quantitative thing of nothing. So you can
So when I'm
quantify
saying
nothing.
when I say this means that, like, even though let's say if somebody's at a garage sale and they're like, "Oh, that's nothing," you just throw it away. Does that mean that nothing is nothing? Does that mean that nothing is useless or automatically out of sight, out of mind?
Well, we don't know what you mean by nothing.
Okay, like I stated, let's say you're at a flea market and you're currently like hanging out with your friends and you see a like a sweater or something, right? And you guys, hey, what about this? And your friends look at you and say, "Oh, it's nothing. Just put it back," and you just put it back. Does that mean that nothing of a sweater is automatically nothing?
Well, ignoring the
Like
aspects,
it's non-existent anymore?
ignoring the aspects of sarcasm, that sweater would be material, right?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
that's what I'm stating as. He is material, but at the same time, he's also not.
He is material, but also isn't.
Yes, because God could be another material.
What material? Well, then he would just be material.
But okay.
If he's another material, then he would just be a material.
But that material wouldn't be like, it could be a substance. That wouldn't be material. That would be a substance. He could be many other things than material.
What substance do you know of that's not material?
I would say liquid. Liquid is a substance.
Wait, that's a material.
But it also is material. Yeah.
But also
is
liquid.
Material.
It's
Liquid is
made of
also
something.
material.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would
Material
be a
just
substance.
Material just means made up of matter, like physically observable.
Well, air.
So are you
How about that?
Are you,
It's still made out of material. It's still made.
Yeah.
It's still made.
Air would still be material. Are you just saying that God's not material? Is that what you're saying?
God is material and also not it. Because we already know that the grand designer can have some aspects on our world, but he doesn't get fully involved because, dude.
He's immaterial. He's not made of anything.
You can't be something but nothing. Like,
it's logically
you understand,
impossible.
Yeah, you understand.
He is everything and nothing. He created our world. That said creation is us. In our world, or the vast universe and time that we understand it to be, right? That is him.
So if he's something but nothing, what are you meaning by nothing?
Well, we're his creation. That means we are like a part of him, but not exactly him.
So
it's like say like he created Adam. He created Adam in his exact image.
Okay.
But does that make Adam God?
No, it doesn't.
No.
See, that's what I'm saying.
How does that make him nothing, though? How does that make God nothing?
Like, you're taking like nothing as an aspect of non-existence.
No, I just want to know what you mean by nothing. Like, what do you mean by that? Just lack of material, or just fucking lack of anything? Like, what? I don't know what you mean by nothing.
Well, it could be both of a lack of something or a abundance of something. It could be both.
It can be lack of something, but a abundant of something.
Yes.
Like this is just
okay. I think I'm just getting everybody pissed off with what.
Well, this is just contradictory. Like if you're saying that it's lack of something, but also an abundance of something, like that's just contradictory. Like that's not a functional definition.
Like it is. He is a lack of something, but also the abundance of something. You wouldn't say Adam automatically means that he is not the creation of God, right? You wouldn't say that, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Which would be at the same time he is something, but also nothing.
No, that doesn't tell us that.
He is the creation of God, but he's not God.
No, Adam would not be the creation of God.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that negates that aspect. You're saying he is but isn't. You're saying
yes,
he
that's
is
what
the
I'm talking about.
creation, but isn't God. Even if that was the case, even if I were to just grant that for a minute, there's not even a contradiction within that. You can create something and not be something.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I've been stating the whole time.
Well, what is nothing? I want to know what nothing is.
Nothing, I would say.
Probably gonna wrap this up for maybe 5 more minutes.
I mean, I could stop here now, but I think I could carry this on into my live further in the future.
Because I've been live since 9 o'clock, so it's been maybe 4 hours, maybe.
I mean, you can end it whenever you want. Like me and King Muffin can chit chat whenever.
I would say
the longest. What?
Yeah, like we clarified, nothing is the absent of substance or the absent of material. But also, that doesn't mean the absence of material means non-existent, right?
Okay, so it doesn't necessarily mean doesn't exist. It just means absent of material.
Yes.
Okay, so God is nothing, but also something, right?
Yes.
Okay, so something would then naturally entail that it's a abundance of material.
Yes.
Okay. So he can have no material, but also have an abundance of material? That's what you're saying?
Yes.
So that would be a contradiction. In which
It would
case,
be
no, I
it would
don't
be a
agree.
contradiction as saying that Adam is God. But you wouldn't say that, would you?
He isn't.
That Adam is God? No, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, that's what I'm exactly saying.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, Adam's nothing, but that doesn't mean he's out of existence. That doesn't mean he's outside of God's grand plan. That just means he's just lesser.
Yeah, but that wouldn't, okay, so that wouldn't mean that he's not, like, if you're, okay, so if you're stipulating the Adam aspect, you're not saying that Adam is and isn't God. You're just saying that Adam is lesser than God.
Yes.
Yeah. So there's no contradiction within that. If Adam is just a creation of God, but he's also lesser than God, yeah, there's no contradiction within that. So that's fine.
That's what I've been saying. Like, that's what I mean by the nothing.
But I think that's a little bit different than when you say God is absent of material, but he's also an abundance of material. That I have an issue with. That's
Like okay, then like how? Okay, in that same time, you would have to say, how is Adam God? If you're saying he is abundant of material.
Well, the presupposition is that we're saying Adam is God. No one's saying that Adam is God. No one's saying that.
Okay, that would just fall back into my aspect of that he is nothing. Or quote unquote lesser.
No, just because you're not God, that doesn't necessarily make you nothing.
Like, okay, again, like I said, you're taking nothing as an aspect of non-existence or yet to be
Absent
or
of
whatever, right?
material. I'm taking nothing to be an absent of material.
Okay, what do you take an absent to material to be? I already gave you my conclusion of what absent material meant.
Well, that would be circular. If you're saying what is absent of material, I would say nothing, based on your definition.
If you're saying absent from material means like no longer in existence, then I would understand what you're talking about.
Is that what you mean by nothing? No longer in existence?
No, I told you. Okay.
I'm just trying to get your definitions. You said
We
that
already went through
nothing.
this like 4 times.
I know you said that nothing is an absent of material, right?
An absent of material, which would, like, for me, it doesn't mean like no longer in existence. Absent of material just means absent of material. It doesn't have any other color meaning than that.
Yeah.
If you're meaning like non-existent, that means just non-existent. Like if I like right now, I like if I made up a fucking like if I made up a curse word right now, but I'm not gonna say it. That just means that's not existent right now. That like I'm not completing that word into existence. But I am implating that word is somewhat inquired in our world since I mentioned that I'm gonna make up a cuss word.
Well, a word wouldn't be material. Right?
But the words mean a lot though. Like how is okay. I think
I agree. I agree that words mean a lot. But what I'm saying is that when you say that nothing is an absent of material, and then you bring on this example of making up a word wouldn't be material. It's a false equivalency.
I'm still failing to understand what you're trying to get with. Okay. But either way, host, you said it was how long do you normally stay alive?
Well, I was gonna wait for one person to speak, but they left. But I'm probably gonna end soon.
But either way, I would get in this conversation probably tomorrow. It honestly depends if I have to do other stuff, but like I think we're talking past each other. I think we're trying to mean the same thing or trying to conclude to the same definition, but we're using different words.
I don't disagree. I think we might be talking past each other a little bit.
Yeah, like again, I'm a polytheist. Like you don't have to believe what I believe. That's not my power or my setting in this world to do that. That's somebody else's path to go down.
Like I said, King Muffin, I like you. I listen to you relatively frequently. I just friended you. If you ever want to have like this conversation again, like I'm 100% down.
Yeah,
I think
sure.
we might be talking past each other a little
I
bit.
mean, I could invite you to one group that I'm in. We call ourselves the Holy Council. We talk about our different religious views, and we discuss how they could be similar and how they could also be different.
Yeah, you can invite me. I'll happily join. I love having conversations like this, dude. Like, if I get absolutely wrecked in a conversation like this, so be it. Like, I'm not in it to just sit here and try
Yeah,
and win.
again, it's just questions. Like, again, you shouldn't be
Yeah.
walking away angry because of somebody's not understanding what your worldview is. Like,
Exactly,
again,
and that's why I want to stipulate. Like, I watch your shit. I watch your shit most mornings because I'm pretty sure it's most mornings that you go live rather than nights. I mean, some of your lives are fucking ways for me to get through my morning shifts. You know, like
Yeah, that's
I'm
good.
not here to make enemies. I'm not here to do anything like that. I'm just here to have a conversation.
Yeah,
If I get wrecked,
that's
I
me
get
too.
wrecked.
I'm not here to make enemies. Again, if you're Christian and you're deciding to ask me certain questions about what my belief is, I'm going to tell you. But if you're going to fucking spit in my face and say my religion's wrong or what my beliefs is wrong, I'm going to say go
Yeah.
fuck yourself.
I mean, that's fair. And if that's what you kind of took from what I was saying, then I do apologize.
No,
That was
that's
never-
not what I
that
took
was never my
whatsoever.
intention.
What
Okay, good.
I got from fucking whatever his name that tried to fucking talk to me, and the reason why I didn't want to talk to him because he goes down this fucking line of questioning of, hey, okay, I'm gonna ask you what this means. I repeat myself. Then he asked me a different fucking question that relies to the same question that I just answered, and it's just a back and forth fucking thing with him.
Genesis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care for that line of questioning. If you weren't here for the original line of questioning, I'm sorry, you're just not in the loop anymore. But if you're generally trying to ask me what it means, then sure, I can definitely go along with the idea. But if you're just going out of your way to just say, or just get a fucking rise out of me, then yeah, you definitely won, and I'm never gonna fucking talk to you again.
Yeah, I'm not. I've debated Philbro people like that, and like it's just annoying. And Voiceless can account for the fact that like I genuinely just want to have a conversation. I just want to understand this shit. I'm not necessarily trying to fucking sit here and try to embarrass anybody or anything like that. I'm not trying to dog walk or whatever the case may be.
I just made a video about that like a week ago. I can't stand people who are like trying to get gotchas, like those people. That's
annoying.
why. That's the reason why I haven't been hosting often. Is because those types of people are like everywhere on TikTok. Like,
yeah,
they
yeah,
clearly
it's super annoying, dude.
Yeah.
That's
like-
why I
like-
normally do like abortion debates because well, not a debate, more of like a discussion. I try like they come in here like, oh yeah, what about this? And I'm like, okay, so let's go down this line of questioning. So they don't do this. You can look this up yourself. Here's the articles. Here's everything that you need to look up. And they're like, but my sister, like, miss, I already told you how everything works. I want you to go look this information up. And they keep on going like, blah, 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 rah, rah. And I'm going to be like, okay, you're just not here to listen then.
Abortion is my specialty, man. If you ever need a debater for abortion, man, I'm your guy.
Yeah, sure.
That's really what I like to talk about the most. But like I said, a lot of people. I made a video about it on my a few weeks ago. Like, people, they don't really care about the issue. It's just a hotly debated issue because the whole
winning,
point.
yeah, it's a winning tactic, dude, and it's
Yeah.
so fucking annoying. It's like, just have a genuine conversation. Like, I'm sorry, me and King Muffin, dude, we can brawl it out until we're both bloody. But at the end of the day, it's like I'm never gonna have hard feelings towards King Muffin. I'm really not. It's like he could whoop my ass 7 ways from Sunday, and that's fine. That's 100% fine. I'm more than fine with that. It's like I'm still gonna look at him as just as someone I had a genuine conversation with. But these fucking Philbros that just get like way too semantic and everything else, it's like, dude, shut the fuck up.
Like,
Get the
like
fuck outta
that's
here.
the one. Like, I do not care for a good amount of Christians, and also I also say this is like I can also recognize there are a lot of bad people in every type of community. It could be in religion. It could also just be in a normal like social situation too. Like, like I do not care for a good majority of Christians. Like, for the small majority that generally want to listen to me and are interested of what I think of, they can think of me as a heretic, but as long as they actually sat there and actually asked me questions, and I'm like, okay, then, you're not one of those Christians that are going to automatically tell me, oh, you're going to fucking burn in hell because, oh, I believe in what I believe.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like again, I'm Christian, but I'm not gonna sit here and make salvation claims. Like I'm not
Yeah.
gonna be like, oh fucking king, you're damned or whatever the case may be. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna fucking do
And
that.
also, I'm not trying to spread evil. I'm not doing any of that.
Exactly, because I think evil being spread, like it's going to come down to intention. Like your intention is not to spread fucking evil. Your intention is to obviously spread what you think is fucking truthful. And that's what I want to explore. I want to explore what it is that you think is truthful.
Like again, that's why when everybody says like, "Oh, you're a polytheist," oh, that means you believe in Zeus and everybody, and I'm like, well, yeah, polytheism does originate from that said mythology, but what it actually means is
multiple gods.
Yeah, multiple gods.
Yep.
Like it doesn't like mean a specific pantheon. It means multiple gods and multiple pantheons.
Yeah,
I'm going to tell you this. I don't believe in two religions. I don't believe in two religions.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're obviously fucking man-made. Or one that's been so corrupted they honestly lost their way. One would be Islam. The other would be just fucking, what is the Scientology, if you ever heard of that.
Yeah, we know what that is.
Well, Scientology is a contradiction in itself. Because Scientology only gives you what is claims, it doesn't give you what ought claims.
Yes.
Unfortunately.
I do believe Islam used to be a actual like religion until it became this whole weird shit about like, oh, you can have a sister daughter or whatever the fuck. A sister wife or whatever the hell they call it in their religion.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they have what is it, first cousin thing or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, that's the issue with like people that abide strictly off of logic. It's like logic just gives you odds. Like it just tells you kind of what is or what's true or what's false. It doesn't actually prescribe you what ought be the case. So that's the issue with like people that go with the aspect of logic. It's the same thing with like naturalistic people. Dude, I can't fucking stand debates against people with a naturalistic view.
No, you want to know something crazy? This even furthers my own belief. If you actually look in the Bible when they, like, the story of Moses, right? Not Moses,
Yep.
What's his name? The guy that holds the stick. The guy that, grabbed his people and walked, through a fucking tower of water or whatever the fuck it was.
That was Moses.
Yeah,
it was Moses. Wasn't Moses the one that freaking had the boat?
Moses parted the Red Sea.
That's Noah.
Noah made the boat. Moses parted the Red Sea, but Moses also hit the bush in order to get it to cooperate when he was told not to.
So
he hit a rock.
And also, wait. This is my theory of making it 100% true that polytheism is 100% real.
Okay.
When Moses came up to tell the emperor to free his people, and the jester or whatever, the grand vizier or whatever the fuck they called him, here's the power of Ra, and they summoned 2 fucking snakes.
Yeah.
The other part was when Moses slammed his staff down and said, "Behold the power of God." That just proves to me that these certain religions freaking are in existence of each other.
Well, that's from the Prince of Egypt, but yeah. But the thing is,
no, that's also true in the Bible. It's
I know, but
in the Bible, the Prince of Egypt.
Yeah. Well, I know. The thing is, the Bible, like someone said, has an account for that. They're just demons. Those other deities are just demons. But it's almost 1 a.m. I kind of want to watch a movie. I kind of want to go.
Which doesn't make sense. Even though every religion has their form of demons or evil things, which I don't understand. How can you call a demon, even though those said demons do not care for demons? Which I don't understand because their mythologies don't fucking make sense then.
Yeah. So basically, what we believe, or Christians believe, is that there's these entities that people worship as deities and think that they're these gods. They're actually demons from hell that are trying to confuse people.
Which I am a belief. Yes, they're gods, but they're not the grand mighty.
We believe
Yeah, but
they're people.
you don't need to be.
Well, they're people that worship them as gods. They worship
Which
them.
is not correct. You shouldn't be doing that. I mean, you should be worshiping them because of the deed they are sent to do on this said plane of existence.
Yeah, but the Bible shows you how to differentiate between worship, like messages from God and messages from demons.
Yes.
Yeah. So if you're getting a message from a demon, like the Bible demonstrates how to discern between the two.
But that's the one thing that's not like clear in many mythologies. Like the humans seek out these deities to help them. These deities didn't like look for these mortals to worship them. It just happened.
Yeah, but within Christianity, it is discerned. Within other religions, I agree with you. It's not fully discerned how to differentiate between the two. Within Christianity, it is.
Yeah, like it is like no, it's weird when Christianity says, "Oh, they're demons." That these gods are demons, but also in their mythologies of these gods also hate demons, which doesn't make sense. What we just have a racist demon?
I don't know.
Depends on what. I don't know what story you're necessarily talking about.
I don't know. I really wish my favorite mod was here because she's like Christianity's or all she knows is Christianity. That's like her thing. But we'll wrap this point up.
Speaking of which, am I a mod? What the fuck's going on here, voices?
Look, you're like never here. Give me a break.
You're never
I've never been
live,
live in a while.
motherfucker. You're never live. How you gonna fucking?
Nah, I
dog me for
am.
not
Now you
being
can't make that
here when you're
excuse
never
now.
here. I will be here. I'll fucking be here. You're just never live.
Fine, you gotta represent me well though.
You have to follow him.
I love conversations like this. Are you kidding me? You get bad faith motherfuckers, and I'm gonna troll. Like, sorry,
Yeah.
but I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, voiceless. What movie are you gonna watch?
I'm probably gonna watch. What's it gonna be? What was it gonna be? Maybe.
Oh wait! If you're a religious man, I want you to watch like something Goliath. And what was his name? Fuck. David and Goliath.
Oh,
There's
David
a new
and
animated
Goliath.
movie out there. It's so fucking good.
Is it out? I
Yeah.
didn't know if it was out or not. I want to see that. That looks good.
It's out. I bet you can like look it up on like Prime Video or like quote unquote pirate it or whatever.
All right, King Muffin. Legit question, King Muffin. On a scale of 1 to 5 stars, what would you rate it?
Oh, it's definitely a 10. The music, the art, man, the artistic value of it, and also how much like it's so faithful towards the Bible, man. I actually love it.
Fuck, I'm gonna have to check it out then.
Yeah, I might watch K-pop.
So it's like a musical. I'm gonna tell you that.
Gross.
Yeah.
Oh man, you're gonna no. The songs fucking are good. Like some musicals have like shitty songs in like in the middle or like ending of the fucking movie. All the songs are fucking good.
Right.
All right.
I agree. Well, anywho, what is that, honey? Oh, sorry, that's my wife. I should probably get going.
You don't have a wife.
You have
Fuck
a
off. Your
wife?
left hand doesn't matter.
You don't have a fucking wife.
I do. I'm married.
No, you don't. Your left hand doesn't matter.
Anywho,
Put her on the mic.
Either way, good night.
You don't have a fucking wife.
right there. I gotta go. So have a good night.
Put your
everybody.
wife on.
You fucking liar. You don't have
You
a
know your
goddamn
sex
wife.
doll's not there with you.
I don't know what we're talking about. All right, guys. Have a good night. Thanks everybody for joining.
You have a good night. Fuck.
Yeah. You better watch it.
You ain't got no fucking wife. Put her on the goddamn mic. Put her on the
Maybe
mic.
tomorrow. All right. Have a good night.
Bullshit.
Is she